Chapter 1 of The Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits, by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. Jeremy Bentham. Mr. Bentham is one of those persons who verify the old adage that a prophet has no honor except out of his own country. His reputation lies at the circumference, and the lights of his understanding are reflected with increasing luster on the other side of the globe. His name is little known in England, better in Europe, best of all in the plains of Chile and the mines of Mexico. He has offered constitutions for the New World and legislated for future times. The people of Westminster, where he lives, hardly know of such a person. But the Siberian savage has received cold comfort from his lunar aspect, and may say to him with Caliban, "I know thee, and thy dog, and thy bush." The tawny Indian may hold out the hand of fellowship to him across the great Pacific. We believe that the Empress Catherine corresponded with him, and we know that the Emperor Alexander called upon him and presented him with his miniature in a gold snuff box, which the philosopher to his eternal honor returned. Mr. Hobhouse is a greater man at the hustings, Lord Raleigh at Plymouth Dock, but Mr. Bentham would carry it hollow on the score of popularity at Paris or Pegu. The reason is that our author's influence is purely intellectual. He has devoted his life to the pursuit of abstract and general truths, and to those studies that waft a thought from Indus to the Pole, and has never mixed himself up with personal intrigues or party politics. He once, indeed, stuck up a handbill to say that he, Jeremy Bentham, being of sound mind, was of opinion that Sir Samuel Romilly was the most proper person to represent Westminster, but this was the whim of the moment. Otherwise his reasonings, if true at all, are true everywhere alike. His speculations concern humanity at large, and are not confined to the 100 or the bills of mortality. It is in moral as in physical magnitude. The little is seen best near, the great appears in its proper dimensions only from a more commanding point of view, and gains strength with time, and elevation with distance. Mr. Bentham is very much among philosophers what La Fontaine was among poets. In general habits and in all his professional pursuits he is a mere child. He has lived for the last 40 years in a house in Westminster, overlooking the park, like an anchoret in his cell, reducing law to a system, and the mind of man to a machine. He scarcely ever goes out, and sees very little company. The favored few who have the privilege of the entree are always admitted one by one. He does not like to have witnesses to his conversation. He talks a great deal, and listens to nothing but facts. When any one calls upon him, he invites them to take a turn round his garden with him. Mr. Bentham is an economist of his time, and sets apart this portion of it to air and exercise. And there you may see the lively old man, his mind still buoyant with thought and with the prospect of futurity, in eager conversation with some opposition member, some expatriated patriot, or transatlantic adventurer, urging the extinction of close boroughs, or planning a code of laws for some lone island in the watery waste, his walk almost amounting to a run, his tongue keeping pace with it in shrill, cluttering accents, negligent of his person, his dress and his manner intent only on his grand theme of utility, or pausing, perhaps, for want of breath, and with lack-lustre eye, to point out to the stranger a stone in the wall at the end of his garden, overarched by 2 beautiful cotton trees, inscribed to the Prince of Poets, which marks the house where Milton formerly lived. To show how little the refinements of taste or fancy enter into our author's system, he proposed at one time to cut down those beautiful trees, to convert the garden where he had breathed the air of truth and heaven for near half a century into a paltry Christomathic school, and to make Milton's house, the cradle of Paradise Lost, a thoroughfare, like a tree-stalled stable, for the idle rabble of Westminster to pass backwards and forwards to it with their cloven hoofs. Let us not, however, be getting on too fast. Milton himself taught school. There is something not altogether dissimilar between Mr. Bentham's appearance and the portraits of Milton. The same silvery tone, a few dishevelled hairs, a peevish yet puritanical expression, an irritable temperament corrected by habit and discipline. Or in modern times he is something between Franklin and Charles Knox, with the comfortable double chin and sleek thriving look of the one, and the quivering lip, the restless eye, and animated acuteness of the other. His eye is quick and lively, but it glances not from object to object, but from thought to thought. He is evidently a man occupied with some train of fine and inward association. He regards the people about him no more than the flies of a summer. He meditates the coming age. He hears and sees only what suits his purpose, or some foregone conclusion, and looks out for facts and passing occurrences in order to put them into his logical machinery, and grind them into the dust and powder of some subtle theory, as the miller looks out for grist to his mill. Add to this physiognomical sketch the minor points of costume, the open shirt collar, the single-breasted coat, the old-fashioned half-boots and ribbed stockings, and you will find in Mr. Bentham's general appearance a singular mixture of boyish simplicity and of the venerableness of age. In a word, our celebrated jurist presents a striking illustration of the difference between the philosophical and the regal look, that is, between the merely abstracted and the merely personal. There is a lackadaisical bonhomie about his whole aspect, none of the fierceness of pride or power, an unconscious neglect of his own person instead of a stately assumption of superiority, a good-humoured, placid intelligence instead of a lynx-eyed watchfulness, as if it wished to make others its prey, or was afraid that they might turn and rend him. He is a beneficent spirit, prying into the universe, not lording over it, a thoughtful spectator of the scenes of life, a ruminator on the fate of mankind, not a painted pageant, a stupid idol set up on its pedestal of pride for men to fall down and worship with idiot fear and wonder at the thing themselves have made, and which, without that fear and wonder, would in itself be nothing. Mr. Bentham perhaps overrates the importance of his own theories. He has been heard to say, without any appearance of pride or affectation, that he should like to live the remaining years of his life a year at a time at the end of the next 6 or 8 centuries, to see the effect which his writings would by that time have had upon the world. Alas, his name will hardly live so long! Nor do we think, in point of fact, that Mr. Bentham has given any new or decided impulse to the human mind. He cannot be looked upon in the light of a discoverer in legislation or morals. He has not struck out any great leading principle or apparent truth, from which a number of others might be deduced. Nor has he enriched the common and established stock of intelligence with original observations, like pearls thrown into wine. One truth discovered is immortal, and entitles its author to be so, for like a new substance in nature it cannot be destroyed. But Mr. Bentham's forte is arrangement, and the form of truth, though not its essence, varies with time and circumstance. He has methodized, collated, and condensed all the materials prepared to his hand on the subjects of which he treats, in a masterly and scientific manner. But we should find a difficulty in adducing from his different works however elaborate or closely reasoned, in a new element of thought, or even a new fact or illustration. His writings are therefore chiefly valuable as books of reference, as bringing down the account of intellectual inquiry to the present period and disposing the results in a compendious, connected, and tangible shape. But books of reference are chiefly serviceable for facilitating the acquisition of knowledge, and are constantly liable to be superseded, and to grow out of fashion with its progress, as the scaffolding is thrown down as soon as the building is completed. Mr. Bentham is not the first writer, by a great many, who has assumed the principle of utility as the foundation of just laws, and of all moral and political reasoning. His merit is that he has applied this principle more closely and literally, that he has brought all the objections and arguments more distinctly labelled and ticketed under this one head, and made a more constant and explicit reference to it at every step of his progress, than any other writer. Perhaps the weak side of his conclusions also is, that he carries this single view of his subject too far, and not made sufficient allowance for the varieties of human nature, and the caprices and irregularities of the human will. He has not allowed for the wind. It is not that you can be said to see his favorite doctrine of utility glittering everywhere through his system, like a vein of rich shining ore. That is not the nature of the material, but it might be plausibly objected that he has struck the whole mass of fancy, prejudice, passion, sense, whim, with his petrific leaden mace, that he has bound volatile Hermes, and reduced the theory and practice of human life to a caput mortuum of reason and dull, plodding, technical calculation. The gentleman is himself a capital logician, and he has been led by this circumstance to consider man as a logical animal. We fear this view of the matter will hardly hold water. If we attend to the moral man, the constitution of his mind will scarcely be found to be built up of pure reason and a regard to consequences. If we consider the criminal man, with whom the legislator has chiefly to do, it will be found to be still less so. Every pleasure, says Mr. Bentham, is equally a good, and is to be taken into the account as such in a moral estimate, whether it be the pleasure of sense or of conscience, whether it arise from the exercise of virtue or the perpetration of crime. We are afraid the human mind does not readily come into this doctrine, this ultima ratio philosophorum, interpreted according to the letter. Our moral sentiments are made up of sympathies and antipathies, of sense and imagination, of understanding and prejudice. The soul, by reason of its weakness, is an aggregating and an exclusive principle. It clings obstinately to some things and violently rejects others, and it must do so in a great measure where it would act contrary to its own nature. It needs helps and stages in its progress, and all appliances and means to boot, which can raise it to a partial conformity to truth and good, the utmost it is capable of, and bring it into a tolerable harmony with the universe. By aiming at too much, by dismissing collateral aids, by extending itself to the farthest verge of the conceivable and possible, it loses its elasticity and vigor, its impulse and its direction. The moralist can no more do without the intermediate use of rules and principles, without the vantage ground of habit, without the levels of the understanding, than the machinist can discard the use of wheels and pulleys, and perform everything by simple motion. If the mind of man were competent to comprehend the whole of truth and good, and act upon it at once, and independently of all other considerations, Mr. Bentham's plan would be a feasible one, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, would be the best possible ground to place morality upon. But it is not so. In ascertaining the rules of moral conduct, we must have regard not merely to the nature of the object, but to the capacity of the agent, and to his fitness for apprehending or attaining it. Pleasure is that which is so in itself. Good is that which approves itself as such on reflection, or the idea of which is a source of satisfaction. All pleasure is not, therefore, morally speaking, equally a good, for all pleasure does not equally bear reflecting on. There are some tastes that are sweet in the mouth and bitter in the belly, and there is a similar contradiction and anomaly in the mind and heart of man. Again, what would become of the poseat meminisse jovabit of the poet, if a principle of fluctuation and reaction is not inherent in the very constitution of our nature, or if all moral truth is a mere literal truism? We are not then so much to inquire what certain things are abstractly or in themselves, as how they affect the mind, and to approve or condemn them accordingly. The same object seen near strikes us more powerfully than at a distance. Things thrown into masses give a greater blow to the imagination than when scattered and divided into their component parts. A number of molehills do not make a mountain, though a mountain is actually made up of atoms. So moral truth must present itself under a certain aspect and from a certain point of view, in order to produce its full and proper effect upon the mind. The laws of the affections are as necessary as those of optics. A calculation of consequences is no more equivalent to a sentiment than a seriatim enumeration of square yards or feet touches the fancy like the sight of the Alps or Andes. To give an instance or two of what we mean. Those who on pure cosmopolite principles or on the ground of abstract humanity affect an extraordinary regard for the Turks and Tartars have been accused of neglecting their duties to their friends and next-door neighbors. Well then, what is the state of the question here? One human being is, no doubt, as much worth in himself, independently of the circumstances of time or place, as another. But he is not of so much value to us and our affections. Could our imagination take wing with our speculative faculties to the other side of the globe or to the ends of the universe, could our eyes behold whatever our reason teaches us to be possible, could our hands reach as far as our thoughts or wishes, we might then busy ourselves to advantage with the Hottentots, or hold intimate converse with the inhabitants of the moon. But being as we are, our feelings evaporate in so large a space, we must draw the circle of our affections and duties somewhat closer. The heart hovers and fixes nearer home. It is true the bands of private or of local and natural affection are often, nay, in general, too tightly strained, so as frequently to do harm instead of good. But the present question is whether we can with safety and effect be wholly emancipated from them, whether we should shake them off at pleasure and without mercy, as the only bar to the triumph of truth and justice, or whether benevolence constructed upon a logical scale would not be merely nominal, whether duty, raised to too lofty a pitch of refinement, might not sink into callous indifference or hollow selfishness. Again, is it not to exact too high a strain from humanity to ask us to qualify the degree of abhorrence we feel against a murderer by taking into our cool consideration the pleasure we may have in committing the deed, and the prospect of gratifying his avarice or his revenge? We are hardly so formed as to sympathize in the same moment with the assassin and his victim. The degree of pleasure the former may feel, instead of extenuating, aggravates his guilt. and shows the depth of his malignity. Now the mind revolts against this by mere natural antipathy, if it is itself well disposed, or the slow process of reason would afford but a feeble resistance to violence and wrong. The will, which is necessary to give consistency and promptness to our good intentions, cannot extend so much candor and courtesy to the antagonistic principle of evil. Virtue, to be sincere and practical, cannot be divested entirely of the blindness and impetuosity of passion. It has been made a plea, half just, half earnest, for the horrors of war, that they promote trade and manufactures. It has been said, as a set-off for the atrocities practised upon the negro slaves in the West Indies, that without their blood and sweat so many millions of people could not have sugar to sweeten their tea. Fires and murders have been argued to be beneficial, as they serve to fill the newspapers, and for a subject to talk of. This is a sort of sophistry that it might be difficult to disprove on the bare scheme of contingent utility, but on the ground that we have stated it must pass for a mere irony. What the proportion between the good and the evil will really be found in any of the supposed cases may be a question to the understanding, but to the imagination and the heart, that is, to the natural feelings of mankind, it admits of none. Mr. Bentham, in adjusting the provisions of a penal code, lays too little stress on the cooperation of the natural prejudices of mankind and the habitual feelings of that class of persons for whom they are more particularly designed. Legislators, we mean writers on legislation, are philosophers and governed by their reason. Criminals, for whose control laws are made, are a set of desperadoes, governed only by their passions. What wonder that so little progress has been made towards a mutual understanding between the two parties? They are quite a different species, and speak a different language, and are sadly at a loss for a common interpreter between them. Perhaps the ordinary of Newgate bids as fair for this office as any one. What should Mr. Bentham, sitting at ease in his arm-chair, composing his mind before he begins to write, by a prelude on the organ, and looking out at a beautiful prospect when he is at a loss for an idea, know of the principles of action of rogues, outlaws, and vagabonds? No more than Montaigne of the motions of his cat. If sanguine and tender-hearted philanthropists have set on foot an inquiry into the barbarity and the defects of penal laws, the practical improvements have been mostly suggested by reformed cutthroats, turnkeys, and thief-takers. What even can the Honourable House, who, when the Speaker has pronounced the well-known wished-for sounds, that this House do now adjourn, retire, after voting a royal crusade or a loan of millions, to lie on down, and feed on plate in spacious palaces, know of what passes in the hearts of wretches in garrets and night cellars, petty pilferers and marauders, who cut throats and pick pockets with their own hands? The thing is impossible. The laws of the country are, therefore, ineffectual and abortive, because they are made by the rich for the poor, by the wise for the ignorant, by the respectable and exalted in station for the very scum and refuse of the community. If Newgate would resolve itself into a committee of the whole press yard, with Jack Ketch at its head, aided by confidential persons from the country prisons or the hulks, and would make a clear breast, some data might be found out to proceed upon. But as it is, the criminal mind of the country is a book sealed. No one has been able to penetrate to the inside. Mr. Bentham, in his attempts to revise and amend our criminal jurisprudence, proceeds entirely on his favorite principle of utility. Convince highwaymen and housebreakers that it will be for their interest to reform, and they will reform and lead honest lives, according to Mr. Bentham. He says, all men act from calculation, even madmen reason. And in our opinion, he might as well carry this maxim to Bedlam or St. Luke's, and apply it to the inhabitants, as think to coerce or overawe the inmates of a jail, or those whose practices make them candidates for that distinction by the mere dry, detailed convictions of the understanding. Criminals are not to be influenced by reason, for it is of the very essence of crime to disregard consequences both to ourselves and to others. You may as well preach philosophy to a drunken man, or to the dead, as to those who are under the instigation of any mischievous passion. A man is a drunkard, and you tell him he ought to be sober. He is debauched, and you ask him to reform. He is idle, and you recommend industry to him as his wisest course. He gambles, and you remind him that he may be ruined by this foible. He has lost his character, and you advise him to get into some reputable service or lucrative situation. Vice becomes a habit with him, and you request him to rouse himself and shake it off. He is starving, and you warn him that if he breaks the law he will be hanged. None of this reasoning reaches the mark it aims at. The culprit who violates and suffers the vengeance of the laws is not the dupe of ignorance, but the slave of passion, the victim of habit or necessity. To argue with strong passion, with inveterate habit, with desperate circumstance, is to talk to the winds. Clownish ignorance may indeed be dispelled, and taught better, but it is seldom that a criminal is not aware of the consequences of his act, or has not made up his mind to the alternative. They are in general too knowing by half. You tell a person of this stamp what is his interest. He says he does not care about his interest, or the world and he differ on that particular. But there is one point on which he must agree with them, namely, what they think of his conduct, and that is the only hold you have on him. A man may be callous and indifferent to what happens to himself, but he is never indifferent to public opinion, or proof against open scorn and infamy. Shame then, not fear, is the sheet anchor of the law. He who is not afraid of being pointed at as a thief will not mind a month's hard labor. He who is prepared to take the life of another is already reckless of his own. But everyone makes a sorry figure in the pillory, and the being launched from the new drop lowers a man in his own opinion. The lawless and violent spirit who is hurried by headstrong self-will to break the laws does not like to have the ground of pride and obstinacy struck from under his feet. This is what gives the swells of the metropolis such a dread of the treadmill. It makes them ridiculous. It must be confessed that this very circumstance renders the reform of criminals nearly hopeless. It is the apprehension of being stigmatized by public opinion, the fear of what will be thought and said of them, that deters man from the violation of the laws, while their character remains unimpeached. But honor once lost, all is lost. The man can never be himself again. A citizen is like a soldier, a part of a machine, who submits to certain hardships, privations, and dangers, not for his own ease, pleasure, profit, or even conscience, but for shame. What is it that keeps the machine together in either case? Not punishment or discipline, but sympathy. The soldier mounts the breach, or stands in the trenches, the peasant hedges and ditches, or the mechanic plies his ceaseless task, because the one will not be called a coward, the other a rogue. But let the one turn deserter and the other vagabond, and there is an end of him. The grinding law of necessity, which is no other than a name, a breath, loses its force. He is no longer sustained by the good opinion of others, and he drops out of his place in society, a useless clog. Mr. Bentham takes a culprit and puts him into what he calls a panopticon, that is, a sort of circular prison, with open cells like a glass beehive. He sits in the middle and sees all the other does. He gives him work to do and lectures him if he does not do it. He takes liquor from him and society and liberty, but he feeds and clothes him and keeps him out of mischief. And when he has convinced him by force and reason together that this life is for his good, he turns him out upon the world a reformed man, and as confident of the success of his handiwork as the shoemaker of that which he has just taken off the last, or the Parisian barber in Sterne of the buckle of his wig. Dip it in the ocean, says the Puricure, and it will stand. But we doubt the durability of our projector's patchwork. Will our convert to the great principle of utility work when he is from under Mr. Bentham's eye, because he was forced to work when under it? Will he keep sober because he has been kept from liquor so long? Will he not return to loose company because he has had the pleasure of sitting vis-à-vis with a philosopher of late? Will he not steal now that his hands are untied? Will he not take the road now that it is free to him? Will he not call his benefactor all the names he can set his tongue to the moment his back is turned? All this is more than to be feared. The charm of criminal life, like that of savage life, consists in liberty, in hardship, in danger, and in the contempt of death, in one word, in extraordinary excitement, and he who has tasted of it will no more return to regular habits of life than a man will take to water after drinking brandy, or than a wild beast will give over hunting its prey. Miracles never cease, to be sure, but they are not to be had wholesale, or to order. Mr. Owen, who is another of these proprietors and patentees of reform, has lately got an American savage with him, whom he carries about in great triumph and complacency, as an antithesis to his new view of society, and as winding up his reasoning to what it mainly wanted, an epigrammic point. Does the benevolent visionary of the Lanark cotton mills really think this natural man will act as a foil to his artificial man? Does he for a moment imagine that his address to the higher and middle classes, with all its advantages of fiction, makes anything like so interesting a romance as Hunter's captivity among the North American Indians? Has he anything to show in all the apparatus of New Lanark and its desolate monotony to excite the thrill of imagination like the blankets made of wreaths of snow under which the wild wood rovers bury themselves for weeks in winter? Or the skin of a leopard which our hardy adventurer slew, and which served him for great coat and bedding? Or the rattlesnake that he found by his side as a bedfellow? Or his rolling himself into a ball to escape from him? Or his suddenly placing himself against a tree to avoid being trampled to death by the herd of wild buffaloes that came rushing on like the sound of thunder? Or his account of the huge spiders that prey upon bluebottles and gilded flies in green pathless forests? Or of the great Pacific Ocean that the natives look upon as the gulf that parts time from eternity, and that is to waft them to the spirits of their fathers? After all this, Mr. Hunter must find Mr. Owen and his parallelograms trite and flat, and will, we suspect, take an opportunity to escape from them. Mr. Bentham's method of reasoning, though comprehensive and exact, labors under the defect of most systems. It is too topical. It includes everything, but it includes everything alike. It is rather like an inventory than a valuation of different arguments. Every possible suggestion finds a place, so that the mind is distracted as much as enlightened by this perplexing accuracy. The exceptions seem as important as the rule. By attending to the minute, we overlook the great, and in summing up an account, it will not do merely to insist on the number of items without considering their amount. Our author's page presents a very nicely dovetailed mosaic pavement of legal commonplaces. We slip and slide over its even surface without being arrested anywhere. Or his view of the human mind resembles a map rather than a picture. The outline, the disposition is correct, but it wants coloring and relief. There is a technicality of manner which renders his writings of more value to the professional inquirer than to the general reader. Again, his style is unpopular, not to say unintelligible. He writes a language of his own that darkens knowledge. His works have been translated into French. They ought to be translated into English. People wonder that Mr. Bentham has not been prosecuted for the boldness and severity of some of his invectives. He might wrap up high treason in one of his inextricable periods, and it would never find its way into Westminster Hall. He is a kind of manuscript author. He writes a cipher hand, which the vulgar have no key to. The construction of his sentences is a curious framework with pegs and hooks to hang his thoughts upon, for his own use and guidance, but almost out of the reach of everybody else. It is a barbarous philosophical jargon, with all the repetitions, parentheses, formalities, uncouth nomenclature and verbiage of law Latin. And what makes it worse, it is not mere verbiage, but has a great deal of acuteness and meaning in it, which you would be glad to pick out if you could. In short, Mr. Bentham writes as if he was allowed but a single sentence to express his whole view of a subject in, and as if, should he omit a single circumstance or step of the argument, it would be lost to the world for ever, like an estate by a flaw in the title deeds. This is overrating the importance of our own discoveries, and mistaking the nature and object of language altogether. Mr. Bentham has acquired this disability. It is not natural to him. His admirable little work on usury, published 40 years ago, is clear, easy, and vigorous. But Mr. Bentham has shut himself up since then in nook monastic, conversing only with followers of his own, or with men of Ind, and has endeavored to overlay his natural humor, sense, spirit, and style with the dust and cobwebs of an obscure solitude. The best of it is, he thinks his present mode of expressing himself perfect, and that whatever may be objected to his law or logic, no one can find the least fault with the purity, simplicity, and perspicuity of his style. Mr. Bentham in private life is an amiable and exemplary character. He is a little romantic, or so, and has dissipated part of a handsome fortune in practical speculations. He lends an ear to plausible projectors, and if he cannot prove them to be wrong in their premises or their conclusions, thinks himself bound in reason to stake his money on the venture. Strict logicians are licensed visionaries. Mr. Bentham is half-brother to the late Mr. Speaker Abbott. Footnote: now Lord Colchester. End footnote. Pro pudor. He was educated at Eton, and still takes our novices to task about a passage in Homer or a metre in Virgil. He was afterwards at the University, and he has described the scruples of an ingenious youthful mind about subscribing the articles in a passage of his Church of Englandism. which smacks of truth and honor both, and does one good to read it in an age when to be honest, or not to laugh at the very idea of honesty, is to be but one man picked out in 10,000. Mr. Bentham relieves his mind sometimes after the fatigue of study by playing on a fine old organ, and has a relish for Hogarth's prints. He turns wooden utensils on a lathe for exercise, and fancies he can turn men in the same manner. He has no great fondness for poetry, and can hardly extract a moral out of Shakespeare. His house is warmed and lighted by steam. He is one of those who prefer the artificial to the natural in most things, and think the mind of man omnipotent. He has a great contempt for out-of-door prospects, for green trees and fields, and is for referring everything to utility. There is a little narrowness in this, for if all the sources of satisfaction are taken away, what is to become of utility itself? It is indeed the great fault of this able and extraordinary man that he has concentrated his faculties and feelings too entirely on one subject and pursuit, and has not looked enough abroad into universality. Footnote: Lord Bacon's Advancement of Learning. End footnote. End of section 1.
Chapter 2 of The Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2. William Godwin. The spirit of the age was never more fully shown than in its treatment of this writer, its love of paradox and change, its dastard submission to prejudice and to the fashion of the day. 25 years ago he was in the very zenith of a sultry and unwholesome popularity. He blazed as a sun in the firmament of reputation. No one was more talked of, more looked up to, more sought after, and wherever liberty, truth, justice was the theme, his name was not far off. Now he has sunk below the horizon, and enjoys the serene twilight of a doubtful immortality. Mr. Godwin, during his lifetime, has secured to himself the triumphs and mortifications of an extreme notoriety, and of a sort of posthumous fame. His bark, after being tossed in the revolutionary tempest, now raised to heaven by all the fury of popular breath, now almost dashed in pieces and buried in the quicksands of ignorance, or scorched with the lightning of momentary indignation, at length floats on the calm wave that is to bear it down the stream of time. Mr. Godwin's person is not known. He is not pointed out in the street. His conversation is not courted. His opinions are not asked. He is at the head of no cabal. He belongs to no party in the state. He has no train of admirers. No one thinks it worth his while even to traduce and vilify him. He is scarcely friend or foe. The world make a point, as Goldsmith used to say, of taking no more notice of him than if such an individual had never existed. He is to all ordinary intents and purposes dead and buried. But the author of Political Justice and of Caleb Williams can never die. His name is an abstraction in letters. His works are a standard in the history of intellect. He is thought of now like any eminent writer 150 years ago, or just as he will be 150 years hence. He knows this and smiles in silent mockery of himself, reposing on the monument of his fame. Sedet in aeternumque sedebit Infelix Thasius. No work in our time gave such a blow to the philosophical mind of the country as the celebrated Inquiry Concerning Political Justice. Tom Paine was considered for the time as a tomfool to him, Paley an old woman, Edmund Burke a flashy sophist. Truth, moral truth, it was supposed, had here taken up its abode, and these were the oracles of thought. "Throw aside your books of chemistry," said Wordsworth to a young man, a student in the Temple, "and read Godwin on necessity. Sad necessity, fatal reverse. Is truth, then, so variable? Is it one thing at 20 and another at 40? Is it a burning heat in 1793 and below zero in 1814? Not so. In the name of manhood and of common sense, let us pause here a little. Mr. Godwin indulged in extreme opinions, and carried with him all the most sanguine and fearless understandings of the time. What then? Because those opinions were overcharged, were they therefore altogether groundless? Is the very God of our idolatry all of a sudden to become an abomination and an anathema? Could so many young men of talent, of education, and of principle have been hurried away by what had neither truth nor nature, not one particle of honest feeling, nor the least show of reason in it? Is the modern philosophy, as it has been called, at one moment a youthful bride, and the next a withered belle dame, like the false Dsouza in Spenser? Or is the vaunted edifice of reason, like his house of pride, gorgeous in front and dazzling to approach, while its hinder parts are ruinous, decayed, and old? Has the main prop which supported the mighty fabric been shaken and given way under the strong grasp of some Samson, or has it not rather been undermined by rats and vermin? At one time it almost seemed that if this failed, the pillared firmament was rottenness and earth's base built of stubble. Now scarce a shadow of it remains. It is crumbled to dust, nor is it even talked of. What then went ye forth to see, a reed shaken with the wind? Was it for this that our young gownsman, of the greatest expectation and promise, versed in classic lore, steeped in dialectics, armed at all points for the foe, well read, well nurtured, well provided for, left the university and the prospect of lawn sleeves, tearing asunder the shackles of the free-born spirit and the cobwebs of school divinity, to throw themselves at the feet of the new Gamaliel and learn wisdom from him? Was it for this that students at the bar, acute, inquisitive, skeptical, here only wild enthusiasts, neglected for a while the paths of preferment and the law as too narrow, tortuous, and unseemly to bear the pure and broad light of reason? Was it for this that students in medicine missed their way to lectureships and the top of their profession, deeming lightly of the health of the body, and dreaming only of the renovation of society and the march of mind? Was it to this that Mr. Southey's inscriptions pointed? To this that Mr. Coleridge's religious musings tended? Was it for this that Mr. Godwin himself sat with arms folded, and like Cato gave his little senate laws, or rather, like another Prospero, uttered syllables that with their enchanted breath were to change the world, and might almost stop the stars in their courses? Oh, and is all forgot? Is this the sun of intellect blotted from the sky? Or has it suffered total eclipse? Or is it we who make the fancied gloom by looking at it through the paltry, broken, stained fragments of our own interests and prejudices? Were we fools then, or are we dishonest now? Or was the impulse of the mind less likely to be true and sound when it arose from high thought and warm feeling than afterwards when it was warped and debased by the example, the vices, and the follies of the world? The faults, then, of Mr. Godwin's philosophy, in one word, was too much ambition. By that sin fell the angels. He conceived too nobly of his fellows the most unpardonable crime against them, for there is nothing that annoys our self-love so much as being complimented on imaginary achievements to which we are wholly unequal. He raised the standard of morality above the reach of humanity, and by directing virtue to the most airy and romantic heights, made her path dangerous, solitary, and impracticable. The author of the Political Justice took abstract reason for the rule of conduct, and abstract good for its end. He places the human mind on an elevation from which it commands a view of the whole line of moral consequences, and requires it to conform its acts to the larger and more enlightened conscience which it has thus acquired. He absolves man from the gross and narrow ties of sense, custom, authority, private and local attachment, in order that he may devote himself to the boundless pursuit of universal benevolence. Mr. Godwin gives no quarter to the amiable weaknesses of our nature, nor does he stoop to avail himself of the supplementary aids of an imperfect virtue. Gratitude, promises, friendship, family affection give way, not that they may be merged in the opposite vices or in want of principle, but that the void may be filled up by the disinterested love of good and the dictates of inflexible justice, which is the law of laws and sovereign of sovereigns. All minor considerations yield in his system to the stern sense of duty, as they do in the ordinary and established ones to the voice of necessity. Mr. Godwin's theory and that of more approved reasoners differ only in this, that what are with them the exceptions, the extreme cases, he makes the everyday rule. No one denies that on great occasions, in moments of fearful excitement, or when a mighty object is at stake, the lesser and merely instrumental points of duty are to be sacrificed without remorse at the shrine of patriotism, of honor, and of conscience. But the disciple of the new school, no wonder it found so many impugners, even in its own bosom, is to be always the hero of duty. The law to which he has bound himself never swerves nor relaxes. His feeling of what is right is to be at all times wrought up to a pitch of enthusiastic self-devotion. He must become the unshrinking martyr and confessor of the public good. If it be said that this scheme is chimerical and impracticable on ordinary occasions and to the generality of mankind, well and good. But those who accuse the author of having trampled on the common feelings and prejudices of mankind in wantonness or insult, or without wishing to substitute something better, and only unattainable because it is better, in their stead accuse him wrongly. We may not be able to launch the bark of our affections on the ocean tide of humanity. We may be forced to paddle along its shores, or shelter in its creeks and rivulets, but we have no right to reproach the bold and adventurous pilot who dared us to tempt the uncertain abyss with our own want of courage or of skill, or with the jealousies and impatience which deter us from undertaking or might prevent us from accomplishing the voyage. The inquiry concerning political justice, it was urged by its favorers and defenders at the time, and may still be so without either profaneness or levity, is a metaphysical and logical commentary on some of the most beautiful and striking texts of Scripture. Mr. Godwin is a mixture of the Stoic and of the Christian philosopher. To break the force of the vulgar objections and outcry that have been raised against the modern philosophy, as if it were a new and monstrous birth in morals, it may be worth noticing that volumes of sermons have been written to excuse the founder of Christianity for not including friendship and private affection among its golden rules, but rather excluding them. Footnote A. Shaftesbury made this an objection to Christianity, which was answered by Foster, Leland, and other eminent divines on the ground that Christianity had a higher object in view, namely, general philanthropy. End of footnote. Moreover, the answer to the question, "Who is thy neighbor?" added to the divine precept, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself," in the same as in the exploded pages of our author, he to whom we can do most good. In determining this point, we were not to be influenced by any extrinsic or collateral considerations, by our own predilections or the expectations of others, by our obligations to them or any services they might be able to render us, by the climate they were born in, by the house they lived in, by rank or religion or party or personal ties, but by the abstract merits, the pure and unbiased justice of the case. The artificial helps and checks to moral conduct were set aside as spurious and unnecessary, and we came at once to the grand and simple question, in what manner we could best contribute to the greatest possible good. This was the paramount obligation in all cases whatever, from which we had no right to free ourselves upon any idle or formal pretext, and of which each person was to judge for himself, under the infallible authority of his own opinion and the inviolable sanction of his self-approbation. There was the rub that made philosophy of so short life. Mr. Godwin's definition of morals was the same as the admired one of law, reason without passion, but with the unlimited scope of private opinion, and in a boundless field of speculation, for nothing less would satisfy the pretensions of the new school. There was danger that the unreasoned novice might substitute some pragmatical conceit of his own for the rule of right reason, and mistake a heartless indifference for superiority to more natural and generous feelings. Our ardent and dauntless reformer followed out the moral of the parable of the Good Samaritan into its most rigid and repulsive consequences with a pen of steel, and let fall his trenchant blade on every vulnerable point of human infirmity. But there is a want in his system of the mild and persuasive tone of the gospel, where all is conscience and tender heart. Man was indeed screwed up by mood and figure into a logical machine that was to forward the public good with the utmost punctuality and effect, and it might go very well on smooth ground and under favorable circumstances, but would it work uphill or against the grain, it was to be feared that the proud temple of reason, which at a distance and in stately supposition shone like the palaces of the New Jerusalem, might, when placed on actual ground, be broken up into the sordid styles of sensuality and the petty huckster's shop of self-interest. Every man, it was proposed, so ran the tenor of the bond, was to be a Regulus, a Codrus, a Cato, or Brutus. Every woman a mother of the Gracchi. It was well said, and 'tis a kind of good deed to say well. But heroes on paper might degenerate into vagabonds in practice, Curinas into courtesans. But a refined and permanent individual attachment is intended to supply the place and avoid the inconveniences of marriage. But vows of eternal constancy without church security are found to be fragile. A member of the ideal and perfect commonwealth of letters lends another £100 for immediate and pressing use, and when he applies for it again, the borrower has still more need of it than he, and retains it for his own especial, which is tantamount to the public good. The exchequer of pure reason, like that of the state, never refunds. The political as well as the religious fanatic appeals from the overweening opinion and claims of others to the highest and most impartial tribunal, namely his own breast. Two persons agree to live together in chambers on principles of pure equality and mutual assistance, but when it comes to the push, one of them finds that the other always insists on his fetching water from the pump in Hare Court and cleaning his shoes for him. A modest assurance was not the least indispensable virtue in the new perfectibility code, and it was hence discovered to be a scheme, like other schemes, where there are all prizes and no blanks, for the accommodation of the enterprising and cunning at the expense of the credulous and honest. This broke up the system and left no good odor behind it. Reason has become a sort of byword, and philosophy has fallen first into a fasting, then into a sadness, then into a decline, and last into the dissolution of which we all complain. This is a worse error than the former. We may be said to have lost the immoral part of ourselves, and what remains is beastly. The point of view from which this matter may be fairly considered is twofold, and may be stated thus. In the first place, it by no means follows, because reason is found not to be the only infallible or safe rule of conduct, that it is no rule at all, or that we are to discard it altogether with derision and ignominy. On the contrary, if not the soul, it is the principal ground of action. It is the guide, the stay and anchor of our purest thoughts, and soul of all our moral being. In proportion as we strengthen and expand this principle, and bring our affections and subordinate, but perhaps more powerful motives of action into harmony with it, it will not admit of a doubt that we advance the goal of perfection, and answer the ends of our creation, those ends which not only morality enjoins, but which religion sanctions. If, with the utmost stretch of reason, man cannot, as some seemed inclined to suppose, soar up to the god and quit the ground of human frailty, yet, stripped wholly of it, he sinks at once into the brute. If it cannot stand alone in its naked simplicity, but requires other props to buttress it up, or ornaments to set it off, yet without it the moral structure would fall flat and dishonored to the ground. Private reason is that which raises the individual above his mere animal instincts, appetites, and passions. Public reason, in its gradual progress, separates the savage from the civilized state. Without the one, men would resemble wild beasts in their dens. Without the other, they would be speedily converted into hordes of barbarians or banditti. Sir Walter Scott, in his zeal to restore the spirit of loyalty, of passive obedience and non-resistance as an acknowledgment for his having been created a baronet by a prince of the House of Brunswick, may think it a fine thing to return in imagination to the good old times when in Auvergne alone there were 300 nobles whose most ordinary actions were robbery, rape, and murder, when the castle of each Norman baron was a stronghold from which the lordly proprietor issued to oppress and plunder the neighboring districts, and when the Saxon peasantry were treated by their gay and gallant tyrants as a herd of loathsome swine. But for our own part, we beg to be excused. We had rather live in the same age with the author of Waverley and Blackwood's Magazine. Reason is the meter and alnager in civil intercourse, by which each person's upstart and contradictory pretensions are weighed and approved or found wanting, and without which it could not subsist, any more than traffic or the exchange of commodities could be carried on without weights and measures. It is the medium of knowledge and the polisher of manners, by creating common interest and ideas. Or in the words of a contemporary writer, reason is the queen of the moral world, the soul of the universe, the lamp of human life, the pillar of society, the foundation of law, the beacon of nations, the golden chain let down from heaven, which links all accountable and all intelligent natures in one common system. And in the vain strife between fanatic innovation and fanatic prejudice, we are exhorted to dethrone this queen of the world, to blot out this light of the mind, to deface this fair column, to break in pieces this golden chain. We are to discard and throw from us, with loud taunts and bitter execrations, that reason which has been the lofty theme of the philosopher, the poets, the moralists, and the divine, whose name was not first named to be abused by the enthusiasts of the French Revolution, or to be blasphemed by the madder enthusiasts, by the advocates of divine right, but which is coeval with and inseparable from the nature and faculties of man, is the image of his Maker stamped upon him at his birth, the understanding breathed into him with the breath of life, and in the participation and improvement of which alone he is raised above the brute creation and his own physical nature. The overstrained and ridiculous pretensions of monks and ascetics were never thought to justify a return to unbridled license of manners, or the throwing aside of all decency. The hypocrisy, cruelty, and fanaticism often attendant on peculiar professions of sanctity have not banished the name of religion from the world. Neither can the unreasonableness of the reason of some modern scholiasts so unreason our reason as to debar us of the benefit of this principle in future, or to disfranchise us of the highest privilege of our nature. In the second place, if it is admitted that reason alone is not the sole and self-sufficient ground of morals, it is to Mr. Godwin that we are indebted for having settled the point. No one denied or distrusted this principle before his time as the absolute judge and interpreter in all questions of difficulty, and if this is no longer the case, it is because he has taken the principle and followed it into its remotest consequences with more keenness of eye and steadiness of of hand than any other expounder of ethics. His grand work is, at least, an experimentum crucis, to show the weak sides and imperfections of human reason as the sole law of human action. By overshooting the mark, or by flying an eagle flight, forth and right on, he has pointed out the limit or line of separation between what is practicable and what is barely conceivable. By imposing impossible tasks on the naked strength of the will, he has discovered how far it is or is not in our power to dispense with the illusion of sense, to resist the calls of affection, to emancipate ourselves from the force of habit, and thus, though he has not said it himself, has enabled others to say to the towering aspirations after good and to the overbearing pride of human intellect, "Thus far shalt thou come, and no farther." Captain Perry would be thought to have rendered a service to navigation and his country, no less by proving that there is no northwest passage than if he had ascertained that there is one. So Mr. Godwin has rendered an essential service to moral science by attempting in vain to pass the Arctic Circle and frozen regions, where the understanding is no longer warmed by the affections, nor fanned by the breeze of fancy. This is the effect of all bold, original, and powerful thinking, that it either discovers the truth or detects where it lies. And the only crime with which Mr. Godwin can be charged as a political and moral reasoner is that he has displayed a more ardent spirit and a more independent activity of thought than others in establishing the fallacy, if fallacy it be, of an old popular prejudice that the just and true were one, by championing it to the outrance, and in the final result placing the Gothic structure of human virtue on an humbler, but a wider and safer foundation than it had hitherto occupied in the volumes and systems of the learned. Mr. Godwin is an inventor in the regions of romance, as well as a skilful and hardy explorer of those of moral truth. Caleb Williams and St. Leon are two of the most splendid and impressive works of the imagination that have appeared in our times. It is not merely that these novels are very well for a philosopher to have produced. They are admirable and complete in themselves, and would not lead you to suppose that the author, who is so entirely at home in human character and dramatic situation, had ever dabbled in logic or metaphysics. The first of these particularly is a masterpiece, both as to invention and execution. The romantic and chivalrous principle of the love of personal fame is embodied in the finest possible manner in the character of Falkland. Footnote B. Mr. Fuseli used to object to this striking delineation a want of historical correctness, inasmuch as the animating principle of the true chivalrous character was the sense of honor, not the mere regard to or saving of appearances. This, we think, must be a hypercriticism from all we remember of books of chivalry and heroes of romance. End of footnote. As in Caleb Williams, who is not the first but the second character in the piece, we see the very demon of curiosity personified. Perhaps the art with which these two characters are contrived to relieve and set off each other has never been surpassed in any work of fiction, with the exception of the immortal satire of Cervantes. The restless and inquisitive spirit of Caleb Williams, in search and in possession of his patron's fatal secret, haunts the latter like a second conscience, plants stings in his tortured mind, fans the flame of his jealous ambition, struggling with agonized remorse, and the hapless but noble-minded Falkland at length falls a martyr to the persecution of that morbid and overpowering interest, of which his mingled virtues and vices have rendered him the object. We conceive no one ever began Caleb Williams that did not read it through. No one that ever read it could possibly forget it or speak of it after any length of time, but with an impression as if the events and feelings had been personal to himself. This is the case also with the story of St. Leon, which, with less dramatic interest and intensity of purpose, is set off by a more gorgeous and flowing eloquence, and by a crown of preternatural imagery that waves over it like a palm tree. It is the beauty and the charm of Mr. Godwin's descriptions that the reader identifies himself with the author, and the secret of this is that the author has identified himself with his personages. Indeed, he has created them. They are the proper issue of his brain, lawfully begot, not foundlings nor the bastards of his art. He is not an indifferent, callous spectator of the scenes which he himself portrays, but without seeming to feel them. There is no work of patchwork and plagiarism, the beggarly copiousness of borrowed wealth, no tracery work from worm-eaten manuscripts, from forgotten chronicles, nor piecing out of vague traditions with fragments and snatches of old ballads, so that the result resembles a gaudy, staring transparency in which you cannot distinguish the daubing of the painter from the light that shines through the flimsy colors and gives them brilliancy. Here all is clearly made out with strokes of the pencil, by fair, not by factitious means. Our author takes a given subject from nature or from books, and then fills it up with the ardent workings of his own mind, with the teeming and audible pulses of his own heart. The effect is entire and satisfactory in proportion. The work, so to speak, and the author are one. We are not puzzled to decide upon their respective pretensions. In reading Mr. Godwin's novels, we know what share of merit the author has in them. In reading the Scotch novels, we are perpetually embarrassed in asking ourselves this question, and perhaps it is not altogether a false modesty that prevents the editor from putting his name in the title page. He is, for anything we know to the contrary, only a more voluminous sort of Alan a Dale. At least we may claim this advantage for the English author, that the chains with which he rivets our attention are forged out of his own thoughts, link by link, blow for blow, with glowing enthusiasm. We see the genuine ore melted in the furnace of fervid feeling, and molded into stately and ideal forms. And this is so far better than peeping into an old iron shop or pilfering from a dealer in marine stores. There is one drawback, however, attending this mode of proceeding, which attaches generally, indeed, to all originality of composition, namely that it has a tendency to a certain degree of monotony. He who draws upon his own resources easily comes to an end of his wealth. Mr. Godwin, in all his writings, dwells upon one idea or exclusive view of a subject, aggrandizes a sentiment, exaggerates a character, or pushes an argument to extremes, and makes up by the force of style and continuity of feeling for what he wants in variety of incident or ease of manner. This necessary defect is observable in his best works, and is still more so in Fleetwood and Mandeville, the one of which, compared with his more admired performances, is mawkish, and the other morbid. Mr. Godwin is also an essayist, an historian. In short, what is he not that belongs to the character of an indefatigable and accomplished author? His Life of Chaucer would have given celebrity to any man of letters possessed of 3,000 a year, with leisure to write quartos, as the legal acuteness displayed in his remarks on Judge Eyre's charges to the jury would have raised any briefless barrister to the height of his profession. This temporary effusion did more. It gave a turn to the trials for high treason in the year 1794, and possibly saved the lives of 12 innocent individuals marked out as political victims to the Moloch of legitimacy, which then skulked behind a British throne, and had not yet dared to stalk forth, as it has done since, from its lurking place in the face of day, to brave the opinion of the world. If it had then glutted its maw with its intended prey, the sharpness of Mr. Godwin's pen cut the legal cord with which it was attempted to bind them. It might have done so sooner and with more lasting effect. The world do not know, and we are not sure, but the intelligence may startle Mr. Godwin himself, that he is the author of a volume of sermons and of a life of Chatham. Footnote C. We had forgotten the tragedies of Antonio and Ferdinand. Peace be with their manes. End of footnote. Mr. Fawcett, an old friend and fellow student of our author, and who always spoke of his writings with admiration, tinctured with wonder, used to mention a circumstance with respect to the last-mentioned work, which may throw some light on the history and progress of Mr. Godwin's mind. He was anxious to make his biographical account as complete as he could, and applied for this purpose to many of his acquaintance to furnish him with anecdotes or to suggest criticisms. Amongst others, Mr. Fawcett repeated to him what he thought a striking passage in a speech on general warrants delivered by Mr. Chatham, at which he, Mr. Fawcett, had been present. Every man's house, said this emphatic thinker and speaker, has been called his castle. And why is it called his castle? Is it because it is defended by a wall, because it is surrounded with a moat? No. It may be nothing more than a straw-built shed. It may be open to all the elements. The wind may enter in, the rain may enter in, but the king cannot enter in. His friend thought that the point was here palpable enough, but when he came to read the printed volume, he found it thus transposed. Every man's house is his castle. And why is it called so? Is it because it is defended by a wall? Because it is surrounded with a moat? No, it may be nothing more than a straw-built shed. It may be exposed to all the elements. The rain may enter into it. All the winds of heaven may whistle round it, but the king cannot, etc. This was what Fawcett called a defect of natural imagination. He at the same time admitted that Mr. Godwin had improved his native sterility in this respect, or atoned for it by incessant activity of mind and by accumulated stores of thought and powers of language. In fact, his forte is not the spontaneous, but the voluntary exercise of talent. He fixes his ambition on a high point of excellence and spares no pains or time in attaining it. He has less of the appearance of a man of genius than any one who has given such decided and ample proofs of it. He is ready only on reflection, dangerous only at the rebound. He gathers himself up and strains every nerve and faculty with deliberate aim to some heroic and dazzling achievement of intellect, but he must make a career before he flings himself armed upon the enemy, or he is sure to be unhorsed. Or he resembles an 8-day clock that must be wound up long before it can strike. Therefore his powers of conversation are but limited. He has neither acuteness of remark nor flow of language, both of which might be expected from his writings, as these are no less distinguished by a sustained and impassioned tone of declamation than by novelty of opinion or brilliant tracts of invention. In company, Horne Tooke used to make a mere child of him, or of any man. Mr. Godwin liked this treatment, and indeed it is his foible to fawn on those who use him cavalierly, and to be cavalier to those who express an undue or unqualified admiration of him. Footnote D. To be sure, it was redeemed by a high respect, and by some magnificent compliments. Once in particular at his own table, after a good deal of badinage and cross-questioning about his being the author of the reply to Judge Eyre's charge, on Mr. Godwin's acknowledging that he was, Mr. Tooke said, "Come here, then," and when his guest went round to his chair, he took his hand and pressed it to his lips, saying, "I can do no less for the hand that saved my life." End of footnote. He looks up with unfeigned respect to acknowledged reputation, but then it must be very well ascertained before he admits it, and has a favorite hypothesis that understanding and virtue are the same thing. Mr. Godwin possesses a high degree of philosophical candor, and studiously paid the homage of his pen and person to Mr. Malthus, Sir James Mackintosh, and Dr. Parr, for their unsparing attacks on him, but woe to any poor devil who had the hardihood to defend him against them. In private, the author of Political Justice at one time reminded those who knew him of the metaphysician engrafted on the dissenting minister. There was a dictatorial, captious, quibbling pettiness of manner. He lost this with the first blush and awkwardness of popularity, which surprised him in the retirement of his study, and he has since, with the wear and tear of society, from being too pragmatical, become somewhat too careless. He is at present as easy as an old glove. Perhaps there is a little attention to effect in this, and he wishes to appear a foil to himself. His best moments are with an intimate acquaintance or two, when he gossips in a fine vein about old authors, Clarendon's History of Rebellion, or Burnet's History of his own times, and you perceive by your host's talk, as by the taste of seasoned wine, that he has a cellarage in his understanding. Mr. Godwin also has a correct, acquired taste in poetry and the drama. He relishes Donne and Ben Jonson, and recites a passage from either with an agreeable mixture of pedantry and bonhomie. He is not one of those who do not grow wiser with opportunity and reflection. He changes his opinions and changes them for the better. The alteration of his taste in poetry from an exclusive admiration of the age of Queen Anne to an almost equally exclusive one of that of Elizabeth is, we suspect, owing to Mr. Coleridge, who some 20 years ago threw a great stone into the standing pool of criticism which splashed some persons with the mud, but which gave a motion to the surface and a reverberation to the neighboring echoes which has not since subsided. In common company, Mr. Godwin either goes to sleep himself or sets others to sleep. He is at present engaged in a history of the Commonwealth of England, Esto Perpetua. In size, Mr. Godwin is below the common stature, nor is this deportment graceful or animated. His face is, however, fine, with an expression of placid temper and recondite thought. He is not unlike the common portraits of Locke. There is a very admirable likeness of him by Mr. Northcote, which with a more heroic and dignified air only does justice to the profound sagacity and benevolent aspirations of our author's mind. Mr. Godwin has kept the best company of his time, but he has survived most of the celebrated persons with whom he lived in habits of intimacy. He speaks of them with enthusiasm and with discrimination, and sometimes dwells with peculiar delight on a day passed at John Kemble's in company with Mr. Sheridan, Mr. Curran, Mrs. Wollstonecraft, and Mrs. Inchbald, when the conversation took a most animated turn and the subject was of love. Of all these our author is the only one remaining, frail tenure on which human life and genius are lent us for a while to improve or to enjoy. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Spirit of the Age or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3 Samuel Taylor Coleridge. The present is an age of talkers and not of doers, and the reason is that the world is growing old. We are so far advanced in the arts and sciences that we live in retrospect and dote on past achievements. The accumulation of knowledge has been so great that we are lost in wonder at the height it has reached, instead of attempting to climb or add to it, while the variety of objects distracts and dazzles the looker-on. What niche remains unoccupied? What path untried? What is the use of doing anything unless we could do better than all those who have gone before us? What hope is there of this? We are like those who have been to see some noble monument of art, who are content to admire without thinking of rivaling it, or like guests after a feast, who praise the hospitality of the donor and thank the bounteous pen, perhaps carrying away some trifling fragments. Or like the spectators of a mighty battle, who still hear its sound afar off, and the clashing of armor, and the neighing of the war-horse, and the shout of victory is in their ears, like the rushing of innumerable waters. Mr. Coleridge has a mind reflecting ages past. His voice is like the echo of the congregated roar of the dark rearward and abyss of thought. He who has seen a mouldering tower by the side of a crystal lake, hid by the mist, but glittering in the wave below, may conceive the dim, gleaming, uncertain intelligence of his eye. He who has marked the evening clouds uprolled, a world of vapors, has seen the picture of his mind, unearthly, unsubstantial, with gorgeous tints and ever-varying forms. That which was now a horse, even with a thought the rack dislimbs, and makes it indistinct as water is in water. Our author's mind is, as he himself might express it, tangential. There is no subject on which he has not touched, none on which he has rested. With an understanding fertile, subtle, expansive, quick, forgettive, apprehensive, beyond all living precedent, few traces of it will perhaps remain. He lends himself to all impressions alike. He gives up his mind and liberty of thought to none. He is a general lover of art and science, and wedded to no one in particular. He pursues knowledge as a mistress, with outstretched hands and winged speed, but as he is about to embrace her, his Daphne turns, alas, not to a laurel. Hardly a speculation has been left on record from the earliest time, but it is loosely folded up in Mr. Coleridge's memory, like a rich but somewhat tattered piece of tapestry. We might add, with more seeming than real extravagance, that scarce a thought can pass through the mind of man, but its sound has at some time or other passed over his head with rustling pinions. On whatever question or author you speak, he is prepared to take up the theme with advantage, from Peter Abelard down to Thomas More, from the subtlest metaphysics to the politics of the courier. There is no man of genius in whose praise he descants, but the critic seems to stand above the author, and what in him is weak to strengthen, what is low to raise and support. Nor is there any work of genius that does not come out of his hands like an illuminated missile, sparkling even in its defects. If Mr. Coleridge had not been the most impressive talker of his age, he would probably have been the finest writer, but he lays down his pen to make sure of an auditor, and mortgages the admiration of posterity for the stare of an idler. If he had not been a poet, he would have been a powerful logician. If he had not dipped his wing in the Unitarian controversy, he might have soared to the very summit of fancy. But in writing verse, he is trying to subject the muse to transcendental theories. In his abstract reasoning, he misses his way by strewing it with flowers. All that he has done of moment, he had done 20 years ago. Since then, he may be said to have lived on the sound of his own voice. Mr. Coleridge is too rich in intellectual wealth to need to task himself to any drudgery. He has only to draw the sliders of his imagination, and 1,000 subjects expand before him, startling him with their brilliancy or losing themselves in endless obscurity. And by the force of blear illusion, they draw him on to his confusion. What is the little he could add to the stock, compared with the countless stores that lie about him, that he should stoop to pick up a name, or to polish an idle fancy? He walks abroad in the majesty of a universal understanding, eyeing the rich strand or golden sky above him, and goes sounding on his way, in eloquent accents, uncompelled and free. Persons of the greatest capacity are often those who for this reason do the least. For surveying themselves from the highest point of view, amidst the infinite variety of the universe, their own share in it seems trifling and scarce worth a thought, and they prefer the contemplation of all that is, or has been, or can be, to the making a coil about doing what, when done, is no better than vanity. It is hard to concentrate all our attention and efforts on one pursuit, except from ignorance of others, and without this concentration of our faculties, no great progress can be made in any one thing. It is not merely that the mind is not capable of the effort. It does not think the effort worth making. Action is one, but thought is manifold. He whose restless eye glances through the wide compass of nature and art will not consent to have his own nothings monstered, but he must do this before he can give his whole soul to them. The mind, after letting contemplation have its fill, or sailing with supreme dominion through the azure deep of air, sinks down on the ground, breathless, exhausted, powerless, inactive. Or, if it must have some vent to its feelings, seeks the most easy and obvious, is soothed by friendly flattery, lulled by the murmur of immediate applause, thinks as it were aloud and babbles in its dreams. A scholar, so to speak, is a more disinterested and abstracted character than a mere author. The first looks at the numberless volumes of a library and says, "All these are mine." The other points to a single volume, perhaps it may be an immortal one, and says, "My name is written on the back of it." This is a puny and grovelling ambition, beneath the lofty amplitude of Mr. Coleridge's mind. No, he revolves in his wayward soul, or utters to the passing wind, or discourses to his own shadow, things mightier and more various. Let us draw the curtain and unlock the shrine. Learning rocked him in his cradle, and while yet a child, he lisped in numbers, for the numbers came. At 16, he wrote his ode on Chatterton, and he still reverts to that period with delight, not so much as it relates to himself, for that string of his own early promise of fame rather jars than otherwise, but as exemplifying the youth of a poet. Mr. Coleridge talks of himself without being an egotist, for in him the individual is always merged in the abstract and general. He distinguished himself at school at the university by his knowledge of the classics, and gained several prizes for Greek epigrams. How many men are there, great scholars, celebrated names in literature, who, having done the same thing in their youth, have no other idea all the rest of their lives but of this achievement, of a fellowship and dinner, and who, installed in academic honors, would look down on our author as a mere strolling bard. At Christ's Hospital, where he was brought up, he was the idol of those among his schoolfellows who mingled with their bookish studies the music of thought and of humanity, and he was usually attended round the cloisters by a group of these, inspiring and inspired, whose hearts even then burnt within them as he talked, and where the sounds yet linger to mock Elia on his way, still turning pensive to the past. One of the finest and rarest parts of Mr. Coleridge's conversation is when he expatiates on the Greek tragedians, not that he is not well acquainted, when he pleases, with the epic poets, or philosophers, or orators, or historians of antiquity, on the subtle reasonings and melting pathos of Euripides, on the harmonious gracefulness of Sophocles turning his love-labored song like sweetest warblings from a sacred grove, on the high-wrought trumpet-tongued eloquence of Aeschylus, whose Prometheus, above all, is like an ode to fate and a pleading with Providence, his thoughts being let loose as his body is chained on his solitary rock, and his afflicted will, the emblem of mortality, struggling in vain with ruthless destiny. As the impassioned critic speaks and rises in his theme, you would think you heard the voice of the man hated by the gods, contending with the wild winds as they roar, and his eye glitters with the spirit of antiquity. Next he was engaged with Hartley's Tribes of Mind, ethereal braid thought woven, and he busied himself for a year or two with vibrations and vibratiuncles and the great law of association that binds all things in its mystic chain, and the doctrine of necessity, the mild teacher of charity, and the millennium anticipative of a life to come. And he plunged deep into the controversy on matter and spirit, and as an escape from Dr. Priestley's materialism, where he felt himself imprisoned by the logician's spell, like Ariel in the cloven pine tree, he became suddenly enamored of Bishop Berkeley's fairy world, and used in all companies to build the universe like a brave poetical fiction of fine words. And he was deep read in Malebranche and in Cudworth's intellectual system, a huge pile of learning, unwieldy, enormous, and in Lord Brooke's hieroglyphic theories, and in Bishop Butler's sermons, and in Duchess of Newcastle's fantastic folios, and in Clarke and South and Tillotson, and all the fine thinkers and masculine reasoners of that age. And Leibniz's pre-established harmony reared its arch above his head, like the rainbow in the cloud covenanting with the hopes of man. And then he fell plump, 10,000 fathoms down, but his wings saved him harmless, into the hortus siccus of descent, where he pared religion down to the standard of reason, and stripped faith of mystery, and preached Christ crucified and the unity of the Godhead, and so dwelt for a while in the spirit with John Hus and Jerome of Prague, and Socinus and old John Ziska, and ran through Neil's History of the Puritans and Calamy's Nonconformists' Memorial, having like thoughts and passions with them. But then Spinoza became his god, and he took up the vast chain of being in his hand, and the round world became the center and the soul of all things in some shadowy sense forlorn of meaning. And around him he beheld the living traces and the sky-pointing proportions of the mighty Pan, but poetry redeemed him from this spectral philosophy, and he bathed his heart in beauty, and gazed at the golden light of heaven, and drank of the spirit of the universe, and wandered at eve by fairy stream or fountain, when he saw naught but beauty, when he heard the voice of that Almighty One in every breeze that blew or wave that murmured, and wedded with truth in Plato's shade, and in the writings of Proclus and Plotinus saw the ideas of things in the eternal mind, and unfolded all mysteries with the schoolmen, and fathomed the depths of Duns Scotus and Thomas Aquinas, and entered the third heaven with Jacob Behmen, and walked hand in hand with Swedenborgs through pavilions of the New Jerusalem, and sung his faith in the promise and in the word of his religious musings, and lowering himself from that dizzy height, poised himself on Milton's wings, and spread out his thoughts in charity with the glad prose of Jeremy Taylor, and wept over Bowles's sonnets, and studied Cooper's blank verse, and betook himself to Thomson's Castle of Indolence, and sported with the wits of Charles II's days and of Queen Anne, and relished Swift's style, and that of the John Bull, Arbuthnot's we mean, not Mr. Croker's, and dallied with the British essayists and novelists, and knew all qualities of more modern writers with a learned spirit, Johnson and Goldsmith and Junius and Burke and Godwin, and the sorrows of Werther and Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Voltaire and Marivaux and Crébillon and thousands more. Now, left with Rabelais in his easy chair, or pointed to Hogarth, or afterwards dwelt on Claude's classic scenes, or spoke with rapture of Raphael, and compared the women at Rome to figures that had walked out of his pictures, or visited the oratory of Pisa, and described the works of Giotto and Ghirlandaio and Masaccio, and gave the moral of the picture of the triumph of death, where the beggars and the wretched invoke his dreadful dart, but the rich and mighty of the earth quail and shrink before it. And in that land of siren sights and sounds saw a dance of peasant girls, and was charmed with lutes and gondolas, or wandered into Germany and lost himself in the labyrinth of the Harz forest and of the Kantian philosophy, and amongst the cabalistic names of Fichte and Schelling and Lessing and God knows who. This was long after, but all the former while he had nerved his heart and filled his eyes with tears as he hailed the rising orb of liberty, since quenched in darkness and in blood, and has kindled his affection at the blaze of the French Revolution, and sang for joy when the towers of the Bastille and the proud places of the insolent and the oppressor fell, and would have floated his bark, freighted with fondest fancies, across the Atlantic wave with Southey and others to seek the peace and freedom in Philharmonia's undivided dale. Alas, frailty, thy name is genius. What is become of all this mighty heap of hope, of thought, of learning, and humanity? It has ended in swallowing doses of oblivion, and in writing paragraphs in the Courier. Such and so little is the mind of man. Footnote: Mr. Coleridge named his eldest son, the writer of some beautiful sonnets, after Hartley, and the second after Berkeley. The third was called Derwent, after the river of that name. Nothing can be more characteristic of his mind than this circumstance. All his ideas, indeed, are like a river, flowing on forever, and still murmuring as it flows, discharging its waters, and still replenished. And so by many winding nooks it strays, with willing sport to the wild ocean. End of footnote. It was not to be supposed that Mr. Coleridge could keep on at the rate he set off. He could not realize all he knew or thought, and less could not fix his desultory ambition. Other stimulants supplied the place, and kept up the intoxicating dream, the fever and the madness of his early impressions. Liberty, the philosopher's and the poet's bride, had fallen a victim meanwhile to the murderous practices of the Hague legitimacy. Proscribed by court hirelings too romantic for the herd of vulgar politicians, our enthusiast stood at bay, and at last turned on the pivot of a subtle casuistry to the unclean side. But his discursive reason would not let him trammel himself into a poet laureate or stamp distributor, and he stopped ere he had quite passed that well-known bourne from whence no traveller returns, and so has sunk into torpid, uneasy repose, tantalized by useless resources, haunted by vain imaginings, his lips idly moving, but his heart forever still, or, as the shattered chords vibrate of themselves, making melancholy music to the ear of memory. Such is the fate of genius, in an age when, in the unequal contest with sovereign wrong, every man is ground to powder who is not either a born slave, or who does not willingly and at once offer up the yearnings of humanity and the dictates of reason as a welcome sacrifice to besotted prejudice and loathsome power. Of all Mr. Coleridge's productions, The Ancient Mariner is the only one that we could with confidence put into any person's hands on whom we wished to impress a favorable idea of his extraordinary powers. Let whatever other objections be made to it, it is unquestionably a work of genius, of wild, irregular, overwhelming imagination, and has that rich, varied movement in the verse which gives a distant idea of the lofty or changeful tones of Mr. Coleridge's voice. In the Christabel there is one splendid passage on divided friendship. The translation of Schiller's Wallenstein is also a masterly production in its kind, faithful and spirited. Among his smaller pieces, there are occasional bursts of pathos and fancy equal to what we might expect from him, but these form the exception and not the rule. Such, for instance, is his affecting sonnet to the author of The Robbers. Schiller, that hour I would have wished to die, if through the shuddering midnight I had sent from the dark dungeon of the tower time rent that fearful voice, a famished father's cry. That in no after moment aught less vast might stamp me mortal. A triumphant shout black horror screamed, and all her goblin rout from the more withering scene diminished past. Ah, bar tremendous in sublimity, could I behold thee in thy loftier mood, wandering at eve with finely frenzied eye, beneath some vast old tempest-swinging wood, awhile with mute awe-gazing I would brood, then weep aloud in a wild ecstasy. His tragedy, entitled Remorse, is full of beautiful and striking passages, but it does not place the author in the first rank of dramatic writers. But if Mr. Coleridge's works do not place him in that rank, they injure instead of conveying a just idea of the man, for he himself is certainly in the first class of general intellect. If our author's poetry is inferior to his conversation, his prose is utterly abortive. Hardly a gleam is to be found in it of the brilliancy and richness of those stores of thought and language that he pours out incessantly, when they are lost like drops of water in the ground. The principal work in which he has attempted to embody his general views of things is The Friend, of which, though it contains some noble passages and fine trains of thought, prolixity and obscurity are the most frequent characteristics. No two persons can be conceived more opposite in character or genius than the subject of the present and of the preceding sketch. Mr. Godwin, with less natural capacity and with fewer acquired advantages, by concentrating his mind on some given object and doing what he had to do with all his might, has accomplished much, and will leave more than one monument of a powerful intellect behind him. Mr. Coleridge, by dissipating his, and by dallying with every subject by turns, has done little or nothing to justify to the world or to posterity the high opinion which all who have ever heard him converse or known him intimately with one accord entertain of him. Mr. Godwin's faculties have kept house, and plied their task in the workshop of the brain, diligently and effectually. Mr. Coleridge's have gossiped away their time, and gadded about from house to house, as if life's business were to melt the hours in listless talk. Mr. Godwin is intent on a subject only as it concerns himself and his reputation. He works it out as a matter of duty, and discards from his mind whatever does not forward his main object as impertinent and vain. Mr. Coleridge, on the other hand, delights in nothing but episodes and digressions, neglects whatever he undertakes to perform, and can act only on spontaneous impulses without object or method. He cannot be constrained by mastery. While he should be occupied with a given pursuit, he is thinking of 1,000 other things. 1,000 tastes, 1,000 objects tempt him, and distract his mind, which keeps open house and entertains all comers. And after being fatigued and amused with morning calls from idle visitors, finds the day consumed and its business unconcluded. Mr. Godwin, on the contrary, is somewhat exclusive and unsocial in his habits of mind, entertains no company but what he gives his whole time and attention to, and wisely writes over the doors of his understanding, his fancy, and his senses, no admittance except on business. He has none of the fastidious refinement and fine delicacy which might lead him to balance between the endless variety of modern attainments. He does not throw away his life, nor a single half-hour of it, in adjusting the claims of different accomplishments, and in choosing between them and making himself master of them all. He sets about his task, whatever it may be, and goes through it with spirit and fortitude. He has the happiness to think an author the greatest character in the world, and himself the greatest author in it. Mr. Coleridge, in writing a harmonious stanza, would stop to consider whether there was not more grace and beauty in a pas de trois, and would not proceed till he had resolved this question by a chain of metaphysical reasoning without end. Not so Mr. Godwin. That is best to him which he can do best. He does not waste himself in vain aspirations and effeminate sympathies. He is blind, deaf, insensible to all but the rump of fame. Plays, operas, painting, music, ballrooms, wealth, fashion, titles, lords, ladies, touch him not. All these are no more to him than to the magician in his cell, and he writes on to the end of the chapter through good report and evil report. Bingo in eternitatem is his motto. He neither envies nor admires what others are, but is contented to be what he is, and strives to do the utmost he can. Mr. Coleridge has flirted with the muses as with a set of mistresses. Mr. Godwin has been married twice, to reason and to fancy, and has to boast no short-lived progeny by each. So to speak, he has valves belonging to his mind to regulate the quantity of gas admitted into it, so that, like the bare, unsightly, but well-compacted steam vessel, it cuts its liquid way and arrives at its promised end. While Mr. Coleridge's bark, taught with the little Nautilus to sail, the sport of every breath, dancing to every wave, youth at its prow, and pleasure at its helm, flutters its gaudy pennants in the air, glitters in the sun, but we wait in vain to hear of its arrival in the destined harbor. Mr. Godwin, with less variety and vividness, with less subtlety and susceptibility both of thought and feeling, has had firmer nerves, a more determined purpose, a more comprehensive grasp of his subject, and the results are as we find them. Each has met with his reward, for justice has, after all, been done to the pretensions of each. And we must, in all cases, use means to ends. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shreya Sethi. Chapter 4 Edward Irving. Reverend Mr. Irving. This gentleman has gained an almost unprecedented and not an altogether unmerited popularity as a preacher, as he is, perhaps, though a burning and a shining light, not one of the fixed. We shall take this opportunity of discussing his merits while he is at his meridian height, and in doing so shall nothing extenuate or set down aught in malice. Few circumstances show the prevailing and preposterous rage for novelty in a more striking point of view than the success of Mr. Irving's oratory. People go to hear him in crowds and come away with a mixture of delight and astonishment. They go again to see if the effect will continue and send others to try to find out the mystery. And in the noisy conflict between extravagant encomiums and splenetic objections, the true secret escapes observation. which is that the whole thing is nearly from the beginning to end a transposition of ideas. If the subject of these remarks had come out as a player, with all his advantages of figure, voice, and action, we think he would have failed. If, as a preacher, he had kept within the strict bounds of pulpit oratory, he would scarcely have been much distinguished among his Calvinistic brethren. As a mere author, he would have excited attention rather by his quaintness and affection of an obsolete style and mode of thinking than by anything else. But he has contrived to jumble these several characters together in an unheard of, unwarranted manner, and the fascination is altogether irresistible. Our Caledonian divine is equally an anomaly in nature, in literature, in personal appearance, and in public speaking. To hear a person spout Shakespeare on the stage is nothing. The charm is nearly worn out. But to hear anyone spout Shakespeare, and that not in a sneaking undertone, but at the top of his voice and with the full breadth of his chest, from a Calvinistic pulpit, is new and wonderful. The fancy have lately lost something of their gloss in public estimation, and after the last fight, few could go far to see a neat or a spring set to. But to see a man who is able to enter the ring with either of them, or brandish a quarter-staff with Friar Tuck, or a broadsword with Shaw, the Lifeguard's man, stand up in a straight-laced old-fashioned pulpit, and brandy dialects with modern philosophers, or give a cross-buttock to a cabinet minister, there is something in a sight like this also that is a cure for sore eyes. It is as if Crabb or Maleno has returned Methodist parson, or as if a Patagonian savage were to come forward as the patron saint of evangelical religion. Again, the doctrine of eternal punishment was one of the staple arguments with which everlastingly drawled out the old school of Presbyterian divines used to keep their audiences awake, or lull them to sleep, but to which people of taste and fashion paid little attention, as inelegant and barbarous till Mr. Irving, with his cast-iron features and sledge-hammer blows, puffing like a grim Vulcan, set to work to forge more classic thunderbolts and kindle the expiring flames anew with the very sweepings of sceptical and infidel libraries, so as to excite a pleasing horror in the female part of his congregation. In short, our popular disclaimer has, contrary to the scripture caution, put new wine into old bottles, or new cloth on old garments. He has, with an unlimited and daring license, mixed the sacred and the profane together, the carnal and the spiritual man, the petulance of the bar with the dogmatism of the pulpit, the theatrical and theological, the modern and the obsolete. What wonder that this splendid piece of patchwork, splendid by contradiction and contrast, has delighted some and confounded others. The more serious part of his congregation indeed complain, though not bitterly, that their pastor has converted their meeting-house into a playhouse. But when a lady of quality, introducing herself and her 3 daughters to the preacher, assures him that they have been to all the most fashionable places of resort, the opera, the theatre, assemblies, Miss Macaulay's readings, and Exeter Change, and have been equally entertained nowhere else, we apprehend that no remonstrations of a committee of ruling elders will be able to bring him to his senses again, or make him forego such sweet but ill-assorted praise. What we mean to insist upon is that Mr. Irving owes his triumphant success not to any one quality for which he has been extolled, but to a combination of qualities, the more striking in their immediate effect in proportion as they are unlooked for and heterogeneous, like the violent opposition of light and shade in a picture. We shall endeavour to explain this view of the subject more at large. Mr. Irving, then, is no common or mean man. He has 4 or 5 qualities, possessed in a moderate or in a paramount degree, which, added or multiplied together, fill up the important space he occupies in the public eye. Mr. Irving's intellect itself is of a superior order. He has undoubtedly both talents and acquirements beyond the ordinary run of everyday preachers. These alone, however, we hold would not account for a 20th part of the effect he has produced. They would have lifted him perhaps out of the mire and slough of sordid obscurity, but would have never launched him into the ocean stream of popularity, in which he lies floating many a rood. But to these he adds uncommon height, a graceful figure and action, a clear and powerful voice, a striking, if not a fine face, a bold and fiery spirit, and a most portentous obliquity of vision, which throw him to an immeasurable distance beyond all competition, and effectually relieve whatever there might be of commonplace or bombast in his style of composition. Put the case that Mr. Irving had been 5 feet high, would he ever have been heard of, or, as he does now, have bestrode the world like a Colossus? No, the thing speaks for itself. He would in vain have lifted his Lilliputian arm to heaven. People would have laughed at his monkey tricks. Again, had he been as tall as he is, but had wanted other recommendations, he would have been nothing. The players' province they but vainly try, who want these powers, deportment, voice, and eye. Conceive a rough, ugly, shock-headed Scotchman standing up in the Caledonian Chapel and dealing damnation round the land, in a broad northern dialect and with a harsh speaking voice. What ear polite, what smile serene, would have hailed the barbarous prodigy, or not consigned him to utter neglect and derision. But the Reverend Edward Irving, with all his native wildness, hath a smooth aspect framed to make women saints. His very unusual size and height are carried off and moulded into elegance by the most admirable symmetry of form and ease of gesture. His sable locks, his clear iron-grey complexion, and firm-set features turn the raw, uncouth Scotchman into the likeness of a noble Italian picture, and even his distortion of sight only redeems the otherwise faultless monster within the bounds of humanity, and when admiration is exhausted and curiosity ceases, excites a new interest by leading to the idle question whether it is an advantage to the preacher or not. Further give him all his actual and remarkable advantages of body and mind, let him be as tall, as straight, as dark and clear of skin, as much as his ease, as silver-tongued, as eloquent, and as argumentative as he is. Yet with all these, and without a little charlatanerie to set them off, he had been nothing. He might, keeping within the rigid line of his duty and professed calling, have preached on forever. He might have divided the old-fashioned doctrines of elegance, grace, reprobation, predestination into his 16th, 17th, and 18th heads, and his lastly have been looked for as a consummation devoutly to be wished. He might have defied the devil and all his works, and by the help of a loud and strong-set person, a lusty man to Ben and Abbot Abel, have increased his own congregation and been quoted among the godly as a powerful preacher of the word. But in addition to this, he went out of his way to attack Jeremy Bentham, and the town was up in arms. The thing was new. He thus wiped the stain of musty ignorance and formal bigotry out of his style. Mr. Irving must have something superior in him to look over the shining, close-packed heads of his congregation, to have hit at the great jurisconsult. His next, ere the report of the former blow had subsided, made a lunge at Mr. Brougham, and glanced at the eye at Mr. Canning, mystified Mr. Coleridge, and stultified Lord Liverpool in his place in the gallery. It was rare sport to see him, like an eagle in a dovecot, flutter the Volscians and corollae. He has found out the secret of attracting by repelling. Those whom he is likely to attack are curious to hear what he has to say of them. They go again to show that they do not mind it. It is no less interesting to the bystanders who like to witness this sort of onslaught. Like a charge of cavalry, the shock and the resistance. Mr. Irving has, in fact, without leave asked or a license granted, converted the Caledonian Chapel into a Westminster Forum or debating society, with the sanctity of religion added to it. Our spirited polemic is not intended to defend the citadel of orthodoxy against all impugners, and shut himself up in texts of scriptures and huge volumes of the commentators as an impregnable fortress. He merely makes use of the stronghold of religion as a resting place from which he sallies forth, armed with modern topics and with penal fire, like Achilles of old rushing from the Grecian tents against the adversaries of God and man. Peter Arentin is said to have laid the princes of Europe under contribution by penning satires against them. So Mr. Irving keeps the public in awe by insulting all their favourite idols. He does not spare their politicians, their rulers, their moralists, their poets, their players, their critics, their reviewers, their magazine writers. He levels their resorts of business, their places of amusement, at a blow, their cities, churches, palaces, ranks and professions, refinements and elegances, and leaves nothing standing but himself, a mighty landmark in a degenerate age, overlooking the wide havoc he has made. He makes war upon all arts and sciences, upon the faculties and nature of man, on his vices and his virtues, on all existing institutions and all possible improvements, that nothing may be left but the Kirk of Scotland, and that he may be the head of it. He literally sends a challenge to all London in the name of the King of Heaven, to evacuate its streets, to disperse its population, to lay aside its employments, to burn its wealth, to renounce its vanities and pomp. And for what? That he may enter in as the King of Glory, or after enforcing his threat with the battering ram of logic, the grape-shot of rhetoric, and the crossfire of his double vision, reduce the British metropolis to a Scottish heath, with a few miserable hovels upon it, where they may worship God according to the root of the matter, and an old man with a blue bonnet, a fair-haired girl, and a child would form the flower of his flock. Such is the pretension and the boast of this new Peter the Hermit, who would get rid of all we have done in the way of improvement on a state of barbarous ignorance, or still more, barbarous prejudice, in order to begin again on a tabula rasa of Calvinism and have a world of his own making. It is not very surprising that when nearly the whole mass and texture of civil society is indicted as a nuisance and threatened to be pulled down as a rotten building ready to fall on the heads of the inhabitants, that all classes of people run to hear the crash, and to see the engines and levers at work, which are to effect this laudable purpose. What else can be the meaning of our preacher's taking upon himself to denounce the sentiments of the most serious professors in great cities, as vitiated and stock not, of relegating religion to his native glens, and pretending that the hymn of praise or the sigh of contrition cannot ascend acceptably to the throne of grace, from the crowded street as well as from the barren rock or silent valley? Why put this affront upon his hearers? Why belie his own aspirations? God made the country and made the town. So says the poet. Does Mr. Irving say so? If he does, and finds the air of the city death to his piety, why does he not return home again? But if he can breathe it with impunity, and still retain the fervour of his early enthusiasm, and the simplicity and purity of the faith that was once delivered to the saints, why not extend the benefit of his own experience to others, instead of taunting them with a vapid pastoral theory? Or if our popular and eloquent divine finds a change in himself, that flattery prevents the growth of grace, that he is becoming the god of his own idolatry by being that of others, that the glittering of coronet coaches rolling down Holborn Hill to Hatton Garden, that titled beauty, that the parliamentary complexion of his audience, the compliments of poets, and the stare of peers discompose his wandering thoughts a little, and yet that he cannot give up these strong temptations tugging at his heart. Why not extend more charity to others and show them candour in speaking of himself? There is either a good deal of bigoted intolerance for the deplorable want of self-knowledge in all this, or at least an equal degree of cant and quackery. To whichever cause we are to attribute this hyperbolical tone, we hold it certain he could not have adopted it, if he had been a little man. but his imposing figure and dignified manner enable him to hazard sentiments or assertions that would be fatal to others. His controversial daring is backed by his bodily prowess, and by bringing his intellectual pretensions boldly into a line with his physical accomplishments, he indeed presents a very formidable front to the skeptic or the scoffer. Take a cubit from his stature, and his whole manner resolves itself into an impertinence. But with that addition, he overcrowds the town, browbeats their prejudices, and bullies them out of their senses, and is not afraid of being contradicted by any one less than himself. It may be said that individuals with great personal defects have been made a considerable figure as public speakers, and Mr. Wilberforce, among others, may be held out as an instance. Nothing can be more significant as to mere outward appearance, and yet he is listened to in the House of Commons. But he does not wield it, he does not insult or bully it. He leads by following opinion, he trims, he shifts, he glides on the silvery sounds of his undulating, flexible, cautiously modulated voice, winding his way betwixt heaven and earth, now courting popularity, now calling servility to his aid, and with a large estate, the saints and the population of Yorkshire to swell his influence, never venturing on the forlorn hope of doing anything more than hitting the house between wind and water. Yet he is probably a cleverer man than Mr. Irving. There is a Mr. Fox, a dissenting minister, as fluent a speaker with a sweeter voice and a more animated and beneficent countenance than Mr. Irving, who expresses himself with manly spirit at a public meeting, takes a hand at a whist, and is the darling of his congregation. But he is no more, because he is diminutive in person. His head is not seen above the crowd the length of a street off. He is the Duke of Sussex in miniature, but the Duke of Sussex does not go to hear him preach, as he attends Mr. Irving, who rises up against him like a martello tower, and is nothing loth to confront the spirit of a man of genius with the royal blood. We allow there are, or may be, talents sufficient to produce this equality with a single personal advantage, but we deny that this would be the effect of any that our great preacher possesses. We conceive it is not improbable that the consciousness of muscular power, that the admiration of his person by strangers might first have inspired Mr. Irving with an ambition to be something, intellectually speaking, and have given him confidence to attempt the greatest things. He has not failed for want of courage. The public as well as the fair are won by a show of gallantry. Mr. Irving has shrunk from no opinion, however paradoxical. He has scrupled to avow no sentiment, however obnoxious. He has revived explored prejudices. He has scouted prevailing fashions. He has opposed the spirit of the age, and not consulted the esprit de corps. He has brought back the doctrines of Calvinism in all their inveteracy, and relaxed the inveteracy of his northern accents. He has turned religion and the Caledonian chapel topsy-turvy. He has held a playbook in one hand and a Bible in the other, and quoted Shakespeare and Melanchthon in the same breath. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil is no longer, with his grafting, a dry withered stump. It shoots its branches to the skies and hangs out its blossoms to the gale. Meatur novus fructus et non sua poma. He has taken the thorns and briars of scholastic divinity and garlanded them with the flowers of modern literature. He has done all this, relying on the strength of a remarkably fine person and manner, and though that he has succeeded, otherwise he would have perished miserably. Dr. Chalmers is not by any means so good a looking man, nor so accomplished a speaker as Mr. Irving, yet he at one time almost equalled his oratorical celebrity, and certainly paved the way for him. He has therefore more merit than his admired pupil, as he has done as much with fewer means. He has more scope of intellect and more intensity of purpose. Both his matter and his manner, setting aside his face and figure, are more impressive. Take the volume of Sermons on Astronomy by Dr. Chalmers, and the 4 orations of the Oracles of God, which Mr. Irving lately published, and we apprehend there can be no comparison as to their success. The first ran like wildfire through the country, where the darlings of watering places were laid in the windows of inns. Footnote A. We remember finding the volume in the orchard at Burford Bridge near Boxhill, and passing a whole and very delightful morning in reading it, without quitting the shade of an apple tree. We have not been able to pay Mr. Irving's back the same compliment of reading it at a sitting, and were to be met with in all places of public resort, while the orations get on but slowly, on Milton's stilts, and are pompously announced as in a third edition. We believe the fairest and fondest of his admirers would rather see and hear Mr. Irving than read him. The reason is that the groundwork of his compositions is trashy and hackneyed, though set off by extravagant metaphors and an affected phraseology, that without the turn of his head and wave of his hand, his periods have nothing in them, and that he himself is the only idea with which he has yet enriched the public mind. He must play off his person, as orator Henley used to dazzle his hearers with his diamond ring. The small frontispiece prefixed to the orations does not serve to convey an adequate idea of the magnitude of the man, nor of the ease and freedom of his motions in the pulpit. How different is Dr. Chalmers! He is like a monkey preacher to the other. He cannot boast of personal appearance to set him off, but then he is like the very genius or demon of theological controversy personified. He has neither airs nor graces at command. He thinks nothing of himself. He has nothing theatrical about him, which cannot be said of his successor and rival. But you see a man in mortal throes and agony, with doubts and difficulties, seizing stubborn knotty points with his teeth, tearing them with his hands, and straining his eyeballs till they almost start out of their sockets, in pursuit of a train of visionary reasoning, like a Highland seer with his second sight. The description of Balfour of Burley in his cave, with his Bible in one hand and his sword in another, contending with the imaginary enemy of mankind, gasping for breath and with the cold moisture running down his face, gives a lively idea of Dr. Chalmers' prophetic fury in the pulpit. If we could have looked in to have seen Burley hand beset by the coinage of his heat-oppressed brain, who would have asked whether he was a handsome man or not? It would be enough to see a man haunted by a spirit under the strong and entire dominion of a wilful hallucination. So the integrity and vehemence of Dr. Chalmers' manner, the determined way in which he gives himself up to his subject, or lays about him and buffets skeptics and gainsayers, arrests attention in spite of every other circumstance, and fixes it on that and that alone, which excites such interest and such eagerness in his own breast. Besides, he is a logician, has a theory in support of whatever he chooses to advance, and weaves the tissue of his sophistry so close and intricate that it is difficult not to be entangled in it, or to escape from it. There's magic in the web. Whatever appeals to the pride of the human understanding has a subtle charm in it. The mind is naturally pugnacious, cannot refuse a challenge of strength or skill, sturdily enters the lists and resolves to conquer or to yield itself vanquished in the forms. This is the chief hold Dr. Chalmers has upon his hearers and upon the readers of his astronomical discourses. No one was satisfied with his arguments, no one could answer them, but everyone wanted to try what he could make of them, as we try to find out a riddle. By his so potent art, the art of laying down problematic premises and drawing from them still more doubtful but not impossible conclusions, he could bedim the noonday sky betwixt the green sea and the azure vaults at roaring war, and almost compel the stars in their courses to testify to his opinions. The mode in which he undertook to make the circuit of the universe and demand categorical information now of the planetary and now of the fixed, might put one in the mind of Hecate's mode of ascending in a machine from the stage, midst troops of spirits, in which you now admire the skill of the artist, and next the tumble for the fate of the performer, fearing that the audacity of the attempt will turn his head or break his neck. The style of these discourses also, though not elegant or poetical, was like the subject intricate and endless. It was that of a man pushing his way through a labyrinth of difficulties and determined not to flinch. The impression on the reader was proportionate, for whatever were the merits of the style or manner, both were new and striking, and the train of thought that was unfolded at such length and with such strenuousness was bold, well sustained, and consistent with itself. Mr. Irving wants the continuity of thought and manner which distinguishes his rival, and shines by patches and in bursts. He does not warm or acquire increasing force or rapidity with his progress. He is never hurried away by a deep or lofty enthusiasm, nor touches the highest point of genius or fanaticism. But, in the very storm and whirlwind of his passion, he acquires and begets a temperance that may give it smoothness. He has the self-possession and masterly execution of an experienced player or fencer, and does not seem to express his natural convictions or to be engaged in a mortal struggle. This great ease and indifference is the result of a vast superiority of personal appearance, which, to be admired, needs but to be seen, and does not require the possessor to work himself up into a passion, or to use any violent contortions to gain attention or to keep it. These two celebrated preachers are in almost all respects an antithesis to each other. If Mr. Irving is an example of what can be done by the help of external advantages, Dr. Chalmers is a proof of what can be done without them. The one is most indebted to his mind, the other to his body. If Mr. Irving inclines one to suspect fashionable or popular religion of a little anthropomorphism, Dr. Chalmers effectually redeems it from that scandal. End of chapter 4. Recording by Shreya Sethi.
Chapter 5 of The Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Garfield Dsouza. Chapter 5. Horne Tooke. Mr. Horne Tooke was one of those who may be considered as connecting links between a former period and the existing generation. His education and accomplishments, nay, his political opinions, were of the last age. His mind and the tone of his feelings were modern. There was a hard, dry materialism in the very texture of his understanding, varnished over by the external refinements of the old school. Mr. Tooke had great scope of attainment and great versatility of pursuit, but the same shrewdness, quickness, cool self-possession, the same literalness of perception, and absence of passion and enthusiasm characterized nearly all he did, said, or wrote. He was without a rival, almost, in private conversation, an expert public speaker, a keen politician, a first-rate grammarian, and the finest gentleman, to say the least, of his own party. He had no imagination, or he would not have scorned it, no delicacy of taste, no rooted prejudices or strong attachments. His intellect was like a bow of polished steel, from which he shot sharp-pointed poisoned arrows at his friends in private, at his enemies in public. His mind, so to speak, had no religion in it, and very little even of the moral qualities of genius. But he was a man of the world, a scholar bred, and a most acute and powerful logician. He was also a wit, and a formidable one. Yet it may be questioned whether his wit was anything more than an excess of his own logical faculty. It did not consist in the play of fancy, but in close and cutting combinations of the understanding. The law is open to every one, so, said Mr. Tooke, is the London tavern. It is a previous deduction formed in the mind and a splenetic contempt felt for a practical sophism that beats about the bush for, and at last finds the apt illustration, not the casual glancing coincidence of two objects that points out an absurdity to the understanding. So, on another occasion, when Sir Alan Gardiner, who was a candidate for Westminster, had objected to Mr. Fox that he was always against a minister whether right or wrong, and Mr. Fox in his reply had overlooked this slip of the tongue, Mr. Tooke immediately seized on it and said he thought it at least an equal objection to Sir Alan, that he was always with the minister, whether right or wrong. This retort had all the effect and produced the same surprise as the most brilliant display of wit or fancy. Yet it was only the detecting a flaw in an argument, like a flaw in an indictment, by a kind of legal pertinacity, or rather by a rigid and constant habit of attending to the exact import of every word and clause in a sentence. Mr. Tooke had the mind of a lawyer, but it was applied to a vast variety of topics and general trains of speculation. Mr. Horne Tooke was in private company and among his friends the finished gentleman of the last age. His manners were as fascinating as his conversation was spirited and delightful. He put one in mind of the burden of the song of the king's old courtier and an old courtier of the king's. He was, however, of the opposite party. It was curious to hear a modern stylist advancing opinions of the most radical kind without any mixture of radical heat or violence, in a tone of fashionable nonchalance, with elegance of gesture and attitude, and with the most perfect good humour. In the spirit of opposition, or in the pride of logical superiority, he too often shocked the prejudices or wounded the self-love of those about him, while he himself displayed the same unmoved indifference or equanimity. He said the most provoking things with a laughing gaiety and a polite attention that there was no withstanding. He threw others off their guard by thwarting their favourite theories, and then availed himself of the temperance of his own pulse to chafe them into madness. He had not one particle of deference for the opinion of others, nor of sympathy with their feelings, nor had he any obstinate convictions of his own to defend. Lord of himself, uncumbered with a creed. He took up any topic by chance and played with it at will, like a juggler with his cups and balls. He generally ranged himself on the losing side, and had rather an ill-natured delight in contradiction and in perplexing the understandings of others, without leaving them any clue to guide them out of the labyrinth into which he had led them. He understood in its perfection the great art of throwing the earnest probandi on his adversary, and so could maintain almost any opinion, however absurd or fantastical, with fearless impunity. I have heard a sensible and well-informed man say that he never was in company with Mr. Tooke without being delighted and surprised, or without feeling the conversation of every other person to be flat in the comparison, but that he did not recollect having ever heard him make a remark that struck him as a sound and true one, or that he himself appeared to think so. He used to plague Fuseli by asking him after the origin of the Teutonic dialects, and Dr. Parr by wishing to know the meaning of the common copulative is. Once at G's, he defended Pitt from a charge of verbiage, and endeavoured to prove him superior to Fox. Someone imitated Pitt's manner to show that it was monotonous, and he imitated him also to show that it was not. He maintained, what would he not maintain, that young Betty's acting was finer than John Kemble's, and recited a passage from Douglas in the manner of each, to justify the preference he gave to the former. The mentioning this will please the living, it cannot hurt the dead. He argued on the same occasion, and in the same breath, that Addison's style was without modulation, and that it was physically impossible for anyone to write well who was habitually silent in company. He sat like a king at his own table and gave law to his guests and to the world. No man knew better how to manage his immediate circle, to foil or bring them out. A professed orator, beginning to address some observations to Mr. Tooke with a voluminous apology for his youth and inexperience, he said, "Speak up, young man," and by taking him at his word, cut short the flower of orations. Porson was the only person of whom he stood in some degree of awe on account of his prodigious memory and knowledge of his favourite subject, languages. Sheridan, it has been remarked, said more good things, but had not an equal flow of pleasantry. As an instance of Mr. Horne Tooke's extreme coolness and command of nerve, it has been mentioned that once at a public dinner, when he had got on the table to return thanks for his health being drank with a glass of wine in his hand, and when there was a great clamour and opposition for some time, after it had subsided, he pointed to the glass to shew that it was still full. Mr. Holcroft, the author of The Road to Ruin, was one of the most violent and fiery-spirited of all that motley crew of persons who attended the Sunday meetings at Wimbledon. One day he was so enraged by some paradox or raillery of his host that he indignantly rose from his chair and said, "Mr. Tooke, you are a scoundrel." His opponent, without manifesting the least emotion, replied, "Mr. Holcroft, when is it that I am to dine with you? Shall it be next Thursday?" "If you please, Mr. Tooke," answered the angry philosopher, and sat down again. It was delightful to see him sometimes turn from these waspish or ludicrous altercations with overweening antagonists to some old friend and veteran politician seated at his elbow, to hear him recall the time of Wilkes and liberty, the conversation mellowing like the wine with the smack of age, assenting to all the old man said, bringing out his pleasant traits, and pampering him into childish self-importance, and sending him away 30 years younger than he came. As a public, or at least as a parliamentary speaker, Mr. Tooke did not answer the expectations that had been conceived of him, or probably that he had conceived of himself. It is natural for men who have felt a superiority over all those whom they happen to have encountered to fancy that this superiority will continue, and that it will extend from individuals to public bodies. There is no rule in the case, or rather the probability lies the contrary way. That which constitutes the excellence of conversation is of little use in addressing large assemblies of people, while other qualities are required that are hardly to be looked for in one and the same capacity. The way to move great masses of men is to shew that you yourself are moved. In a private circle, a ready repartee, a shrewd cross-question, ridicule and banter, a caustic remark, or an amusing anecdote, whatever sets off the individual to advantage, or gratifies the curiosity, or piques the self-love of the hearers, keeps attention alive, and secures the triumph of the speaker, it is a personal contest, and depends on personal and momentary advantages. But in appealing to the public, no one triumphs but in the triumph of some public cause, or by shewing a sympathy with the general and predominant feelings of mankind. In a private room, a satirist, a sophist, may provoke admiration by expressing his contempt for each of his adversaries in turn, and by setting their opinion at defiance. But when men are congregated together on a great public question and for a weighty object, they must be treated with more respect. They are touched with what affects themselves or the general weal, not with what flatters the vanity of the speaker. They must be moved altogether, if they are moved at all. They are impressed with gratitude for a luminous exposition of their claims or for zeal in their cause. And the lightning of generous indignation at bad men and bad measures is followed by thunders of applause, even in the House of Commons. But a man may sneer and cavil and puzzle and fly-blow every question that comes before him, be despised and feared by others, and admired by no one but himself. He who thinks first of himself, either in the world or in a popular assembly, will be sure to turn attention away from his claims instead of fixing it there. He must make common cause with his hearers. To lead, he must follow the general bias. Mr. Tooke did not therefore succeed as a speaker in Parliament. He stood aloof, he played antics, he exhibited his peculiar talent while he was on his legs. The question before the House stood still. The only point at issue respected Mr. Tooke himself, his personal address, and adroitness of intellect. Were there to be no more places and pensions because Mr. Tooke's style was terse and epigrammatic? Were the opposition benches to be inflamed to an unusual pitch of sacred vehemence because he gave them plainly to understand there was not a pin to choose between ministers and opposition? Would the House let him remain among them because if they turned him out on account of his black coat, Lord Camelford had threatened to send his black servant in his place? This was a good joke, but not a practical one. Would he gain the affections of the people out of doors by scouting the question of reform? Would the king ever relish the old associate of Wilkes? What interest, then? What party did he represent? He represented nobody but himself. He was an example of an ingenious man, a clever talker, but he was out of his place in the House of Commons, where people do not come, as in his own house, to admire or break a lance with him, but to get through the business of the day, and so adjourn. He wanted effect and momentum. Each of his sentences told very well in itself, but they did not altogether make a speech. He left off where he began. His eloquence was a succession of drops, not a stream. His arguments, though subtle and new, did not affect the main body of the question. The coldness and pettiness of his manner did not warm the hearts or expand the understandings of his hearers. Instead of encouraging, he checked the ardour of his friends and teased instead of overpowering his antagonists. The only palpable hit he ever made, while he remained there, was the comparing his own situation in being rejected by the House, on account of the supposed purity of his clerical character, to the story of the girl at the Magdalene, who was told she must turn out and qualify. Junius was noted to have said, "They receive him like a virgin at the Magdalene. Go thou and do likewise." This met with laughter and loud applause. It was a home thrust, and the House, to do them justice, are obliged to anyone who, by a smart blow, relieves them of the load of grave responsibility which sits heavy on their shoulders. At the hustings, or as an election candidate, Mr. Tooke did better. There was no great question to move or carry. It was an affair of political sparring between himself and the other candidates. He took it in a very cool and leisurely manner, watched his competitors with a wary, sarcastic eye, picked up the mistakes or absurdities that fell from them, and retorted them on their heads, told the story to the mob, and smiled and took snuff with a gentlemanly and becoming air, as if he was already seated in the House. But a court of law was a place where Mr. Tooke made the best figure in public. He might assuredly be said to be native and endued unto that element. He had here to stand merely on the defensive, not to advance himself, but to block up the way, not to impress others, but to be himself impenetrable. All he wanted was negative success, and to this no one was better qualified to aspire. Cross-purposes, moot points, pleas, demurrers, flaws in the indictment, double meanings, cases, inconsequentialities, these were the playthings, the darlings of Mr. Tooke's mind, and with these he baffled the judge, dumbfounded the counsel, and outwitted the jury. The report of his trial before Lord Kenyon is a masterpiece of acuteness, dexterity, modest assurance, and legal effect. It is much like his examination before the commissioners of the income tax. Nothing could be got out of him in either case. Mr. Tooke, as a political leader, belonged to the class of trimmers, or at most it was his delight to make mischief and spoil sport. He would rather be against himself than for anybody else. He was neither a bold nor a safe leader. He enticed others into scrapes and kept out of them himself. Provided he could say a clever or spiteful thing, he did not care whether it served or injured the cause. Spleen, or the exercise of intellectual power, was the motive of his patriotism, rather than principle. He would talk treason with a saving clause and instill sedition into the public mind through the medium of a third, who was to be the responsible, party. He made Sir Francis Burdett his spokesman in the House and to the country, often venting his chagrin or singularity of sentiment at the expense of his friend. But what in the first was trick or reckless vanity was in the last plain downright English honesty and singleness of heart. In the case of the State Trials in 1794, Mr. Tooke rather compromised his friends to screen himself. He kept repeating that others might have gone on to Windsor, but he had stopped at Hounslow, as if to go farther might have been dangerous and unwarrantable. It was not the question how far he or others had actually gone, but how far they had a right to go according to the law. His conduct was not the limit of the law, nor did treasonable excess begin where prudence or principle taught him to stop short, though this was the oblique inference liable to be drawn from his line of defence. Mr. Tooke was uneasy and apprehensive for the issue of the government prosecution while in confinement, and said, in speaking of it to a friend, with a morbid feeling and an emphasis quite unusual with him, "They want our blood, blood, blood." It was somewhat ridiculous to implicate Mr. Tooke in a charge of high treason, and indeed the whole charge was built on the mistaken purport of an intercepted letter relating to an engagement for a private dinner party. His politics were not at all revolutionary. In this respect, he was a mere pettifogger, full of chicane and captious objections, and unmeaning discontent. But he had none of the grand whirling movements of the French Revolution, nor of the tumultuous glow of rebellion in his head or in his heart. His politics were cast in a different mould, are confined to the party distinctions and court intrigues and pittances of popular right that made a noise in the times of Junius and Wilkes. And even if his understanding had gone along with more modern and unqualified principles, his cautious temper would have prevented his risking them in practice. Horne Tooke, though not of the same side in politics, had much of the tone of mind and more of the spirit of moral feeling of the celebrated philosopher of Malmesbury. The narrow scale and fine-drawn distinctions of his political creed made his conversation on such subjects infinitely amusing, particularly when contrasted with that of persons who dealt in the sounding commonplaces and sweeping clauses of abstract politics. He knew all the cabals and jealousies and heart-burnings in the beginning of the late reign, the changes of administration and the springs of secret influence, the characters of the leading men, Wilkes, Barr, Dunning, Chatham, Burke, the Marquis of Rockingham, North, Shelburne, Fox, Pitt, and all the vacillating events of the American War. These formed a curious background to the more prominent figures that occupied the present time, and Mr. Tooke worked out the minute details and touched in the evanescent traits with the pencil of a master. His conversation resembled a political camera obscura, as quaint as it was magical. To some pompous pretenders, he might seem to narrate fabelas annilis, all wives' fables, but not to those who study human nature and wish to know the materials of which it is composed. Mr. Tooke's faculties might appear to have ripened and acquired a finer flavour with age. In a former period of his life, he was hardly the man he was latterly, or else he had greater abilities to contend against. He nowhere makes so poor a figure as in his controversies with Junius. He was evidently the best of the argument, yet he makes nothing out of it. He tells a long story about himself without wit or point in it, and whines and whimpers like a schoolboy under the rod of his master. Junius, after bringing a hasty charge against him, has not a single fact to adduce in support of it, but keeps his ground and fairly beats his adversary out of the field by the mere force of style. One would think that Parson Horne knew who Junius was, and was afraid of him. Under him his genius is quite rebuked. with the best cause to defend, he comes off more shabbily from the contest than any other person in the letters, except Sir William Draper, who is a very hero of defeat. The great thing which Mr. Horne Tooke has done, and which he has left behind him to posterity, is his work on grammar, oddly enough entitled The Diversions of Burleigh. Many people have taken it up as a description of a game, others supposing it to be a novel. It is, in truth, one of the few philosophical works in grammar that were ever written. The essence of it, and indeed almost all that is really valuable in it, is contained in his letter to Dunning, published about the year 1775. Mr. Tooke's work is truly elementary. Dr. Louth described Mr. Harris's Hermes as the finest specimen of analysis since the days of Aristotle, a work in which there is no analysis at all, for analysis consists in reducing things to their principles, and not in endless details and subdivisions. Mr. Harris multiplies distinctions and confounds his readers. Mr. Tooke clears away the rubbish of schoolboy technicalities and strikes at the root of his subject. In accomplishing his artist's task, he was, perhaps, aided not more by the strength and resources of his mind than by its limits and defects. There is a web of old associations wound round language that is a kind of veil over its natural features, and custom puts on the mask of ignorance. But this veil, this mask, the author of the Diversions of Burleigh threw aside and penetrated to the naked truth of things by the literal, matter-of-fact, unimaginative nature of his understanding, and because he was not subject to prejudices or illusions of any kind. Words may be said to bear a charmed life that must not yield to one of woman born, with womanish weaknesses and confused apprehensions. But this charm was broken in the case of Mr. Tooke, whose mind was the reverse of effeminate, hard, unbending, concrete, physicals, half-savage, and who saw language stripped of the clothing of habit or sentiment, or the disguises of doting pedantry, naked in its cradle and in its primitive state. Our author tells us that he found his discovery on grammar among a number of papers on other subjects which he had thrown aside and forgotten. Is this an idle boast? Or had he made other discoveries of equal importance which he did not think it worth his while to communicate to the world, but chose to die the churl of knowledge? The whole of his reasoning turns upon shewing that the conjunction that is the pronoun that, which is itself the participle of a verb, and in like manner that all the other mystical and hitherto unintelligible parts of speech are derived from the only two intelligible ones, the verb and noun. I affirm that gold is yellow, that is, I affirm that fact, or that proposition, namely, gold is yellow. The secret of the conjunction on which so many fine heads had split, on which so many learned definitions were thrown away, as if it was its peculiar province and inborn virtue to announce oracles and formal propositions, and nothing else, like a doctor of laws, is here at once accounted for, inasmuch as it is clearly nothing but another part of speech, the pronoun that, with a third part of speech, the noun thing, understood. This is getting at a solution of words into their component parts, not glossing over one difficulty by bringing another to parallel it, nor like saying with Mr. Harris when it is asked what a conjunction is, that there are conjunctions copulative, conjunctions disjunctive, and as many other frivolous varieties of the species as anyone chooses to hunt out with laborious foolery. Our author hit upon his parent discovery in the course of a lawsuit, while he was examining, with jealous watchfulness, the meaning of words to prevent being entrapped by them. Or rather, this circumstance might itself be traced to the habit of satisfying his own mind as to the precise sense in which he himself made use of words. Mr. Tooke, though he had no objection to puzzle others, was mightily averse to being puzzled or mystified himself. All was, to his determined mind, either complete light or complete darkness. There was no hazy, doubtful chiaroscuro in his understanding. He wanted something palpable to feeling as to sight. What, he would say to himself, do I mean when I use the conjunction that? Is it an anomaly, a class by itself, a word sealed against all inquisitive attempts? Is it enough to call it copula, a bridge, a link, a word connecting sentences? That is undoubtedly its use, but what is its origin? Mr. Tooke thought he had answered this question satisfactorily, and loosened the Gordian knot of grammarians, familiar as his garter, when he said, "It is the common pronoun, adjective, or participle that, with noun thing or proposition implied, and a particular example following it." So he thought, and so every reader has thought since, with the exception of teachers and writers upon grammar. Mr. Wyndham, indeed, who was a sophist, but not a logician, charged him with having found a mare's nest. But it is not to be doubted that Mr. Tooke's etymologies will stand the test and last longer than Mr. Wyndham's ingenious derivation of the practice of bull-baiting from the principles of humanity. Having thus laid the cornerstone, he proceeded to apply the same method of reasoning to other undeciphered and impracticable terms. Thus the word "and" he explained clearly enough to be the verb add, or a corruption of the old Saxon anandad. 2 and 2 make 4, that is, 2 add 2 make 4. Mr. Tooke, in fact, treated words as the chemists do substances. He separated those which are compounded of others from those which are not decompoundable. He did not explain the obscure by the more obscure, but the difficult by the plain, the complex by the simple. This alone is proceeding upon the true principles of science. The rest is pedantry and petit maîtreship. Our philosophical writer distinguished all words into names of things, and directions added for joining them together, or originally into nouns and verbs. It is a pity that he has left this matter short by omitting to define the verb. After enumerating 16 different definitions, all of which he dismisses with scorn and contumely, at the end of 2 quarto volumes, he refers the reader for the true solution to a 3rd volume, which he did not live to finish. This extraordinary man was in the habit of tantalizing his guest on a Sunday afternoon with sundry abstruse speculations, and putting them off to the following week for a satisfaction of their doubts. But why should he treat posterity in the same scurvy manner, or leave the world without quitting scores with it? I question whether Mr. Tooke was himself in possession of his pretended nostrum, and whether after trying hard at a definition of the verb as a distinct part of speech, as a terrier dog mumbles a hedgehog, he did not find it too much for him, and leave it to its fate. It is also a pity that Mr. Tooke spun out his great work with prolix and dogmatical dissertations on irrelevant matters, and after denying the old metaphysical theories of language, should attempt to found a metaphysical theory of his own on the nature and mechanism of language. The nature of words, he contended, it was the basis of his whole system, had no connection with the nature of things or the objects of thought. Yet he afterwards strove to limit the nature of things and of the human mind by the technical structure of language. Thus he endeavours to shew that there are no abstract ideas, by enumerating 2,000 instances of words expressing abstract ideas that are the past participles of certain verbs. It is difficult to know what he means by this. On the other hand, he maintains that a complex idea is as great an absurdity as a complex star, and that words only are complex. He also makes out a triumphant list of metaphysical and moral nonentities, proved to be so on the pure principle that the names of these nonentities are participles, not nouns or names of things. That is strange in so close a reasoner, and in one who maintained that all language was a masquerade of words, and that the class to which they grammatically belonged had nothing to do with the class of ideas they represented. It is now about 20 years since the 2 quarto volumes of the Diversions of Burleigh were published, and 50 since the same theory was promulgated in the celebrated Letter to Dunning. Yet it is a curious example of the spirit of the age that Mr. Lindley Murray's Grammar, a work out of which Mr. C. helps himself to English, and Mr. M. to style, has proceeded to the 30th edition in complete defiance of all the facts and arguments there laid down. This work is not without merit in the details and examples of English construction, but its fault, even in that part, is that he confounds the genius of the English language, making it periphrastic and literal, instead of elliptical and idiomatic. According to Mr. Murray, hardly any of our best writers ever wrote a word of English. He defines a noun to be the name of a thing. Is quackery a thing, that is, a substance? He defines a verb to be a word signifying to be, to do, or to suffer. Are being, action, suffering verbs? He defines an adjective to be the name of a quality. Are not wooden, golden, substantial adjectives? He maintains that there are 6 cases in English nouns, at least with only one change in the genitive case, that is, 6 various terminations without any change of termination at all, and that English verbs have all the moods, tenses, and persons that the Latin ones have. This is an extraordinary stretch of blindness and obstinacy. He very formally translates the Latin grammar into English, as so many had done before him, and fancies he has written an English grammar. And divines applaud, and schoolmasters usher him into the polite world, and English scholars carry on the jest, while Horne Tooke's genuine anatomy of our native tongue is laid on the shelf. Can it be that our politicians smell a rat in the member for Old Sarum? That our clergy do not relish Parson Horne? That the world at large are alarmed at acuteness and originality greater than their own? What has all this to do with the formation of the English language, or with the first conditions and necessary foundation of speech itself? Is there nothing beyond the reach of prejudice and party spirit? It seems in this, as in so many other instances, as if there was a patent for absurdity in the natural bias of the human mind, and that folly should be stereotyped. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Stephen Watson. Chapter 6. Sir Walter Scott. Sir Walter Scott is undoubtedly the most popular writer of the age, the Lord of the Ascendant for the time being. He is just half what the human intellect is capable of being. If you take the universe and divide it into 2 parts, he knows all that has been. All that is to be is nothing to him. His is a mind brooding over antiquity, scorning the present ignorant time. He is laudator temporis acti, a prophesizer of things past. The old world is to him a crowded map, the new one a dull, hateful blank. He dotes on all well-authenticated superstitions. He shudders at the shadow of innovation. His retentiveness of memory, his accumulated weight of interest, prejudice, or romantic association have overlaid his other faculties. The cells of his memory are vast, various, full even to bursting with life and motion. His speculative understanding is empty, flaccid, poor, and dead. His mind receives and treasures up everything brought to it by tradition or custom. It does not project itself beyond this into the world unknown, but mechanically shrinks back as from the edge of a prejudice. The land of pure reason is to his apprehension like Van Diemen's land. Barren, miserable, distant, a place of exile, the dreary abode of savages, convicts, and adventurers. Sir Walter would make a bad hand of a description of the millennium, unless he could lay the scene in Scotland 500 years ago, and then he would want facts and worm-eaten parchments to support his drooping style. Our historical novelist firmly thinks that nothing is but what has been, that the moral world stands still as the material one was supposed to do of old, and that we can never get beyond the point where we are actually without utter destruction, though everything changes and will change from what it was 300 years ago to what it is now, from what it is now to all that the bigoted admirer of the good old times most dreads and hates. It is long since we read, and long since we thought of the author's poetry. It would probably have gone out of date with the immediate occasion, even if he himself had not contrived to banish it from our recollection. It is not to be denied that it had great merit, both of an obvious and intrinsic kind. It abounded in vivid descriptions and spirited action in smooth and flowing versification. But it wanted character. It was poetry of no mark or likelihood. It slid out of the mind as soon as read, like a river, and would have been forgotten but that the public curiosity was fed with ever new supplies from the same teeming liquid source. It is not every man that can write 6 quarto volumes in verse, that are caught up with avidity, even by fastidious judges. But what a difference between their popularity and that of the Scotch novels! It is true, the public read and admired the Lay of the Last Minstrel, Marmion, and so on, and each individual was contented to read and admire because the public did so. But with regard to the prose works of the same supposed author, it is quite another guess sort of thing. Here everyone stands forward to applaud on his own ground, would be thought to go before the public opinion, is eager to extol his favourite characters louder, to understand them better than everybody else, and has his own scale of comparative excellence for each work, supported by nothing but his own enthusiastic and fearless convictions. It must be amusing to the author of Waverley to hear his readers and admirers, and are not these the same thing? Footnote A. No, for we are met with a young lady who kept circulating a library and milliner's book in a watering place in the country, who, when we inquired for the Scotch novels, spoke indifferently about them, said they were so dry she could hardly get through them, and recommended us to read Agnes. We never thought of it before, but we would venture to lay a wager that there are many other young ladies in the same situation, and who think Old Mortality dry. End of footnote. Quarrelling which of his novels is the best, opposing character to character, quoting passage against passage, striving to surpass each other in the extravagance of their encomiums, and yet unable to settle the precedents, or to do the author's writing justice. So various, so equal, so transcendent are their merits. His volumes of poetry were received as fashionable and well-dressed acquaintances. We are ready to tear the others in pieces as old friends. There was something meretricious in Sir Walter's ballad rhymes, and like those who keep opera figurantes, we were willing to have our admiration shared, and our taste confirmed by the town. But the novels are like the betrothed of our hearts, bone of our bone, and flesh of our flesh, and we are jealous that anyone should be as much as delighted or thoroughly acquainted with their beauties as ourselves. For which of his poetical heroines would the reader break a lance so soon as for Jeanie Deans? What Lady of the Lake can compare with the beautiful Rebecca? We believe the late Mr. John Scott went to his deathbed, though a painful and premature one, with some degree of satisfaction, inasmuch as he had penned the most elaborate panegyric on the Scotch novels that had as yet appeared. The epics are not poems so much as metrical romances. There is a glittering veil of verse thrown over the features of nature and of old romance. The deep incisions into character are skinned and filmed over. The details are lost or shaped into flimsy and insipid decorum, and the truth of feeling and of circumstance is translated into a tinkling sound, a tinsel commonplace. It must be owned, there is a power in true poetry that lifts the mind from the ground of reality to a higher sphere, that penetrates the inert, scattered, incoherent materials presented to it, and by a force and inspiration of its own, melts and moulds them into sublimity and beauty. But Sir Walter, we contend, under correction, has not this creative impulse, this plastic power, this capacity of reacting on his first impressions. He is a learned, a literal, a matter-of-fact expounder of truth or fable. Footnote B. Just as Cobbett is a matter-of-fact reasoner. He does not soar above and look down upon his subject, imparting his own lofty views and feelings to his descriptions of nature. He relies upon it, is raised by it, is one with it, or he is nothing. A poet is essentially a maker. That is, he must atone for what he loses in individuality and local resemblance by the energies and resources of his own mind. The writer of whom we speak is deficient in these last. He has either not the faculty or not the will to impregnate his subject by an effort of pure invention. The execution also is much upon par with the more ephemeral effusions of the press. It is light, agreeable, effeminate, diffuse. Sir Walter's muse is a modern antique. The smooth, glossy texture of his verse contrasts happily with the quaint, uncouth, rugged materials of which it is composed, and takes away any appearance of heaviness or harshness from the body of local traditions and obsolete costume. We see grim knights in iron armour, but then they are woven in silk with a careless, delicate hand, and have the softness of flowers. The poet's figures might be compared to the old tapestries copied on the finest velvet. Footnote C. St. Ronan's Well. End of footnote. They are not like Raphael's cartoons, but they are very like Mr. Westall's drawings, which accompany and are intended to illustrate them. This facility and grace of execution is the more remarkable, as the story goes, that not long before the appearance of the last of the lay minstrel, Sir Walter, then Mr. Scott, having, in the company of a friend, to cross the Frith of Forth in a ferry-boat, they proposed to beguile the time by writing a number of verses on a given subject, and that, at the end of an hour's hard study, they found they had produced only 6 lines between them. "It is plain," said the unconscious author to his fellow labourer, "that you and I need never think of getting our lives by writing poetry." In a year or so after this he set to work, and poured out quarto upon quarto as if they had been drops of water. As to the rest, and compared with the true and great poets, our Scottish minstrel is but a metre ballad monger. We would rather have one song of Burns, or a single passage on Lord Byron's Heaven and Earth, or one of Wordsworth's Fancies and Good Nights, than all his epics. What is he to Spenser, over whose immortal, ever amiable verse beauty hovers and trembles, and who has shed the purple light of fancy from his ambrosial wings over all nature? What is there of the might of Milton, whose head is canopied in the blue serene, and who takes us to sit with him there? What is there in his ambling rhymes of the deep pathos of Chaucer, or of the over-informing power of Shakespeare, whose eye, watching alike the minutest traces of character and the strongest movements of passion, glances from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven, and with the lambent flame of genius playing round each object, lights up the universe in a robe of its own radiance? Sir Walter has no voluntary powers of combination. All his associations, as we have said before, are those of habit or of tradition. He is a mere narrative and descriptive poet, garrulous of the old time. The definition of his poetry is a pleasing superficiality. Not so of his novels and romances. There we turn over a new leaf, another and the same in matter, but in form, in power, how different! The author of Waverley has got rid of the tagging of rhymes, the eking out of syllables, the supplying of epithets, the colours of style, the grouping of his characters, and the regular march of events, and comes to the point at once, and strikes at the heart of his subject without dismay and without disguise. His poetry was a lady's waiting-maid, dressed out in cast-off finery. His prose is a beautiful rustic nymph that, like Dorothea in Don Quixote, when she is surprised with dishevelled tresses bathing her naked feet in the brook, looks round her, abashed at the admiration her charms have excited. The grand secret of the author's success in these latter productions is that he has completely got rid of the trammels of authorship, and torn off at one rent, as Lord Peter got rid of so many yards of lace in the tail of a tub, all the ornaments of fine writing and worn-out sentimentality. All is fresh, as from the hand of nature. By going a century or two back and laying the scene in a remote and uncultivated district, all becomes new and startling in the present advanced period. Highland manners, characters, scenery, superstitions, northern dialect and costume, the wars, the religion, and politics of the 16th and 17th centuries give a charming and wholesome relief to the fastidious refinement and over-laboured lassitude of modern readers, like the effect of plunging a nervous valetudinarian into a cold bath. The Scotch novels, for this reason, are not so much admired in Scotland as in England. The contrast, the transition, is less striking. From the top of the Calton Hill, the inhabitants of Auld Reekie can descry, or fancy they descry, the peaks of Ben Lomond and the waving outline of Rob Roy's country. We, who live at the southern extremity of the island, can only catch a glimpse of the billowy scene in the descriptions of the author of Waverley. The mountain air is most bracing to our languid nerves, and it is brought to us in shiploads from the neighbourhood of Abbotsford. There is another circumstance to be taken into account. In Edinburgh there is a little opposition and something of the spirit of cabal between the partisans of works proceeding from Mr. Constable's and Mr. Blackwood's shops. Mr. Constable gives the highest prices, but, being the Whig bookseller, it is grudged that he should do so. An attempt is therefore made to transfer a certain share of popularity to the second-rate Scotch novels, the embryo fry, the little aerie of rickety children issuing through Mr. Blackwood's shop door. This operates a diversion which does not affect us here. The author of Waverley wears the palm of legendary lore alone. Sir Walter may indeed surfeit us. His imitators make us sick. It may be asked, it has been asked, have we no materials for romance in England? Must we look to Scotland for a supply of whatever is original and striking in this kind? And we answer yes. Every foot of soil is, with us, worked up. Nearly every movement of the social machine is calculable. We have no room left for violent catastrophes, for grotesque quaintnesses, for wizard spells. The last skirts of ignorance and barbarism are seen hovering in Sir Walter's pages over the border. We have, it is true, gypsies in this country as well as at the cairn of Denloch, but they live under clipped hedges, and repose in camp beds, and do not perch on crags like eagles, or take shelter like sea-mews in basaltic subterranean caverns. We have heaths with rude heaps of stones upon them, but no existing superstition converts them into the geese of Micklestane Moor, or sees a black dwarf groping among them. We have sects in religion, but the only thing sublime or ridiculous in that way is Mr. Irving, the Caledonian preacher, who comes like a satyr staring from the woods, and yet speaks like an orator. We had a Parsons Adams not quite 100 years ago, a Sir Roger de Coverley rather more than 100. Even Sir Walter is ordinarily obliged to pitch his angle, strong as the hook is, 100 miles to the north of the modern Athens, or a century back. His last work, indeed, is mystical, is romantic in nothing but the title page. Instead of a holy water sprinkled dipped in dew, he has given us a fashionable watering place, and we see what he has made of it. He must not come down from his fastnesses in traditional barbarism and native rusticity. The level, the littleness, the frippery of modern civilization will undo him as it has undone us. Sir Walter has found out, oh rare discovery, that facts are better than fiction, that there is no romance like the romance of real life, and that if we can but arrive at what men feel, do, and say in striking and singular situations, the result will be more lively, audible, and full of vent than the fine-spun cobwebs of the brain. With reverence be it spoken. He is like the man who, having to imitate the squeaking of a pig upon the stage, brought the animal under the coat with him. Our author has conjured up the actual people he has to deal with, or as much as he could get of them, in their habits as they lived. He has ransacked old chronicles, and poured the contents upon his page. He has squeezed out musty records. He has consulted wayfaring pilgrims, bedrid sibyls. He has invoked the spirits of the air. He has conversed with the living and the dead, and let them tell their story their own way. and by borrowing of others, has enriched his own genius with everlasting variety, truth, and freedom. He has taken his materials from the original, authentic sources in large concrete masses, and not tampered with or too much frittered them away. He is only the amanuensis of truth and history. It is impossible to say how fine his writings in consequence are, unless we could describe how fine nature is. All that portion of the history of his country that he has touched upon, wide as the scope is, the manners, the personages, the events, the scenery, lives over again in his volumes. Nothing is wanting. The illusion is complete. There is a hurtling in the air, a trampling of feet upon the ground, as these perfect representations of human character or fanciful belief come thronging back upon our imaginations. We will merely recall a few of the subjects of his pencil to the reader's recollection, for nothing we could add, by way of note or commendation, could make the impression more vivid. There is, first and foremost, because the earliest of our acquaintance, the Baron of Bradwardine, stately, kind-hearted, whimsical, pedantic, and Flora MacIver, who even we forgive for her Jacobitism, the fierce Vic Ian Vohr, and Evan Dhu, constant in death, and Davy Gellatley, roasting his eggs or turning his rhymes with restless volubility, and the two stag-hounds that met Waverley, as fine as ever Titian painted, or Paul Veronese. Then there is the old Balfour of Burley, brandishing his sword and his Bible with fire-eyed fury, trying a fool with the insolent, gigantic Bothwell at the Change House, and vanquishing him at the noble battle of Loudon Hill. There is Bothwell himself, drawn to the life, proud, cruel, selfish, profligate, but with the love letters of the gentle Alice, written 30 years before, and his verses to her memory, found in his pocket after his death. In the same volume of Old Mortality is that lone figure, like a figure in Scripture, of the woman sitting on the stone at the turning of the mountain, to warn Burley that there is a lion in its path, and the fawning Claver House, beautiful as a panther, smooth-looking, blood-spotted, and the fanatics, MacBriar and Mucklewrath, crazed with zeal and sufferings, and the inflexible Morton, and the faithful Edith, who refused to give her hand to another while her heart was still with her lover in the deep and dead sea. And in the heart of Midlothian we have Effie Deans, that sweet, faded flower, and Jeanie, her more than sister, and old David Deans, the patriarch of St. Leonard's Crags, and Butler, and Dumby Dykes, eloquent in his silence, and Mr. Bartolene Saddletree and his prudent helpmate, and Porteous swinging in the wind, and Madge Wildfire, full of finery and madness, and her ghastly mother. Again, there is Meg Marillies, standing on her rock, stretched on her bier with her head to the east, and Dirk Hatterick, equal to Shakespeare's Master Bernardine, and Glossin, the soul of an attorney, and Dandy Dinmont, with his terrier pack, and his pony Dumble, and the fiery Colonel Mannering, and the modish old counsellor Playdell, and Dominie Sampson. Footnote D. Perhaps the finest scene in all these novels is that where the Dominie meets his pupil, Miss Lucy, the morning after her brother's arrival. End of footnote. And Rob Roy, like the eagle in his eyrie, and Bailey Nicole Jarvie, and the inimitable Major Galbraith, and Rashlyle's Baldiston, and Di Vernon, the best of secret keepers, and in the Antiquary, the ingenious and abstruse Mr. Jonathan Oldbuck, and the old beadsman Eddie Ochiltree, and that preternatural figure of Edith Elspeth, a living shadow, in whom the lamp of life had long been extinguished, had it not been fed by remorse and thick-coming recollections, and that striking picture of the effects of feudal tyranny and fiendish pride, the unhappy Earl of Glenallan, and the Black Dwarf, and his friend Habby of the Hewfoot, the cheerful hunter, and his cousin Grace Armstrong, fresh and laughing like the morning, and the children of the Mint, and the baying of the bloodhound that tracks their steps at a distance. The hollow echoes are in our ears now. And Amy and her hapless love, and the villain Varney, and the deep voice of George of Douglas, and the immovable Balafré, and Master Oliver the barber and Quentin Durward, and the quaint humour of the fortunes of Nigel, and the comic spirit of Peveril of the Peak, and the fine old English romance of Ivanhoe. What a list of names! What a host of associations! What a thing is human life! What a power is that of genius! What a world of thought and feeling is thus rescued from oblivion! How many hours of heartfelt satisfaction has our author given to the gay and thoughtless? How many sad hearts has he soothed in pain and solitude? It is no wonder that the public repay with lengthened applause and gratitude the pleasure they receive. He writes as fast as they can read, and he does not write himself down. He is always in the public eye, and we do not tire of him. His worst is better than any other person's best. His backgrounds, and his later works are little else but backgrounds capitally made out, are more attractive than the principal figures and most complicated actions of other writers. His works, taken together, are almost like a new edition of human nature. This is indeed to be an author. The political bearing of the Scotch novels has been a considerable recommendation to them. They are a relief to the mind, rarefied as it has been with modern philosophy, and heated with ultra-radicalism. At a time also when we bid fair to revive the principles of the Stuarts, it is interesting to bring us acquainted with their persons and misfortunes. The candour of Sir Walter's historic pen levels our bristling prejudices on this score, and sees fair play between Roundheads and Cavaliers, between Protestant and Papist. He is a writer reconciling all the diversities of human nature to the reader. He does not enter into the distinction of hostile sects or parties, but treats of the strength or the infirmity of the human mind, of the virtues or the vices of the human breast, as they are to be found blended in the whole race of mankind. Nothing can show more handsomely or be more gallantly executed. There was a talk at one time that our author was about to take Guy Fawkes for the subject of one of his novels, in order to put a more liberal and humane construction on the gunpowder plot than our no-popery prejudices have hitherto permitted. Sir Walter is a professed clarifier of the age from the vulgar and still lurking old English antipathy to popery and slavery. Through some odd process of servile logic, it should seem that in restoring the claims of the Stuarts by the courtesy of romance, the House of Brunswick are more firmly seated in point of fact, and the Bourbons, by collateral reasoning, become legitimate. In any other point of view, we cannot possibly conceive how Sir Walter imagines he has done something to revive the declining spirit of loyalty by these novels. His loyalty is founded on would-be treason. He props the actual throne by the shadow of rebellion. Does he really think of making us enamoured of the good old times by the faithful and harrowing portraits he has drawn of them? Would he carry us back to the early stages of barbarism, of clanship, of the feudal system as a consummation devoutly to be wished? Is he infatuated enough, or does he so dote and drivel over his own slothful and self-willed prejudices as to believe that he will make a single convert to the beauty of legitimacy, that is, of lawless power and savage bigotry, when he himself is obliged to apologize for the horrors he describes, and even render his descriptions credible to the modern reader by referring to the authentic history of these delectable times? Footnote E. And here we cannot but think it necessary to offer some better proof than the incidents of an idle tale, to vindicate the melancholy representation of manners which has been just laid before the reader. It is grievous to think that those valiant barons, to whose stand against the crown the liberties of England were indebted for their existence, should themselves have been such dreadful oppressors, and capable of excesses contrary not only to the laws of England, but to those of nature and humanity. But alas, we have only to extract from the industrious Henry one of those numerous passages which he has collected from contemporary historians, to prove that fiction itself can hardly reach the dark reality of the horrors of the period. The description given by the author of the Saxon Chronicle of the cruelties exercised in the reign of King Stephen by the great barons and lords of castles, who were all Normans, afforded a strong proof of the excesses of which they were capable when their passions were inflamed. They grievously oppressed the poor people by building castles, and when they were built, They filled them with wicked men, or rather devils, who seized both men and women who they imagined had any money, threw them into prison, and put them to more cruel tortures than the martyr ever endured. They suffocated some in mud, and suspended others by the feet, or the heads, or the thumbs, kindling fires below them. They squatted the heads of some with knotted cords till they pierced their brains, while they threw others into dungeons swarming with serpents, snakes, and toads. But it would be cruel to put the reader to the pain of perusing the remainder of the description. From Henry's History, edition 1805, volume 7, page 346. End of footnote. He is indeed so besotted as to the moral of his own story, that he has even the blindness to go out of his way to have a fling at flints and dungs, the contemptible ingredients, as he would have us believe, of a modern rabble, at the very time when he is describing a mob of the 12th century. A mob, one should think, after the writer's own heart, without one particle of modern philosophy or revolutionary politics in their composition, who were to a man, to a hair, just what priests and kings and nobles let them be, and who were collected to witness, a spectacle proper to the times, the burning of the lovely Rebecca at a stake for a sorceress, because she was a Jewess, beautiful and innocent, and the consequent victim of insane bigotry and unbridled profligacy. And it is at this moment, when the heart is kindled and bursting with indignation at the revolting abuses of self-constituted power, that Sir Walter stops the press to have a sneer at the people, and to put a spoke, as he thinks, in the wheel of upstart innovation. This is what he calls backing his friends. It is thus he administers charms and philters to our love of legitimacy, makes us conceive a horror of all reform, civil, political, or religious, and would fain put down the spirit of the age. The author of Waverley might just as well get up and make a speech at a dinner at Edinburgh, accusing Mr. Macadam for his improvements in the roads, on the ground that they were nearly impassable in many places 60 years since, or object to Mr. Pill's Police Bill by insisting that Hounslow Heath was formerly a scene of greater interest and terror to highwaymen and travellers, and cut a greater figure in the Newgate calendar than it does at present. O Wycliffe, Luther, Hampden, Sidney, Somers, mistaken Whigs and thoughtless reformers in religion and politics, and all ye, whether poets or philosophers, heroes or sages, inventors of arts or sciences, patriots, benefactors of the human race, enlighteners or civilizers of the world, who have, so far, reduced opinion to reason, and power to law, who are the cause that we no longer burn witches and heretics at slow fires, that the thumbscrews are no longer applied by ghastly, smiling judges to extort confession of imputed crimes from sufferers for conscience' sake, that men are no longer strung up like acorns on trees without judge or jury, or hunted like wild beasts through thickets and glens, who have abated the cruelty of priests, the pride of nobles, the divinity of kings in former times, to whom we owe it, that we no longer wear round our necks the collar of Gurth the swineherd, and of Wamba the jester, that the castles of great lords are no longer the dens of banditti, from whence they issue with fire and sword to lay waste the land, that we no longer expire in loathsome dungeons without knowing the cause, or have our right hands struck off for raising them in self-defence against wanton insult, that we can sleep without fear of being burnt in our beds, or travel without making our wills, that no Amy Robsarts are thrown down trapdoors by Richard Varneys with impunity, that no Red Reaver of Westburn Flat sets fire to peaceful cottages, that no Claverhouse signs cold-blooded death warrants in sport, that we have no Tristan the Hermit, or Petty Andre, crawling near us like spiders, and making our flesh creep, and our hearts sicken within us at every moment of our lives. Ye who have produced this change in the face of nature and society, return to earth once more, and beg pardon of Sir Walter and his patrons, who sigh at not being able to undo all that you have done. Leaving this question, there are two other remarks which we wish to make on the novels. The one was, to express our admiration of the good nature of the mottos, in which the author has taken occasion to remember and quote almost every living author, whether illustrious or obscure, but himself. An indirect argument in favour of the general opinion as to the source from which they spring, and the other was, to hint at our astonishment at the innumerable and incessant instances of bad and slovenly English in them, more, we believe, than in any other works now printed. We should think the writer could not possibly read the manuscript after he has once written it, or overlook the press. If there were a writer who, born for the universe, narrowed his mind and to party gave up what was meant for mankind, who, from the height of his genius, looking abroad into nature, and scanning the recesses of the human heart, winked and shut his apprehension up to every thought or purpose that tended to the future good of mankind, who, raised by affluence, the reward of successful industry, and by the voice of fame above the want of any but the most honourable patronage, stooped to the unworthy arts of adulation, and abetted the views of the great with the pettifogging feelings of the meanest dependent on office, who, having secured the admiration of the public, with the probable reversion of immortality, showed no respect for himself, for that genius that had raised him to distinction, for that nature which trampled underfoot, who, amiable, frank, friendly, manly in private life, was seized with the dotage of age and the fury of a woman, the instant politics were concerned, who reserved all his candour and comprehensiveness of view for history, and vented his littleness, pique, resentment, bigotry, and intolerance on his contemporaries, who took the wrong side and defended it by unfair means, who, the moment his interest or the prejudices of others interfered, seemed to forget all that was due to the pride of intellect, to the sense of manhood, who, praised, admired by men of all parties alike, repaid the public liberality by striking a secret and envenomed blow at the reputation of everyone who was not the ready tool of power, who showed the slime of rankling malice and mercenary scorn over the bud and promise of genius, because it was not fostered in the hotbed of corruption, or warped by the trammels of civility, who supported the worst abuses of authority in the worst spirit, who joined a gang of desperadoes to spread calumny, contempt, infamy, wherever they were merited by honesty or talent on a different side, who officiously undertook to decide public questions by private insinuations, to prop the throne by nicknames, and the altar by lies, who, being, by common consent, the finest, the most humane and accomplished writer of his age, associated himself and encouraged the lowest panders of venal press, deluging, nauseating the public mind with the offal and garbage of Billingsgate abuse and vulgar slang, showing no remorse, no relenting or compassion towards the victims of this nefarious and organised system of party prescription, carried on under the mask of literary criticism and fair discussion, insulting the misfortunes of some and trampling on the early grave of others. Who would not grieve if such a man there be? Who would not weep if Atticus were he? But we believe there is no other age or country of the world but ours in which such genius could have been so degraded. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robole. Chapter 7, Lord Byron. Lord Byron and Sir Walter Scott are among writers now living. Note: this essay was written just before Byron's death. End of note. The two who would carry away a majority of suffrages as the greatest geniuses of the age. The former would, perhaps, obtain the preference with the fine gentlemen and ladies, squeamishness apart, the latter with the critics and the vulgar. We shall treat of them in the same connection, partly on account of their distinguished preeminence, and partly because they afford a complete contrast to each other. In their poetry, in their prose, in their politics, and in their tempers, no two men can be more unlike. If Sir Walter Scott may be thought by some to have been born universal heir to all humanity, it is plain Lord Byron can set up no such pretension. He is, in a striking degree, the creature of his own will. He holds no communion with his kind, but stands alone without mate or fellow, as if man were author of himself and owned no other kin. He is like a solitary peak, all access to which is cut off not more by elevation than distance. He is seated on a lofty eminence, cloud-capped, or reflecting the last rays of setting suns, and in his poetical moods reminds us of the fabled Titans retired to a ridgy steep, playing on their panspipes and taking up ordinary men and things in their hands with haughty indifference. He raises his subject to himself, or tramples on it. He neither stoops to nor loses himself in it. He exists not by sympathy, but by antipathy. He scorns all things, even himself. Nature must come to him to sit for her picture. He does not go to her. She must consult his time, his convenience, and his humor, and wear a somber or a fantastic garb, or his lordship turns his back upon her. There is no ease, no unaffected simplicity of manner, no golden mean. All is strained or petulant in the extreme. His thoughts are sphered and crystalline. His style prouder than when blue iris bends. His spirit fiery, impatient, wavered, indefatigable. Instead of taking his impressions from without in entire and almost unimpaired masses, he molds them according to his own temperament and heats the materials of his imagination in the furnace of his passions. Lord Byron's verse glows like a flame, consuming everything in its way. Sir Walter Scott's glides like a river, clear, gentle, harmless. The poetry of the first scorches, that of the last scarcely warms. The light of the one proceeds from an internal source, ensanguined, sullen, fixed. The other reflects the hues of heaven, or the face of nature, glancing, vivid, and various. The production of the northern bard have the rust and the freshness of antiquity about them. Those of the noble poet cease to startle from their extreme ambition of novelty, both in style and manner. Sir Walter's rhymes are silly sooth and dally with the innocence of thought, like the old age. His lordship's muse spurns the olden time, and affects all the supercilious airs of a modern fine lady and an upstart. The object of the one writer is to restore us to truth and nature. The other chiefly thinks of how he shall display his own power, or vent his spleen, or astonish the reader either by starting new subjects and trains of speculation, or by expressing old ones in a more striking and emphatic manner than they have been expressed before. He cares little what it is he says, so that he can say differently from others. This may account for the charges of plagiarism, which have been repeatedly brought against the noble poet. If he can borrow an image or a sentiment from another, and heighten it by an epithet or an allusion of greater force and beauty than is to be found in the original passage, he thinks he shows his superiority of execution in this in a more marked manner than if the first suggestion had been his own. It is not the value of the observation itself he is solicitous about, but he wishes to shine by contrast. Even nature only serves as a foil to set off his style. He therefore takes the thoughts of others, whether contemporaries or not, out of their mouths, and is content to make them his own, to set his stamp upon them, by imparting them to a more meretricious gloss, a higher relief, a greater loftiness of tone, and a characteristic inveteracy of purpose. Even in those collateral ornaments of modern style, slovenliness, abruptness, and eccentricity, as well as in terseness and significance, Lord Byron, when he pleases, defies competition and surpasses all his contemporaries. Whatever he does, he must do it in a more decided and daring manner than any one else. He lounges with extravagance, and yawns so as to alarm the reader. self-will, passion, the love of singularity, a disdain of himself and of others, with the conscious sense that this is among the ways and means of procuring admiration, are the proper categories of his mind. He is a lordly writer, is above his own reputation, and condescends to the muses with a scornful grace. Lord Byron, who in his politics is a liberal, in his genius is haughty and aristocratic. Walter Scott, who is an aristocrat in principle, is popular in his writings, and is, as it were, equally servile to nature and to opinion. The genius of Sir Walter is essentially imitative, or denotes a foregone conclusion. That of Lord Byron is self-dependent, or at least requires no aid, is governed by no law, but the impulses of his own will. We confess, however much we may admire independence of feeling and erectness of spirit in general or practical questions, yet in works of genius we prefer him who bows to the authority of nature, who appeals to actual objects, to mouldering superstitions, to history, to observation and tradition, before him who only consults the pragmatical and restless workings of his own breast, and gives them out as oracles to the world. We like a writer, whether poet or prose writer, who takes in, or is willing to take in, the range of half the universe in feeling, character, description, much better than we do one who obstinately and invariably shuts himself up in the Bastille of his own ruling passions. In short, we'd rather be Sir Walter Scott, meaning thereby the author of Waverley, than Lord Byron 100 times over, and for the reason just given, namely, that he casts his description in the mould of nature, ever varying, never tiresome, always interesting, and always instructive, instead of casting them constantly in the mould of his own individual impressions. He gives us man as he is, or as he was, in almost every variety of situation, action, and feeling. Lord Byron makes man after his own image, woman after his own heart. The one is a capricious tyrant, the other a yielding slave. He gives us the misanthrope and the voluptuary by turns, and with these two characters, burning or melting in their own fires, he makes out everlasting centos of himself. He hangs the cloud, the film of his existence, over all outward things, sits in the center of his thoughts, and enjoys dark night, bright day, the glitter and the gloom in cell monastic. We see the mournful pall, the crucifix, the death's heads, the faded chaplet of flowers, the gleaming tapers, the agonized brow of genius, the wasted form of beauty, but we are still imprisoned in a dungeon. A curtain intercepts our view. We do not breathe freely the air of nature or of our own thoughts. The other admired author draws aside the curtain, and the veil of egotism is rent, and he shows us the crowd of living men and women, the endless groups, the landscape background, the cloud and the rainbow, and enriches our imaginations, and relieves one passion by another, and expands and lightens reflections, and takes away that tightness at the breast which arises from thinking or wishing to think that there is nothing in the world out of man's self. In this point of view, the author of Waverley is one of the greatest teachers of morality that ever lived, by emancipating the mind from petty, narrow, and bigoted prejudices. Lord Byron is the greatest pamperer of those prejudices, by seeming to think there is nothing else worth encouraging but the seeds or the full luxuriant growth of dogmatism and self-conceit. In reading the Scotch novels, we never think about the author except from a feeling of curiosity respecting our unknown benefactor. In reading Lord Byron's works, he himself is never absent from our minds. The colouring of Lord Byron's style, however rich and dipped in Tyrian dyes, is nevertheless opaque, is in itself an object of delight and wonder. Sir Walter Scott's is perfectly transparent. In studying the one, you seem to gaze at the figures cut in stained glass, which exclude the view beyond, and where the pure light of heaven is only a means of setting off the gorgeousness of art. In reading the other, you look through a noble window at the clear and varied landscape without. Or, to sum up the distinction in one word, Sir Walter Scott is the most dramatic writer now living, and Lord Byron is the least so. It would be difficult to imagine that the author of Waverley is in the smallest degree a pedant, as it would be hard to persuade ourselves that the author of Childe Harold and Don Juan is not a coxcomb, though a provoking and sublime one. In this decided preference given to Sir Walter Scott over Lord Byron, we distinctly include the prose works of the former, for we do not think his poetry alone by any means entitles him to that precedence. Sir Walter in his poetry, though pleasing and natural, is a comparative trifler. It is in his anonymous productions that he has shown himself for what he is. Intensity is the great and prominent distinction of Lord Byron's writings. He seldom gets beyond force of style, nor has he produced any regular work or masterly whole. He does not prepare any plan beforehand, nor revise and retouch what he has written with polished accuracy. His only object seems to be to stimulate himself and his readers for the moment, to keep both alive, to drive away ennui, to substitute a feverish and irritable state of excitement for listless indolence, or even calm enjoyment. For this purpose, he pitches on any subject at random without much thought or delicacy. He is only impatient to begin, and takes care to adorn and enrich it as he proceeds with thoughts that breathe and words that burn. He composes, as he himself has said, whether he is in the bath, in his study, or on horseback. He writes as habitually as others talk or think, and whether we have the inspiration of the muse or not, we always find the spirit of the man of genius breathing from his verse. He grapples with his subject, and moves, penetrates, and animates it by the electric force of his own feelings. He is often monotonous, extravagant, offensive, but he is never dull or tedious but when he writes prose. Lord Byron does not exhibit a new view of nature, or raise insignificant objects into importance by the romantic associations with which he surrounds them, but generally at least takes commonplace thoughts and events and endeavors to express them in stronger and statelier language than others. His poetry stands like a martello tower by the side of his subject. He does not, like Mr. Wordsworth, lift poetry from the ground or create a sentiment out of nothing. He does not describe a daisy or a periwinkle, but the cedar or the cypress, not poor men's cottages, but princesses' palaces. His Childe Harold contains a lofty and impassioned review of the great events of history, of the mighty objects left as wrecks of time, but he dwells chiefly on what is familiar to the mind of every schoolboy, has brought out few new traits of feeling or thought, and has done no more than justice to the reader's preconceptions by the sustained force and brilliancy of his style and imagery. Lord Byron's earlier productions, Lara, The Corsair, etc., were wild and gloomy romances put into rapid and shining verse. They discover the madness of poetry, together with the inspiration. Sullen, moody, capricious, fierce, inexorable, gloating on beauty, thirsting for revenge, hurrying from the extremes of pleasure to pain, but with nothing permanent, nothing healthy or natural. The gaudy decorations and the morbid sentiments remind one of flowers strewed over the face of death. In his Childe Harold, as has just been observed, he assumes a lofty and philosophic tone, and reasons high of providence, foreknowledge, will, and fate. He takes the highest points in the history of the world and comments on them from a more commanding eminence. He shows us the crumbling monuments of time. He invokes the great names, the mighty spirit of antiquity. The universe is changed into a stately mausoleum. In solemn measures he chaunts a hymn to fame. Lord Byron has strength and elevation enough to fill up the molds of our classical and time-hallowed recollections, and to rekindle the earliest aspirations of the mind after greatness and true glory with a pen of fire. The names of Tasso, of Ariosto, of Dante, of Cincinnatus, of Caesar, of Scipio, lose nothing of their pomp or their luster in his hands. And when he begins and continues a strain of panegyric on other subjects, we indeed sit down with him to a banquet of rich praise, brooding over imperishable glories, till contemplation has her fill. Lord Byron seems to cast himself indignantly from this bank and shoal of time, or the frail tottering bark that bears up modern reputation, into the huge sea of ancient renown, and to revel there with untired outspread plume. Even this in him is spleen. His contempt for his contemporaries makes him turn back to the lustrous past, or project himself forward to the dim future. Lord Byron's tragedies, Faliero, note, Don Juan was my Moscow, and Faliero my Leipzig, and my Mont Saint Jean seems Caen. Don Juan, Canto 11, end of note. Sardanapalus, etc., are not equal to his other works. They want the essence of the drama. They abound in speeches and descriptions such as he himself might make either to himself or others, lolling on his couch of a morning, but do not carry the reader out of the poet's mind to the scenes and events recorded. They have neither action, character, nor interest, but are a sort of gossamer tragedies, spun out and glittering, and spreading a flimsy veil over the face of nature. Yet he spins them on. Of all that he has done in this way, the Heaven and Earth, the same subject as Mr. Moore's Love of the Angels, is the best. We prefer it even to Manfred. Manfred is merely himself with a fancy drapery on. But in the dramatic fragment published in the Liberal, the space between heaven and earth, the stage on which his characters have to pass to and fro, seems to fill his lordship's imagination, and the deluge, which he has so finely described, may be said to have drowned all his own idle humours. We must say we think little of our author's turn for satire. His English bards and Scotch reviewers is dogmatical and insolent, but without refinement or point. He calls people names and tries to transfix a character with an epithet which does not stick because it has no other foundation than his own petulance and spite. Or he endeavors to degrade by alluding to some circumstance of external situation. He says of Mr. Wordsworth's poetry that it is an aversion. That may be, but whose fault is it? This is the satire of a lord who is accustomed to have all his whims or dislikes taken for gospel, and who cannot be at the pains to do more than signify his contempt or displeasure. If a great man meets with a rebuff which he does not like, he turns on his heel, and this passes for a repartee. The noble author says of a celebrated barrister and critic that he was born in a garret 16 stories high. The insinuation is not true, or if it were, it is low. The allusion degrades the persona who makes, not him to whom it is applied. This is also the satire of a person of birth and quality who measures all merit by external rank, that is, by his own standard. So his lordship, in a letter to the editor of my grandmother's review, addresses him 50 times as, "My dear Roberts," nor is there any other wit in the article. This is surely a mere assumption of superiority from his lordship's rank, and is the sort of quizzing he might use to a person who came to hire himself as a valet to him at Long's. The waiters might laugh, the public will not. In like manner, in the controversy about Pope, he claps Mr. Bowles on the back with a coarse facetious familiarity, as if he were his chaplain, whom he had invited to dine with him, or was about to present a benefice. The reverend divine might submit to the obligation, but he has no occasion to subscribe to the jest. If it is a jest that Mr. Bowles should be a parson, and Lord Byron a peer, the world knew this before. There was no need to write a pamphlet to prove it. The Don Juan, indeed, has great power, but its power is owing to the force of the serious writing, and to the oddity of the contrast between that and the flashy passages with which it is interlarded. From the sublime to the ridiculous there is but one step. You laugh and are surprised that anyone should turn round and travesty himself. The drollery is the utter discontinuity of ideals and feelings. He makes virtue serve as a foil to vice. Dandyism is, for want of any other, a variety of genius. A classical intoxication is followed by a splashing of soda water. by frothy effusions of ordinary bile. After the lightning and the hurricane, we are introduced to the interior of the cabin and the contents of the wash-hand basins. The solemn hero of tragedy plays scrub in the farce. This is very tolerable and not to be endured. The noble lord is almost the only writer who has prostituted his talents in this way. He hallows in order to desecrate, takes a pleasure in defacing the images of beauty his hands have wrought, and raises our hopes and our belief in goodness to heaven, only to dash them to the earth again, and break them in pieces the more effectually from the very height they have fallen. Our enthusiasm for genius or virtue is thus turned into a jest by the very person who has kindled it, and who thus fatally quenches the sparks of both. It is not that Lord Byron is sometimes serious and sometimes trifling, sometimes profligate and sometimes moral. But when he is most serious and most moral, he is only preparing to mortify the unsuspecting reader by putting a pitiful hoax upon him. This is a most unaccountable anomaly. It is as if the eagle were to build its eyrie in a common sewer, or the owl were seen soaring in the midday sun. Such a sight might make one laugh, but one would not wish or expect it to occur more than once. Note: this censure applies to the first cantos of Don Juan much more than to the last. It has been called a Tristram Shandy in rhyme. It is rather a poem written about itself. End of note. In fact, Lord Byron is the spoiled child of fame as well as fortune. He has taken a surfeit of popularity, and is not contented to delight unless he can shock the public. He would force them to admire in spite of decency and common sense. He would have them read what they would read in no one but himself, or he would not give a rush for their applause. He is to be a chartered libertine, from whom insults are favors, whose contempt is to be a new incentive to admiration. His lordship is hard to please. He is equally averse to notice or neglect, enraged at censure and scorning praise. He tries the patience of the town to the very utmost, and when they show signs of weariness or disgust, threatens to discard them. He says he will write on, whether he is read or not. He would never write another page if it were not to court popular applause or to affect a superiority over it. In this respect also, Lord Byron presents a striking contrast to Sir Walter Scott. The latter takes what part of the public favour falls to his share without grumbling. To be sure, he has no reason to complain. The former is always quarrelling with the world about his modicum of applause, the spolia optima of vanity, and ungraciously throwing the offerings of incense heaped on his shrine back in the faces of his admirers. Again, there is no taint in the writings of the author of Waverley. All is fair and natural and above board. He never outrages the public mind. He introduces no anomalous character, broaches no staggering opinion. If he goes back to old prejudices and superstitions as a relief to the modern reader, while Lord Byron floats on swelling paradoxes, like proud seas under him. If the one differs too much to the spirit of antiquity, the other panders to the spirit of the age, goes to the very edge of extreme and licentious speculation, and breaks his neck over it. Grossness and levity are the playthings of his pen. It is a ludicrous circumstance that he should ever have dedicated his cane to the worthy baronet. Did the latter ever acknowledge the obligation? We are not nice, not very nice, but we do not particularly approve those subjects that shine chiefly from their rottenness. Nor do we wish to see the muses dressed out in the flounces of a false or questionable philosophy, like Portia or Nerissa in the garb of doctors of law. We like metaphysics as well as Lord Byron, but we do not see them making flowery speeches, nor dancing a measure in the fetters of verse. We have as good as hinted that his lordship's poetry consists mostly of a tissue of superb commonplaces, Even his paradoxes are commonplace. They are familiar in the schools. They are only new and striking in his dramas and stanzas by being out of place. In a word, we think that poetry moves best within the circle of nature and received opinion. Speculative theory and subtle casuistry are forbidden ground to it, but Lord Byron often wanders into this ground wantonly, wilfully, and unwarrantably. The only apology we can conceive for the spirit of some of Lord Byron's writings is the spirit of some of those opposed to him. They would provoke a man to write anything. Farthest from them is best. The extravagance and license of the one seems a proper antidote to the bigotry and narrowness of the other. The first vision of judgment was a set-off to the second, though none but itself could be its parallel. Perhaps the chief cause of most of Lord Byron's errors is that he is that anomaly in letters and in society, a noble poet. It is a double privilege, almost too much for humanity. He has all the pride of birth and genius. The strength of his imagination leads him to indulge in fantastic opinions. The elevation of his rank sets censure at defiance. He becomes a pampered egotist. He has a seat in the House of Lords, a niche in the Temple of Fame. Everyday mortals, opinions, things are not good enough for him to touch or think of. A mere nobleman is, in his estimation, but the 10th transmitter of a foolish face. A mere man of genius is no better than a worm. His muse is also a lady of quality. The people are not polite enough for him, the court not sufficiently intellectual. He hates the one and despises the other. By hating and despising others, he does not learn to be satisfied with himself. A fastidious man soon grows querulous and splenetic. If there is nobody but ourselves to come up to our idea of fancied perfection, we easily get tired of our idol. When a man is tired of what he is, by a natural perversity, he sets up for what he is not. If he is a poet, he pretends to be a metaphysician. If he is a patrician in rank and feeling, he would feign to be one of the people. His ruling motive is not the love of the people, but of distinction, not of truth, but of singularity. He patronizes men of letters out of vanity, and deserts them from caprice, or from the advice of friends. He embarks in an obnoxious publication to provoke censure, and leaves it to shift for itself for fear of scandal. We do not like Sir Walter's gratuitous servility. We like Lord Byron's preposterous liberalism little better. He may affect the principles of equality, but he resumes his privilege of peerage upon occasion. His lordship has made great offers of service to the Greeks, money and horses. He is at present in Cephalonia, waiting the event. We had written thus far when news came of the death of Lord Byron, and put an end at once to a strain of somewhat peevish invective, which was intended to meet his eye, not to insult his memory. Had we known that we were writing his epitaph, we must have done it with a different feeling. As it is, we think it better and more like himself to let what we had written stand, than to take up our leaden shafts and try to melt them into tears of sensibility, or mould them into dull praise and an affected show of candour. We were not silent during the author's lifetime, either for his reproof or encouragement, such as we could give, and he did not disdain to accept. Nor can we now turn undertakers as men to fix the glittering plate upon his coffin, or fall into the procession of popular woe. Death cancels everything but truth, and strips a man of everything but genius and virtue. It is a sort of natural canonization. It makes the meanest of us sacred. It installs the poet in his immortality and lifts him to the skies. Death is the great assayer of the sterling ore of talent. At his touch, the drossy particles fall off, the irritable, the personal, the gross, and mingle with the dust. The finer and more ethereal part mounts with the winged spirit to watch over our latest memory and protect our bones from insult. We consign the least worthy qualities to oblivion and cherish the nobler and imperishable nature with double pride and fondness. Nothing could show the real superiority of genius in a more striking point of view than the idle contests and the public indifference about the place of Lord Byron's interment, whether in Westminster Abbey or his own family vault. A king must have a coronation, a nobleman a funeral procession. The man is nothing without the pageant. The poet's cemetery is the human mind, in which he sows the seed of never-ending human thought. His monument is to be found in his works. Nothing can cover his high fame but heaven, no pyramid set off his memory, but the eternal substance of his greatness. Lord Byron is dead. He also died a martyr to his zeal in the cause of freedom, for the last best hopes of man. Let that be his excuse and his epitaph. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Chapter 8. Thomas Campbell and George Crabb. Mr. Campbell may be said to hold a place, among modern poets, between Lord Byron and Mr. Rogers. With much of the glossy splendour, the pointed vigour, and romantic interest of the one, he possesses the fastidious refinement, the classic elegance of the other. Mr. Rogers, as a writer, is too effeminate, Lord Byron too extravagant. Mr. Campbell is neither. The author of the Pleasures of Memory polishes his lines till they sparkle with the most exquisite finish. He attenuates them into the utmost degree of trembling softness. But we may complain, in spite of the delicacy and brilliancy of the execution, of a want of strength and solidity. The author of the Pleasures of Hope, with a richer and deeper vein of thought and imagination, works it out into figures of equal grace and dazzling beauty, avoiding on the one hand the tinsel of flimsy affectation, and on the other the vices of a rude and barbarous negligence. His Pegasus is not a rough, skittish colt, running wild among the mountains, covered with burdocks and thistles, nor a tame, sleek pad, unable to get out of the same ambling pace, but a beautiful manège horse, full of life and spirit in itself, and subject to the complete control of the rider. Mr. Campbell gives scope to his feelings and his fancy, and embodies them in a noble and naturally interesting subject. And he at the same time conceives himself called upon, in these days of critical nicety, to pay the exactest attention to the expression of each thought, and to modulate each line into the most faultless harmony. The character of his mind is a lofty and self-scrutinizing ambition that strives to reconcile the integrity of general design with the perfect elaboration of each component part, that aims at striking effect, but is jealous of the means by which this is to be produced. Our poet is not averse to popularity. Nay, he is tremblingly alive to it. But self-respect is the primary law, the indispensable condition on which it must be obtained. We should dread to point out, even if we could, a false concord, a mixed metaphor, an imperfect rhyme in any of Mr. Campbell's productions, for we think that all his fame would hardly compensate to him for the discovery. He seeks for perfection, and nothing evidently short of it can satisfy his mind. He is a high finisher in poetry, whose every work must bear inspection, whose slightest touch is precious, not a coarse dauber who is contented to impose on public wonder and credulity by some huge, ill-executed design, or who endeavours to wear out patience and opposition together by a load of lumbering, feeble, awkward, improgressive lines. On the contrary, Mr. Campbell labours to lend every grace of execution to his subject, while he borrows his ardour and inspiration from it, and to deserve the laurels he has earned by true genius and by true pains. There is an apparent consciousness of this in most of his writings. He has attained to great excellence by aiming at the greatest, by a cautious and yet daring selection of topics, and by studiously, and with a religious horror, avoiding all those faults which arise from grossness, vulgarity, haste, and disregard of public opinion. He seizes on the highest point of eminence, and strives to keep it to himself. He snatches a grace beyond the reach of art, and will not let it go. He steeps a single thought or image so deep in the Tyrian dyes of a gorgeous imagination that it throws its lustre over a whole page, everywhere vivid ideal forms hover, in intense conception, over the poet's verse, which ascends, like the aloe, to the clouds, with pure flowers at its top. Or to take a humbler comparison, the pride of genius must sometimes stoop to the lowliness of criticism, Mr. Campbell's poetry often reminds us of the purple gillyflower, both for its colour and its scent, its glowing warmth, its rich, languid, sullen hue, yet sweeter than the lids of Juno's eyes or Cytherea's breath. There are those who complain of the little that Mr. Campbell has done in poetry, and who seem to insinuate that he is deterred by his own reputation from making any further or higher attempts. But after having produced 2 poems that have gone to the heart of a nation, and are gifts to a world, he may surely linger out the rest of his life in a dream of immortality. There are moments in our lives so exquisite that all that remains of them afterwards seems useless and barren, and there are lines and stanzas in our author's early writings in which he may be thought to have exhausted all the sweetness and all the essence of poetry, so that nothing farther was left to his efforts or his ambition. Happy is it for those few and fortunate worshippers of the Muse, not a subject of grudging or envy to others, who already enjoy in their lifetime a foretaste of their future fame, who see their names accompanying them like a cloud of glory from youth to age, and by the vision splendid are on their way attended, and who know that they have built a shrine for the thoughts and feelings that were most dear to them in the minds and memories of other men, till the language which they lisped in childhood is forgotten, or the human heart shall beat no more. The pleasures of hope alone would not have called forth these remarks from us, but there are passages in the Gertrude of Wyoming of so rare and ripe a beauty that they challenge as they exceed all praise. Such, for instance, is the following peerless description of Gertrude's childhood. A loved bequest, and I may half impart to those that feel the strong paternal tie, how like a new existence in his heart that living flower uprose beneath his eye, dear as she was, from cherub infancy, from hours when she would round his garden play, to time when, as the ripening years went by, her lovely mind could culture well repay, and more engaging grew from pleasing day to day. I may not paint those 1,000 infant charms, unconscious fascination, undesigned, the orison repeated in his arms for God to bless her sire and all mankind, the book, the bosom on his knee reclined, or how sweet fairy lore he heard her con, the playmate ere the teacher of her mind, all unaccompanied else her years had gone, till now in Gertrude's eyes their 9th blue summer shone. And summer was the tide and sweet the hour, when sire and daughter saw, with fleet descent, an Indian from his bark approach their bower, of buskined limb and swarthy lineament, the red wild feathers on his brow were blent, and bracelets bound the arm that helped to light a boy who seemed, as he beside him went, of Christian vesture and complexion bright, led by his dusty guide, like morning brought by night. In the foregoing stanzas we particularly admire the line, "Till now in Gertrude's eyes their ninth blue summer shone." It appears to us like the ecstatic union of natural beauty and poetic fancy, and in its playful sublimity resembles the azure canopy mirrored in the smiling waters, bright, liquid, serene, heavenly. A great outcry, we know, has prevailed for some time past against poetic diction and affected conceits, and, to a certain degree, we go along with it. But this must not prevent us from feeling the thrill of pleasure when we see beauty linked to beauty, like kindred flame to flame, or from applauding the voluptuous fancy that raises and adorns the fairy fabric of thought that nature has begun. Pleasure is scattered in stray gifts o'er the earth. Beauty streaks the famous poet's page in occasional lines of inconceivable brightness. And wherever this is the case, no splenetic censures, or jealous leer malign, no idle theories or cold indifference should hinder us from greeting it with rapture. There are other parts of this poem equally delightful, in which there is a light startling as the red bird's wing, a perfume like that of the magnolia, a music like the murmuring of pathless woods or of the everlasting ocean. We conceive, however, that Mr. Campbell excels chiefly in sentiment and imagery. The story moves slow and is mechanically conducted, and rather resembles a Scotch canal carried over lengthened aqueducts and with a number of locks in it, than one of those rivers that sweep in their majestic course, broad and full, over transatlantic plains, and lose themselves in rolling gulfs or thunder down lofty precipices. But in the centre, the inmost recesses of our poet's heart, the pearly dew of sensibility is distilled and collects, like the diamond in the mine, and the structure of his fame rests on the crystal columns of a polished imagination. We prefer the Gertrude to the Pleasures of Hope, because, with perhaps less brilliancy, there is more of tenderness and natural imagery in the former. In the Pleasures of Hope, Mr. Campbell had not completely emancipated himself from the trammels of the more artificial style of poetry, from epigram and antithesis and hyperbole. The best line in it, in which earthly joys are said to be "like angels' visits, few and far between," is a borrowed one. Footnote A. Like angels' visits, short and far between. Blair's grave. But in the Gertrude of Wyoming, we perceive a softness coming over the heart of the author, and the scales and crust of formality that fence in his couplets and give them a somewhat glittering and rigid appearance fall off, and he has succeeded in engrafting the wild and more expansive interest of the romantic school of poetry on classic elegance and precision. After the poem we have just named, Mr. Campbell's songs are the happiest efforts of his muse, breathing freshness, blushing like the morn. They seem, like clustering roses, to weave a chaplet for love and liberty, or their bleeding words gush out in mournful and hurried succession, like ruddy drops that visit the sad heart of thoughtful humanity. The Battle of Hohenlinden is of all modern compositions the most lyrical in spirit and in sound. To justify this encomium, we need only recall the lines to the reader's memory. On Linden, when the sun was low, all bloodless lay the untrodden snow, and dark as winter was the flow of Iser rolling rapidly. But Linden saw another sight, when the drum beat at dead of night, commanding fires of death to light the darkness of her scenery. By torch and trumpet fast arrayed, each horseman drew his battle blade, and furious every charger neighed to join the dreadful revelry. Then shook the hills with thunder riven, then rushed the steed to battle driven, and louder than the bolts of heaven far flashed the red artillery. but redder yet that light shall glow on Linden's hills of stained snow, and bloodier yet the torrent flow of Isa rolling rapidly. 'Tis morn, but scarce yon level sun can pierce the war clouds rolling dun, where furious Frank and fiery Hun shout in their sulphurous canopy. Footnote B. Is not this word, which occurs in the last line but one, as well as before, an instance of that repetition which we so often meet with in the most correct and elegant writers? The combat deepens. On, ye brave, who rush to glory or the grave! Wave, Munich, all thy banners wave, and charge with all thy chivalry. Few, few shall part where many meet, the snow shall be their winding sheet, and every turf beneath their feet shall be a soldier's sepulchre. Mr. Campbell's prose criticisms on contemporary and other poets, which have appeared in the New Monthly Magazine, are in a style at once chaste, temperate, guarded, and just. Mr. Crabb presents an entire contrast to Mr. Campbell. The one is the most ambitious and aspiring of living poets, the other the most humble and prosaic. If the poetry of the one is like the arch of the rainbow, spanning and adorning the earth, that of the other is like a dull, leaden cloud hanging over it. Mr. Crabb's style might be cited as an answer to Audrey's question, is poetry a true thing? There are here no ornaments, no flights of fancy, no illusions of sentiment, no tinsel of words. His song is one sad reality, one unraised, unvaried note of unavailing woe. Literal fidelity serves him in the place of invention. He assumes importance by a number of petty details. He rivets attention by being tedious. He not only deals in incessant matters of fact, but in matters of fact of the most familiar, the least animating, and the most unpleasant kind. But he relies for the effect of novelty on the microscopic minuteness with which he dissects the most trivial objects, and for the interest he excites on the unshrinking determination with which he handles the most painful. His poetry has an official and professional air. He is called into cases of difficult births, of fractured limbs, or breaches of the peace, and makes out a parochial list of accidents and offences. He takes the most trite, the most gross and obvious and revolting part of nature for the subject of his elaborate descriptions, but it is nature still, and nature is a great and mighty goddess. It is well for the reverend author that it is so. Individuality is, in his theory, the only definition of poetry. Whatever is, he hitches into rhyme. Whoever makes an exact image of anything on the earth, however deformed or insignificant, according to him, must succeed. And he himself has succeeded. Mr. Crabb is one of the most popular and admired of our living authors. That he is so can be accounted for on no other principle than the strong ties that bind us to the world about us, and our involuntary yearnings after whatever in any manner powerfully and directly reminds us of it. His muse is not one of the daughters of memory, but the old toothless mumbling dame herself, doling out the gossip and scandal of the neighbourhood, recounting totidem verbis et litteris, what happens in every place of the kingdom, every hour in the year, and fastening always on the worst as the most palatable morsels. But she is a circumstantial old lady, communicative, scrupulous, leaving nothing to the imagination, harping on the smallest grievances. A village oracle and critic, most veritable, most identical, bringing us acquainted with persons and things just as they chanced to exist, and giving us a local interest in all she knows and tells. Mr. Crabb's Helicon is choked up with weeds and corruption. It reflects no light from heaven, it emits no cheerful sound, no flowers of love, of hope or joy spring up near it, or they bloom only to wither in a moment. Our poet's verse does not put a spirit of youth in everything, but a spirit of fear, despondency, and decay. It is not an electric spark to kindle or expand, but acts like the torpedo's touch to deaden or contract. It lends no dazzling tints to fancy, it aids no soothing feelings in the heart, it gladdens no prospect, it stirs no wish. In its view, the current of life runs slow, dull, cold, dispirited, half underground, muddy and clogged with all creeping things. The world is one vast infirmary. The hill of Parnassus is a penitentiary, of which our author is the overseer. To read him is a penance, yet we read on. Mr. Crabb, it must be confessed, is a repulsive writer. He contrives to turn diseases to commodities, and makes a virtue of necessity. He puts us out of conceit with this world, which perhaps a severe divine should do, yet does not, as a charitable divine ought, point to another. His morbid feelings droop and cling to the earth, grovel where they should soar, and throw a dead weight on every aspiration of the soul after the good or beautiful. By degrees we submit, and are reconciled to our fate, like patients to the physician, or prisoners in the condemned cell. We can only explain this by saying, as we said before, that Mr. Crabb gives us one part of nature, the mean, the little, the disgusting, the distressing, that he does this thoroughly and like a master, and we forgive all the rest. Mr. Crabb's first poems were published so long ago as the year 1782, and received the approbation of Dr. Johnson only a little before he died. This was a testimony from an enemy, for Dr. Johnson was not an admirer of the simple in style or minute in description. Still, he was an acute, strong-minded man, and could see truth when it was presented to him, even through the mist of his prejudices and his foibles. There was something in Mr. Crabb's intricate points that did not, after all, so ill accord with the doctor's purblind vision, and he knew quite well enough of the petty ills of life to judge of the merit of our poet's descriptions, though he himself chose to slur them over in high-sounding dogmas or general invectives. Mr. Crabb's earliest poem of The Village was recommended to the notice of Dr. Johnson by Sir Joshua Reynolds, and we cannot help thinking that a taste for that sort of poetry, which leans for support on the truth and fidelity of its imitations of nature, began to display itself much about that time, and, in a good measure, in consequence of the direction of the public taste to the subject of painting. Book learning, the accumulation of wordy commonplaces, the gaudy pretensions of poetical fiction, had enfeebled and perverted our eye for nature. The study of the fine arts, which came into fashion about 40 years ago, and was then first considered as a polite accomplishment, would tend imperceptibly to restore it. Painting is essentially an imitative art. It cannot subsist for a moment on empty generalities. The critic, therefore, who had been used to this sort of substantial entertainment, would be disposed to read poetry with the eye of a connoisseur, would be little captivated with smooth, polished, unmeaning periods, and would turn with double eagerness and relish to the force and precision of individual details, transferred, as it were, to the page from the canvas. Thus an admirer of Teniers or Hobbema might think little of the pastoral sketches of Pope or Goldsmith. Even Thomson describes not so much the naked object as what he sees in his mind's eye, surrounded and glowing with the mild, bland, genial vapours of his brain. But the adept in Dutch interiors, hovels, and pigsties must find in Mr. Crabb a man after his own heart. He is the very thing itself. He paints in words instead of colours. There is no other difference. As Mr. Crabb is not a painter, only because he does not use a brush and colours, so he is for the most part a poet, only because he writes in lines of 10 syllables. All the rest might be found in a newspaper, an old magazine, or a county register. Our author is himself a little jealous of the prudish fidelity of his homely muse, and tries to justify himself by precedents. He brings as a parallel instance of merely literal description Pope's lines on the gay Duke of Buckingham, beginning, "In the worst inn's worst rooms see Villiers lies." But surely nothing can be more dissimilar. Pope describes what is striking. Crabb would have described merely what was there. The objects in Pope stand out to the fancy from the mixture of the mean with the gaudy, from the contrast of the scene and the character. There is an appeal to the imagination. You see what is passing in a poetical point of view. In Crabb there is no foil, no contrast, no impulse given to the mind. It is all on a level and of a piece. In fact, there is so little connection between the subject matter of Mr. Crabb's lines and the ornament of rhyme which is tacked to them, that many of his verses read like serious burlesque, and the parodies which have been made upon them are hardly so quaint as the originals. Mr. Crabb's great fault is certainly that he is a sickly, a querulous, a uniformly dissatisfied poet. He sings the country, and he sings it in a pitiful tone. He chooses this subject only to take the charm out of it, and to dispel the illusion, the glory, and the dream, which had hovered over it in golden verse from Theocritus to Cowper. He sets out with a professing to overturn the theory which had hallowed a shepherd's life, and made the names of grove and valley music to our ears, in order to give us truth in its stead. But why not lay aside the fool's cap and bells at once? Why not insist on the unwelcome reality in plain prose? If our author is a poet, why trouble himself with statistics? If he is a statistic writer, why set his ill news to harsh and grating verse? The philosopher in painting the dark side of human nature may have reason on his side, and a moral lesson or remedy in view. The tragic poet, who shows the sad vicissitudes of things and the disappointments of the passions, at least strengthens our yearnings after imaginary good, and lends wings to our desires, by which we, at one bound high, overleap all bound of actual suffering. But Mr. Crabb does neither. He gives us discoloured paintings of life, helpless, repining, unprofitable, unedifying distress. He is not a philosopher, but a sophist, a misanthrope in verse, a namby-pamby Mandeville, a Malthus turned metrical romancer. He professes historical fidelity, but his vein is not dramatic, nor does he give us the pros and cons of that versatile gipsy, nature. He does not indulge his fancy, or sympathise with us, or tell us how the poor feel, but how he should feel in their situation, which we do not want to know. He does not weave the web of their lives of a mingled yarn, good and ill together, but clothes them all in the same dingy, linsey, woolsey, or tinges them with a green and yellow melancholy. He blocks out all possibility of good, cancels the hope, or even the wish for it as a weakness, checkmates Tityrus and Virgil at the game of pastoral cross-purposes, disables all his adversaries' white pieces, and leaves none but black ones on the board. The situation of a country clergyman is not necessarily favourable to the cultivation of the muse. He is set down, perhaps, as he thinks, in a small curacy for life, and he takes his revenge by imprisoning the reader's imagination in luckless verse. Shut out from social converse, from learned colleges and halls, where he passed his youth, he has no cordial fellow-feeling with the unlettered manners of the village or the borough, and he describes his neighbours as more uncomfortable and discontented than himself. All this while he dedicates successive volumes to rising generations of noble patrons, and while he desolates a line of coast with sterile, blighting lines, the only leaf of his books where honour, beauty, worth, or pleasure bloom, is that inscribed to the Rutland family. We might adduce instances of what we have said from every page of his works. Let one suffice. Thus by himself compelled to live each day, to wait for certain hours the tide's delay, at the same times the same dull views to see, the bounding marsh bank and the blighted tree, the water only when the tides were high, when lo, the mud half covered and half dry, the sunburnt tar that blisters on the planks, and bankside stakes in their uneven ranks, heaps of entangled weeds that slowly float as the tide rolls by the impeded boat. When tides were neap, and in the sultry day, through the tall bounding mud banks made their way, which on each side rose swelling, and below the dark warm flood ran silently and slow, there anchoring Peter chose from man to hide, there hang his head, and view the lazy tide in its hot slimy channel slowly glide, where the small eels that left the deeper way for the warm shore within the shallows play, where gaping mussels left upon the mud slope their slow passage to the fallen flood. Here dull and hopeless he'd lie down and trace how sidelong crabs had crawled their crooked race, or sadly listen to the tuneless cry of fishing gull or clanging golden eye. What time the seabirds to the marsh would come, and the loud bittern from the bulrush home gave from the salt ditch side the bellowing boom. He nursed the feelings these dull scenes produce, and loved to stop beside the opening sluice, where the small stream, confined in narrow bound, ran with a dull, unvaried, saddening sound, where all, presented to the eye or ear, oppressed the soul with misery, grief, and fear. This is an exact facsimile of some of the most unlovely parts of the creation. Indeed, the whole of Mr. Crabb's Borough, from which the above passage is taken, is done so to the life that it seems almost like some sea monster crawled out of the neighbouring slime, and harbouring a breed of strange vermin with a strong local scent of tar and bilge water. Mr. Crabb's tales are more readable than his poems, but in proportion as the interest increases, they become more oppressive. They turn, one and all, upon the same sort of teasing, helpless, mechanical, unimaginative distress. And though it is not easy to lay them down, you never wish to take them up again. Still, in this way, they are highly finished, striking, and original portraits, worked out with an eye to nature, and an intimate knowledge of the small and intricate folds of the human heart. Some of the best are the Confident, the Story of Silly Shaw, the Young Poet, the Painter. The episode of Phoebe Dawson in The Village is one of the most tender and pensive, and the character of the Methodist parson who persecutes the sailor's widow with his godly, selfish love is one of the most profound. In a word, if Mr. Crabb's writings do not add greatly to the store of entertaining and delightful fiction, yet they will remain as a thorn in the side of poetry, perhaps for a century to come. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. Sir James Mackintosh. The subject of the present article is one of the ablest and most accomplished men of the age, both as a writer, a speaker, and a converser. He is, in fact, master of almost every known topic, whether of a passing or of a more recondite nature. He has lived much in society, and is deeply conversant with books. He is a man of the world and a scholar. but the scholar gives the tone to all his other acquirements and pursuits. Sir James is by education and habit, and we were going to add, by the original turn of his mind, a college man, and perhaps he would have passed this time most happily and respectably had he devoted himself entirely to that kind of life. The strength of his faculties would have been best developed, his ambition would have met its proudest reward in the accumulation and elaborate display of grave and useful knowledge. As it is, it may be said that in company he talks well, but too much, that in writing he overlays the original subject and spirit of the composition by an appeal to authorities and by too formal a method, that in public speaking the logician takes place of the orator, and that he fails to give effect to a particular point or to urge an immediate advantage home upon his adversary from the enlarged scope of his mind and the wide career he takes in the field of argument. To consider him in the last point of view first. As a political partisan, he is rather the lecturer than the advocate. He is able to instruct and delight an impartial and disinterested audience by the extent of his information, by his acquaintance with general principles, by the clearness and aptitude of his illustrations, by vigor and copiousness of style, but where he has a prejudiced or unfair antagonist to contend with, he is just as likely to put weapons into his enemy's hands as to wrest them from him, and his object seems to be rather to deserve than to obtain success. The characteristics of his mind are retentiveness and comprehension, with facility of production, but he is not equally remarkable for originality of view, or warmth of feeling, or liveliness of fancy. His eloquence is a little rhetorical, his reasoning chiefly logical. He can bring down the account of knowledge on a vast variety of subjects to the present moment. He can embellish any cause he undertakes by the most approved and graceful ornaments. He can support it by a host of facts and examples, but he cannot advance it a step forward by placing it on a new and triumphant vantage ground, nor can he overwhelm and break down the artificial fences and bulwarks of sophistry by the irresistible tide of manly enthusiasm. Sir James Mackintosh is an accomplished debater rather than a powerful orator. He is distinguished more as a man of wonderful and variable talent than as a man of commanding intellect. His mode of treating a question is critical and not parliamentary. It has been formed in the closet and the schools, and is hardly fitted for scenes of active life or the collisions of party spirit. Sir James reasons on the square, while the arguments of his opponents are loaded with iron or gold. He makes indeed a respectable ally, but not a very formidable opponent. He is as likely, however, to prevail on a neutral, and he is almost certain to be baffled on a hotly contested ground. On any question of general policy or legislative improvement, the member for Nairn is heard with advantage, and his speeches are attended with effect, and he would have equal weight and influence at other times if it were the object of the House to hear reason, as it is his aim to speak it. But on subjects of peace or war, of political rights or foreign interference, where the waves of party run high, and the liberty of nations or the fate of mankind hangs trembling in the scales, though he probably displays equal talent and does full and heap justice to the question, abstractedly speaking, or if it were to be tried before an impartial assembly, yet we confess we have seldom heard him on such occasions without pain for the event. He did not slur his own character and pretensions, but he compromised the argument. He spoke the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But the House of Commons, we dare not aver it, is not the place where the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth can be spoken with safety or with advantage. The judgment of the House is not a balance to weigh scruples and reasons to the turn of a fraction. Another element, besides the love of truth, enters into the composition of their decisions, the reaction of which must be calculated upon and guarded against. If our philosophical statesmen had to open the case before a class of tyros or a circle of greybeards who wish to form or to strengthen their judgments upon fair and rational grounds, nothing could be more satisfactory, more luminous, more able, or more decisive than the view taken of it by Sir James Mackintosh. But the House of Commons, as a collective body, have not the docility of youth, the calm wisdom of age, and often only want an excuse to do wrong or to adhere to what they have already determined upon, and Sir James, in detailing the inexhaustible stores of his memory and reading, in unfolding the wide range of his theory and practice, in laying down the rules and the exceptions, in insisting upon the advantages and the objections with equal explicitness, would be sure to let something drop that a dexterous and watchful adversary would easily pick up and turn against him. if this were found necessary, or if with so many pros and cons, doubts and difficulties, dilemmas and alternatives thrown into it, the scale, with its natural bias to interest and power, did not already fly up and kick the beam. There wanted unity of purpose, impetuosity of feeling, to break through the phalanx of hostile and invertebrate prejudice arrayed against him. He gave a handle to his enemies, threw stumbling blocks in the way of his friends. He raised so many objections for the sake of answering them, proposed so many doubts for the sake of solving them, and made so many concessions where none were demanded, that his reasoning had the effect of neutralizing itself. It became a mere exercise of the understanding without zest or spirit left in it. And the provident engineer, who was to shatter in pieces the strongholds of corruption and oppression by a well-directed and unsparing discharge of artillery, seemed to have brought not only his own cannon-balls, but his own wool-packs along with him to ward off the threatened mischief. This was a good deal the effect of his maiden speech on the transfer of Genoa, to which Lord Castlereagh did not deign an answer, and which another honourable member called a finical speech. It was a most able, candid, closely argued, and philosophical exposure of that unprincipled transaction. But for this very reason it was a solecism in the place where it was delivered. Sir James has, since this period, and with the help of practice, lowered himself to the tone of the House, and has also applied himself to questions more congenial to his habits of mind, and where the success would be more likely to be proportioned to his zeal and his exertions. There was a greater degree of power, or of dashing and splendid effect, we wish we could add an equally humane and liberal spirit, in the lectures on the law of nature and nations, formerly delivered by Sir James, then Mr. Mackintosh, in Lincoln's Inn Hall. He showed greater confidence, was more at home there. The effect was more electrical and instantaneous, and this elicited a prouder display of intellectual riches and a more animated and imposing mode of delivery. He grew wanton with success, dazzling others by the brilliancy of his acquirements, dazzled himself by the admiration they excited. He lost fear as well as prudence, dared everything, carried everything before him. The modern philosophy, counterscarp, outworks, citadel, and all fell without a blow by the whiff and wind of his fell doctrine, as if it had been a pack of cards. The volcano of the French Revolution was seen expiring in its own flames like a bonfire made of straw. The principles of reform were scattered in all directions like chaff before the keen northern blast. He laid about him like one inspired. Nothing could withstand his envenomed tooth. Like some savage beast got into the garden of the fabled Hesperides, he made clear work of it, root and branch, with white foaming tusks, laid waste the borders and o'erthrew the bowers. The havoc was amazing. The desolation was complete. As to our visionary skeptics and utopian philosophers, they stood no chance with our lecturer. He did not carve them as a dish fit for the gods, but hewed them as a carcass fit for hounds. Poor Godwin, who had come, in the bonhomie and candour of his nature, to hear what new light had broken in upon his old friend, was obliged to quit the field, and slunk away after an exulting taunt thrown out at such fanciful chimeras as a golden mountain or a perfect man. Mr. Mackintosh had something of the air, much of the dexterity and self-possession of a political and philosophical juggler, and an eager and admiring audience gaped and greedily swallowed the gilded bait of sophistry, prepared for their credulity and wonder. Those of us who attended day after day, and were accustomed to have all our previous notions confounded and struck out of our hands by some metaphysical legerdemain, were at last at some loss to know whether 2 and 2 made 4, till we had heard the lecturer's opinion on that head. He might have some mental reservation on the subject, some pointed ridicule to pour upon the common supposition, some learned authority to quote against it. To anticipate the line of argument he might pursue was evidently presumptuous and premature. One thing only appeared certain, that whatever opinion he chose to take up, he was able to make good either by the foils or the cudgels, by gross banter or nice distinctions, by a well-timed mixture of paradox and commonplace, by an appeal to vulgar prejudices or startling skepticism. It seemed to be equally his object, or the tendency of his discourses, to unsettle every principle of reason or of common sense, and to leave his audience at the mercy of the dictum of a lawyer, the nod of a minister, or the shout of a mob. To effect this purpose he drew largely on the learning of antiquity, on modern literature, on history, poetry, and the belles lettres, on the schoolmen, and on writers of novels, French, English, and Italian. In mixing up the sparkling julep that by its potent operation was to scour away the dregs and feculence and peccant humours of the body politic, he seemed to stand with his back to the drawers in a metaphysical dispensary, and to take out of them whatever ingredient suited his purpose. In this way he had an antidote for every error, an answer to every folly. The writings of Burke, Hume, Berkeley, Paley, Lord Bacon, Jeremy Taylor, Grotius, Puffendorf, Cicero, Aristotle, Tacitus, Livy, Sully, Machiavel, Guichardini, Thuanus, lay open beside him, and he could instantly lay his hand upon the passage, and quote them chapter and verse to the clearing up of all difficulties, and the silencing of all oppugners. Mr. Mackintosh's lectures were, after all, but a kind of philosophical centos. They were profound, brilliant, new to his hearers, but profundity, the brilliancy, the novelty were not his own. He was like Dr. Pangloss, not Voltaire's, but Coleman's, who speaks only in quotations, and the pith, the marrow of Sir James' reasoning and rhetoric at that memorable period might be put within inverted commas. It, however, served its purpose, and the loud echo died away. We remember an excellent man and a sound critic, footnote, the late Reverend Joseph Fawcett of Williamstowe, end footnote, going to hear one of these elaborate effusions, and on his want of enthusiasm being accounted for from its not being one of the orator's brilliant days, he replied, he did not think a man of genius could speak for 2 hours without saying something by which he would have been electrified. We are only sorry, at this distance of time, for one thing in these lectures, the tone and spirit in which they seem to have been composed and to be delivered. If all that body of opinions and principles of which the orator read his recantation was unfounded, and there was an end of all those views and hopes that pointed to future improvement, it was not a matter of triumph or exultation to the lecturer or anybody else, to the young or the old, the wise or the foolish. On the contrary, it was a subject of regret, of slow, reluctant, painful admission, of lamentation loud heard through the rueful air. The immediate occasion of this sudden and violent change in Sir James' views and opinions was attributed to a personal interview which he had had a little before his death with Mr. Burke at his house in Beaconsfield. In the latter end of the year 1796 appeared the regicide piece, From the pen of the great apostate from liberty and betrayer of his species into the hands of those who claimed it as their property by divine right, a work imposing, solid in many respects, abounding in facts and admirable reasoning, and in which all flashy ornaments were laid aside for a testamentary gravity, the eloquence of despair resembling the throes and heaving and muttered threats of an earthquake, rather than the loud thunderbolt. And soon after came out a criticism on it in the Monthly Review, doing justice to the author and the style, and combating the inferences with force and at much length, but with candour and with respect amounting to deference. It was new to Mr. Burke not to be called names by persons of the opposite party. It was an additional triumph to him to be spoken well of, to be loaded with well-earned praise by the author of the Vendici Colossi. It was a testimony from an old, a powerful, and admired antagonist. Footnote. At the time when the Vendici Colossi first made its appearance, as a reply to the Reflections on the French Revolution, it was cried upon by the partisans of the new school as a work superior in the charms of composition to its redoubted rival. In acuteness, depth, and soundness of reasoning, of course there was supposed to be no comparison. End footnote. He sent an invitation to the writer to come and see him, and in the course of 3 days' animated discussion of such subjects, Mr. Mackintosh became a convert not merely to the graces and gravity of Mr. Burke's style, but to the liberality of his views and the solidity of his opinions. The Lincoln's Inn lectures were the fruit of this interview. Such is the influence exercised by men of genius and imaginative power over those who have nothing to oppose to their unforeseen flashes of thought and invention but the dry, cold, formal deductions of the understanding. Our politician had time, during a few years of absence from his native country, and while the din of war and the cries of party spirit were lost over a wide and unhearing ocean, to recover from his surprise and from a temporary alienation of mind, and to return in spirit and in the mild and mellowed maturity of age to the principles and attachments of his early life. The appointment of Sir James Mackintosh to a judgeship in India was one which, however flattering to his vanity or favourable to his interests, was entirely foreign to his feelings and habits. It was an honourable exile. He was out of his element among black slaves and sepoys and nabobs and cadets and riders to India. He had no one to exchange ideas with. The unbought grace of life, the charm of literary conversation was gone. It was the habit of his mind, his ruling passion, to enter into the shock and conflict of opinions on philosophical, political, and critical questions, not to dictate to raw tyros or domineer over persons in subordinate situations, but to obtain the guerdon and the laurels of superior sense and information by meeting with men of equal standing. To have a fair field pitched, to argue, to distinguish, to reply, to hunt down the game of intellect with eagerness and skill, to push an advantage, to cover a retreat, to give and take a fall. And gladly would he learn, and gladly teach. It is no wonder that this sort of friendly intellectual gladiatorship is Sir James's greatest pleasure, for it is his peculiar forte. He has not many equals, and scarcely any superior in it. He is too indolent for an author, too unimpassioned for an orator, but in society he is just vain enough to be pleased with immediate attention, good-humoured enough to listen with patience to others, with great coolness and self-possession, fluent, communicative, and with a manner equally free from violence and insipidity. Few subjects can be started on which he is not qualified to appear to advantage, as the gentleman and the scholar. If there is some tinge of pedantry, it is carried off by great affability of address and variety of amusing and interesting topics. There is scarce an author that he has not read, a period of history that he is not conversant with, a celebrated name of which he has not a number of anecdotes to relate, an intricate question that he is not prepared to enter upon in a popular or scientific manner. If an opinion in an abstruse metaphysical author is referred to, he is probably able to repeat the passage by heart, can tell the side of the page on which it is to be met with, can trace it back through various descents to Locke, Hobbes, Lord Herbert of Cherbury, to a place in some obscure folio of the Schoolmen, or a note in one of the commentators on Aristotle or Plato, and thus give you a few moments' space, and without any effort or previous notice, a chronological table of the progress of the human mind in that particular branch of inquiry. There is something, we think, perfectly admirable and delightful in an exhibition of this kind, and which is equally creditable to the speaker and gratifying to the hearer. But this kind of talent was of no use in India. The intellectual wares of which the chief judge delighted to make a display were in no request there. He languished after the friends and the society he had left behind, and wrote over incessantly for books from England. One that was sent him at this time was an essay on the principles of human action, and the way in which he spoke of that dry, tough, metaphysical choke-pear showed the dearth of intellectual intercourse in which he lived, and the craving in his mind after those studies which had once been his pride, and to which he still turned for consolation in his remote solitude. Perhaps to another, the novelty of the scene, the differences of mind and manners, might have atoned for a want of social and literary agremens. But Sir James is one of those who see nature through the spectacles of books. He might like to read an account of India, but India itself, with its burning, shining face, would be a mere blank, an endless waste to him. To persons of this class of mind, things must be translated into words, visible images into abstract propositions, to meet their refined apprehensions, and they have no more to say to a matter-of-fact staring them in the face without a label in its mouth than they would to a hippopotamus. We may add, before we quit this point, that we cannot conceive of any two persons more different in colloquial talents, in which they both excel, than Sir James Mackintosh and Mr. Coleridge. They have nearly an equal range of reading and of topics of conversation, but in the mind of one we see nothing but fixtures, in the other everything is fluid. The ideas of the one are as formal and tangible as those of the other are shadowy and evanescent. Sir James Mackintosh walks over the ground, Mr. Coleridge is always flying off from it. The first knows all that has been said upon a subject, the last has something to say that was never said before. If the one deals too much in learned commonplaces, the other teems with idle fancies. The one has a good deal of the caput mortuum of genius, the other is all volatile salt. The conversation of Sir James Mackintosh has the effect of reading a well-written book. That of his friend is like hearing a bewildered dream. The one is an encyclopedia of knowledge, the other is a succession of sibylline leaves. As an author, Sir James Mackintosh may claim the foremost rank among those who pride themselves on artificial ornaments and acquired learning, or who write what may be termed as a composite style. His Vindici Colossi is a work of great labour, great ingenuity, great brilliancy, and great vigour. It is a little too antithetical in the structure of its periods, too dogmatical in the announcement of its opinions. Sir James has, we believe, rejected something of the false brilliance of the one, as he has retracted some of the abrupt extravagance of the other. We apprehend, however, that our author is not one of those who draw from their own resources and accumulated feelings, or who improve with age. He belongs to a class, common in Scotland and elsewhere, who get up school exercises on any given subject in a masterly manner at 20, and who at 40 are either where they were, or retrograde, if they are men of sense and modesty. The reason is, their vanity is weaned after the first heyday and animal spirits of youth are flown, from making an affected display of knowledge, which, however useful, is not their own, and may be much more simply stated. They are tired of repeating the same arguments over and over again, after having exhausted and rung the changes on their whole stock for a number of times. Sir James Mackintosh is understood to be a writer in the Edinburgh Review, and the articles attributed to him there are full of matter of great pith and moment. But they want the trim, pointed expression, the ambitious ornaments, the ostentatious display, and rapid volubility of his early productions. We have heard it objected to his later compositions that his style is good as far as single words and phrases are concerned, but that his sentences are clumsy and disjointed, and that these make up still more awkward and sprawling paragraphs. This is a nice criticism, and we cannot speak to its truth. But if the fact be so, we think we can account for it from the texture and obvious process of the author's mind. All his ideas may be said to be given preconceptions. They do not arise, as it were, out of the subject or out of one another at the moment, and therefore do not flow naturally and gracefully from one another. They have been laid down beforehand in a sort of formal division or framework of the understanding, and the connection between the premises and the conclusion, between one branch of a subject and another, is made out in a bungling and unsatisfactory manner. There is no principle of fusion in the work. He strikes after the iron is cold, and there is a want of malleability in the style. Sir James is at present said to be engaged in writing a History of England after the downfall of the House of Stuart. May it be worthy of the talents of the author and of the principles of the period it is intended to illustrate. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Cat Andrews.
Chapter 10 of The Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Garfield Dsouza. Chapter 10. William Wordsworth. Mr. Wordsworth's genius is a pure emanation of the spirit of the age. Had he lived in any other period of the world, he would never have been heard of. As it is, he has some difficulty to contend with the hebetude of his intellect and the meanness of his subject. With him, lowliness is young ambition's ladder. But he finds it a toil to climb in this way the steep of fame. His homely muse can hardly raise her wing from the ground, nor spread her hidden glories to the sun. He has no figures nor no fantasies, which busy passion draws in the brains of men, neither the gorgeous machinery of mythologic lore, nor the splendid colours of poetic diction. His style is vernacular. He delivers household truths. He sees nothing loftier than human hopes, nothing deeper than the human heart. This he probes, this he tampers with, this he poises with all its incalculable weight of thought and feeling in his hands, and at the same time calms the throbbing pulses of his own heart by keeping his eye ever fixed on the face of nature. If he can make the lifeblood flow from the wounded breast, this is the living colouring with which he paints his verse. If he can assuage the pain or close up the wound with the balm of solitary musing, or the healing power of plants and herbs and skyey influences, This is the sole triumph of his art. He takes the simplest elements of nature and of the human mind, the mere abstract conditions inseparable from our being, and tries to compound a new system of poetry from them, and has perhaps succeeded as well as anyone could. Nihil humani a me alienum puto is the motto of his works. He thinks nothing low or indifferent, of which this can be affirmed. Everything that professes to be more than this, that is not an absolute essence of truth and feeling, he holds to be vitiated, false, and spurious. In a word, his poetry is founded on setting up an opposition and pushing it to the utmost length between the natural and the artificial, between the spirit of humanity and the spirit of fashion and of the world. It is one of the innovations of the time. It partakes of, and is carried along with, the revolutionary movement of our age. The political changes of the day were the model on which he formed and conducted his poetical experiments. His muse, it cannot be denied, and without this we cannot explain its character at all, is a levelling one. It proceeds on a principle of equality and strives to reduce all things to the same standard. It is distinguished by a proud humility. It relies upon its own resources and disdains external shew and relief. It takes the commonest events and objects as a test to prove that nature is always interested from its inherent truth and beauty, without any of the ornaments of dress or pomp of circumstances to set it off. Hence the unaccountable mixture of seeming simplicity and real abstruseness in lyrical ballads. Fools have laughed at, wise men scarcely understand them. He takes a subject or a story merely as pegs or loops to hang thought and feeling on. The incidents are trifling in proportion to his contempt for imposing appearances. The reflections are profound according to the gravity and the aspiring pretensions of his mind. His popular inartificial style gets rid, at a blow, of all the trappings of verse, of all the high places of poetry. The cloud-capped towers, the solemn temples, the gorgeous palaces are swept to the ground, and like the baseless fabric of a vision, leave not a wreck behind. All the traditions of learning, all the superstitions of age are obliterated and effaced. We begin de novo on a tabula rasa of poetry. The purple pall, the nodding plume of tragedy are exploded as mere pantomime and trick, to return to the simplicity of truth and nature. Kings, queens, priests, nobles, the altar and the throne, the distinctions of rank, birth, wealth, power, the judge's robe, the marshal's truncheon, the ceremony that the great ones longs, are not to be found here. The author tramples on the pride of art with greater pride. The ode and epode, the strophe and the antistrophe he loves to scorn. The harp of Homer, the trump of Pindar and of Alcaeus are still. The decencies of costume, the decorations of vanity are stripped off without mercy as barbarous, idle and Gothic. The jewels in the crisped hair, the diadem on the polished brow are thought meretricious, theatrical, vulgar, and nothing contents his fastidious taste beyond a simple garland of flowers. Neither does he avail himself of the advantages which nature or accident holds out to him. He chooses to have his subject a foil to his invention, to owe nothing but to himself. He gathers manna in the wilderness. He strikes the barren rock for the gushing moisture. He elevates the mean by the strength of his own aspirations. He clothes the naked with beauty and grandeur from the store of his own recollections. No cypress grove loads his verse with perfumes, but his imagination lends a sense of joy to the bare trees and mountains bare, and grass in the green field. No storm, no shipwreck startles us by its horrors, but the rainbow lifts its head in the cloud, and the breeze sighs through the withered fern. No sad vicissitude of fate, no overwhelming catastrophe in nature deforms his page. But the dewdrop glitters on the bending flower, the tear collects in the glistening eye. Beneath the hills, along the flowery vales, the generations are prepared. The pangs, the internal pangs are ready, the dread strife of poor humanity's afflicted will, struggling in vain with ruthless destiny. As the lark ascends from its low bed on fluttering wing and salutes the morning skies, so Mr. Wordsworth's unpretending muse in russet guise scales the summits of reflection, while it makes the round earth its footstool and its home. Possibly a good deal of this may be regarded as the effect of disappointed views and an inverted ambition, prevented by native pride and indolence from climbing the ascent of learning or greatness, taught by political opinions to say to the vain pomp and glory of the world, I hate ye, seeing the path of classical and artificial poetry blocked up by the cumbrous ornaments of style and turgid commonplaces, so that nothing more could be achieved in that direction but by the most ridiculous bombast or the tamest servility, he has turned back partly from the bias of his mind, partly perhaps from a judicious policy, has struck into the sequestered vale of humble life, sought out the muse among sheepcotes and hamlets and the peasants' mountain haunts, has discarded all the tinsel pageantry of verse, and endeavoured, not in vain, to aggrandize the trivial and add the charm of novelty to the familiar. No one has shewn the same imagination in raising trifles into importance. No one has displayed the same pathos in treating of the simplest feelings of the heart. Reserved yet haughty, having no unruly or violent passions, or those passions having been early suppressed, Mr. Wordsworth has passed his life in solitary musing, or in daily converse with the face of nature. He exemplifies in an eminent degree the power of association, for his poetry has no other source of character. He has dwelt among pastoral scenes, till each object has become connected with 1,000 feelings, a link in the chain of thought, a fibre of his own heart. Everyone is by habit and familiarity strongly attached to the place of his birth, or to objects that recall the most pleasing and eventful circumstances of his life. But to the author of the lyrical ballads, nature is a kind of home, and he may be said to take a personal interest in the universe. There is no image so insignificant that it has not in some mood or other found a way into his heart, no sound that does not awaken the memory of other years. To him, the meanest flower that blows can give thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears. The daisy looks up to him with sparkling eye as an old acquaintance. The cuckoo haunts him with sounds of early youth not to be expressed. A linnet's nest startles him with boyish delight. An old withered thorn is weighed down with a heap of recollections. A grey cloak, seen on some wild moor, torn by the wind or drenched in the rain, afterwards becomes an object of imagination to him. Even the lichens on the rock have a life and being in his thoughts. He has described all these objects in a way and with an intensity of feeling that no one else had done before him, and has given a new view or aspect of nature. He is in this sense the most original poet now living, and the one whose writings could the least be spared, for they have no substitute elsewhere. The vulgar do not read them. The learned, who see all things through books, do not understand them. The great despise. The fashionable may ridicule them, but the author has created himself an interest in the heart of the retired and lonely student of nature, which can never die. Persons of this class will still continue to feel what he has felt. He has expressed what they might in vain wish to express, except with glistening eye and faltering tongue. There is a lofty philosophic tone, a thoughtful humanity infused into his pastoral vein. Remote from the passions and events of the great world, he has communicated interest and dignity to the primal movements of the heart of man, and engrafted his own conscious reflections on the casual thoughts of hinds and shepherds. Nursed amidst the grandeur of mountain scenery, he has stooped to have a nearer view of the daisy under his feet, or plucked a branch of white thorn from the spray. But in describing it, his mind seems imbued with the majesty and solemnity of the objects around him. The tall rock lifts its head in the erectness of his spirit. The cataract roars in the sound of his verse. And in its dim and mysterious meaning, the mists seem to gather in the hollows of Helvellyn, and the forked skitter hovers in the distance. There is little mention of mountainous scenery in Mr. Wordsworth's poetry, but by internal evidence one might be almost sure that it was written in a mountainous country, from its bareness, its simplicity, its loftiness, and its depth. His later philosophic productions have a somewhat different character. They are a departure from a dereliction of his first principles. They are classical and courtly. They are polished in style without being gaudy, dignified in subject without affectation. They seem to have been composed not in a cottage at Grasmere, but among the half-inspired groves and stately recollections of Coleorton. We might allude in particular, for examples of what we mean, to the lines on a picture by Claude Lorraine, and to the exquisite poem entitled Laodamia. The last of these breathes the pure spirit of the finest fragments of antiquity, the sweetness, the gravity, the strength, the beauty, and the languor of depth, calm contemplation and majestic pains. Its glossy brilliancy arises from the perfection of the finishing, like that of careful sculpture, not from gaudy colouring. The texture of the thoughts has the smoothness and solidity of marble. It is a poem that might be read aloud in Elysium, and the spirits of departed heroes and sages would gather round to listen to it. Mr. Wordsworth's philosophic poetry, with a less glowing aspect and less tumult in the veins than Lord Byron's on similar occasions, bends a calmer and keener eye on mortality. The impression, if less vivid, is more pleasing and permanent, and we confess it, perhaps it is a want of taste and proper feeling, that there are lines in poems of our authors that we think of 10 times for once that we recur to any of Lord Byron's. Or, if there are any of the latter's writings that we can dwell upon in the same way, that is, as lasting and heartfelt sentiments, it is when, laying aside his usual pomp and pretension, he descends with Wordsworth to the common ground of a disinterested humanity. It may be considered as characteristic of a poet's writings that they either make no impression on the mind at all, seem mere nonsense verses, or that they leave a mark behind them that never wears out. They either fall blunted from the indurated breast without any perceptible result, or they absorb it like passion. To one class of readers he appears sublime, to another, and we fear the largest, ridiculous. He has probably realized Milton's wish, and fit audience found, though few. But we suspect he is not reconciled to the alternative. There are delightful passages in The Excursion, both of natural description and of inspired reflection, passages of the latter kind that, in the sound of the thoughts and of the swelling language, resemble heavenly symphonies, mournful requiems over the grave of human hopes. But we must add, in justice and in sincerity, that we think it is impossible that this work should ever become popular, even in the same degree as the lyrical ballads. It affects a system without having any intelligible clue to one, and instead of unfolding a principle in various and striking lights, repeats the same conclusions till they become flat and insipid. Mr. Wordsworth's mind is obtuse, except as it is the organ and the receptacle of accumulated feelings. It is not analytic, but synthetic. It is reflecting rather than theoretical. The Excursion, we believe, fell stillborn from the press. There was something abortive and clumsy and ill-judged in the attempt. It was long and laboured. The personages, for the most part, were low, the fair, rustic. The plan raised expectations which were not fulfilled, and the effect was like being ushered into a stately hall and invited to sit down to a splendid banquet in the company of clowns. and with nothing but successive courses of apple dumpling soda. It was not even Didier Battery. Mr. Wordsworth, in his person, is above the middle size, with marked features and an air somewhat stately and quixotic. He reminds one of some of Holbein's heads, grave, saturnine, with a slight indication of sly humour, kept under by the manners of the age or by the pretensions of the person. He has a peculiar sweetness in his smile, and great depth and manliness, and a rugged harmony in the tones of his voice. His manner of reading his own poetry is particularly imposing, and in his favourite passages his eye beams with preternatural lustre, and the meaning labours slowly up from his swelling breast. No one who has seen him at these moments could go away with an impression that he was a man of no mark or likelihood. Perhaps the comment of his face and voice is necessary to convey a full idea of his poetry. His language may not be intelligible, but his manner is not to be mistaken. It is clear that he is either mad or inspired. In company, even in a tete-a-tete, Mr. Wordsworth is often silent, indolent, and reserved. If he has become verbose and oracular of late years, he was not so in his better days. He threw out a bold or an indifferent remark without either effort or pretension, and relapsed into musing again. He shone most, because he seemed most roused and animated, in reciting his own poetry or in talking about it. He sometimes gave striking views of his feelings and trains of association in composing certain passages. Or if one did not always understand his distinctions, still there was no want of interest. There was a latent meaning worth inquiring into, like a vein of ore that one cannot exactly hit upon at the moment, but of which there are sure indications. His standard of poetry is high and severe, almost to exclusiveness. He admits of nothing below, scarcely of anything above himself. It is fine to hear him talk of the way in which certain subjects should have been treated by eminent poets, according to his notions of the art. Thus he finds fault with Dryden's description of Bacchus in the Alexander's Feast, as if he were a mere good-looking youth or boon companion, flushed with a purple grace. He shews his honest face, instead of representing the god returning from the conquest of India, crowned with vine leaves, and drawn by panthers and followed by troops of satyrs, of wild men and animals that he had tamed. You would think, on hearing him speak on this subject, that you saw Titian's picture of the meeting of Bacchus and Ariadne. So classic were his conceptions, so glowing his style. Milton is his great idol, and he sometimes dares to compare himself with him. His sonnets, indeed, have something of the same high-raised tone and prophetic spirit. Chaucer is another prime favourite of his, and he has been at the pains to modernize some of the Canterbury Tales. Those persons who look upon Mr. Wordsworth as a merely puerile writer must be rather at a loss to account for his strong predilection for such geniuses as Dante and Michelangelo. We do not think our author has any very cordial sympathy with Shakespeare. How should he? Shakespeare was the least of an egotist of anybody in the world. He does not much relish the variety and scope of dramatic composition. He hates those interlocutions between Lucius and Caius. Yet Mr. Wordsworth himself wrote a tragedy when he was young, and we have heard the following energetic lines quoted from it, as put into the mouth of a person smit with remorse for some rash crime. Action is momentary, the motion of a muscle this way or that. Suffering is long, obscure, and infinite. Perhaps for want of light and shade and the unshackled spirit of the drama, this performance was never brought forward. Our critic has a great dislike to Gray and a fondness for Thomson and Collins. It is mortifying to hear him speak of Pope and Dryden, whom, because they have been supposed to have all the possible excellences of poetry, he will allow to have none. Nothing, however, can be fairer or more amusing than the way in which he sometimes exposes the unmeaning verbiage of modern poetry. Thus, in the beginning of Dr. Johnson's Vanity of Human Wishes, Let observation with extensive views survey mankind from China to Peru. He says there is a total want of imagination accompanying the words. The same idea is repeated 3 times under the disguise of a different phraseology. It comes to this: let observation with extensive observation observe mankind. Or, take away the first line, and the second, survey mankind from China to Peru, literally conveys the whole. Mr. Wordsworth is, we must say, a perfect jocancer as to prose writers. He complains of the dry reasoners and matter-of-fact people for their want of passion, and he is jealous of the rhetorical declaimers and rhapsodists as trenching on the province of poetry. He condemns all French writers, as well of poetry as prose, in the lump. His list in this way is indeed small. He approves of Walton's Angler, Bailey, and some other writers of an inoffensive modesty of pretension. He also likes books of voyages and travels and Robinson Crusoe. In art, he greatly esteems Bewick's woodcuts and Waterloo's sylvan etchings. But he sometimes takes a higher tone and gives his mind fair play. We have known him enlarge with a noble intelligence and enthusiasm on Nicolas Poussin's fine landscape compositions, pointing out the unity of design that pervades them, the superintending mind, the imaginative principle that brings all to bear on the same end, and declaring he would not give a rush for any landscape that did not express the time of day, the climate, the period of the world it was meant to illustrate, or had not this character of wholeness in it. His eye also does justice to Rembrandt's fine and masterly effects, in the way in which that artist works something out of nothing and transforms the stump of a tree, a common figure, into an ideal object by the gorgeous light and shade thrown upon it. He perceives an analogy to his own mode of investing the minute details of nature with an atmosphere of sentiment, and in pronouncing Rembrandt to be a man of genius, feels that he strengthens his own claim to the title. It has been said of Mr. Wordsworth that he hates conchology, that he hates the Venus of Medicis. But these, we hope, are mere epigrams and jeux d'esprit, as far from truth as they are free from malice, a sort of running satire or critical clenches, where one for sense and one for rhyme is quite sufficient at one time. We think, however, that if Mr. Wordsworth had been a more liberal and candid critic, he would have been a more sterling writer. If a greater number of sources of pleasure had been open to him, he would have communicated pleasure to the world more frequently. Had he been less fastidious in pronouncing sentence on the works of others, his own would have been received more favourably and treated more leniently. The current of his feelings is deep but narrow. The range of his understanding is lofty and aspiring rather than discursive. The force, the originality, the absolute truth and identity with which he feels some things makes him indifferent to so many others. The simplicity and enthusiasm of his feelings with respect to nature renders him bigoted and intolerant in his judgments of men and things. But it happens to him, as to others, that his strength lies in his weakness, and perhaps we have no right to complain. We might get rid of the cynic and the egotist, and find in his stead a commonplace man. We should take the good the gods provide us. A fine and original vein of poetry is not one of their most contemptible gifts, and the rest is scarcely worth thinking of, except as it may be a mortification to those who expect perfection from human nature, or who have been idle enough at some period of their lives to deify men of genius as possessing claims above it. But this is a chord that jars, and we shall not dwell upon it. Lord Byron we have called, according to the old proverb, the spoiled child of fortune. Mr. Wordsworth might plead, in mitigation of some peculiarities, that he is the spoiled child of disappointment. We are convinced, if he had been earlier a popular poet, he would have borne his honours meekly, and would have been a person of great bonhomie and frankness of disposition. But the sense of injustice and of undeserved ridicule sours the temper and narrows the views. To have produced works of genius, and to find them neglected or treated with scorn, is one of the heaviest trials of human patience. We exaggerate our own merits when they are denied by others, and are apt to grudge and cavil at every particle of praise bestowed on those to whom we feel a conscious superiority. In mere self-defense we turn against the world when it turns against us, brood over the undeserved slights we receive, and thus the genial current of the soul is stopped, or vents itself in effusions of petulance and self-conceit. Mr. Wordsworth has thought too much of contemporary critics and criticism, and less than he ought of the award of posterity, and of the opinion, we do not say of private friends, but of those who were made so by their admiration of his genius. He did not court popularity by conformity to established models, and he ought not to have been surprised that his originality was not understood as a matter of course. He has gnawed too much on the bridle, and has often thrown out crusts to the critics in mere defiance or as a point of honour when he was challenged, which otherwise his own good sense would have withheld. We suspect that Mr. Wordsworth's feelings are a little morbid in this respect, or that he resents censure more than he is gratified by praise. Otherwise, the tide has turned much in his favour of late years. He has a large body of determined partisans, and is at present sufficiently in request with the public to save or relieve him from the last necessity to which a man of genius can be reduced, that of becoming the god of his own idolatry. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11. Thomas Malthus. Mr. Malthus may be considered as one of those rare and fortunate writers who have attained a scientific reputation in questions of moral and political philosophy. His name undoubtedly stands very high in the present age, and will in all probability go down to posterity with more or less of renown or obloquy. It was said by a person well qualified to judge both from strength and candor of mind, that it would take 1,000 years at least to answer his work on population. He has certainly thrown a new light on that question, and changed the aspect of political economy in a decided and material point of view. Whether he has not also endeavored to spread a gloom over the hopes and more sanguine speculations of man, and to cast a slur upon the face of nature, is another question. There is this to be said for Mr. Malthus, that in speaking of him, one knows what one is talking about. He is something beyond a mere name. One has not to beat the bush about his talents, his attainments, his vast reputation, and leave off without knowing what it all amounts to. He is not one of those great men who set themselves off and strut and fret an hour upon the stage during a daydream of popularity, with the ornaments and jewels borrowed from the common stock, to which nothing but their vanity and presumption gives them the least individual claim. He has dug into the mine of truth, and brought up ore mixed with dross. In weighing his merits we come at once to the question of what he has done or failed to do. It is a specific claim that he sets up. When we speak of Mr. Malthus, we mean the Essay on Population, and when we mention the Essay on Population, we mean a distinct leading proposition that stands out intelligibly from all trashy pretense, and is a ground on which to fix the levers that may move the world backwards or forwards. He has not left opinion where he found it. He has advanced or given it a wrong bias, or thrown a stumbling block in its way. In a word, his name is not stuck, like so many others, in the firmament of reputation. Nobody knows why, inscribed in great letters, and with a transparency of talents, genius, learning blazing round it. It is tantamount to an idea. It is identified with a principle. It means that the population cannot go on perpetually increasing without pressing on the limits of the means of subsistence, and that a check of some kind or other must, sooner or later, be opposed to it. This is the essence of the doctrine which Mr. Malthus has been the first to bring into general notice, and as we think to establish beyond the fear of contradiction. Admitting then, as we do, the prominence and the value of his claims to public attention, it yet remains a question how far those claims are, as to the talent displayed in them, strictly original. How far, as to the logical accuracy with which he has treated the subject, he has introduced foreign and doubtful matter into it, and how far, as to the spirit in which he has conducted his inquiries and applied a general principle to particular objects, he has only drawn fair and inevitable conclusions from it, or endeavored to tamper with and wrest it to sinister and servile purposes. A writer who shrinks from following up a well-founded principle into its untoward consequences from timidity or false delicacy is not worthy of the name of a philosopher. A writer who assumes the garb of candor and inflexible love of truth to garble and pervert it, to crouch to power and pander to prejudice, deserves a worse title than that of a sophist. Mr. Malthus's first octavo volume on this subject, published in the year 1798, was intended as an answer to Mr. Godwin's inquiry concerning political justice. It was well got up for the purpose, and had an immediate effect. It was what in the language of the ring is called a facer. It made Mr. Godwin and the other advocates of modern philosophy look about them. It may be almost doubted whether Mr. Malthus was in the first instance serious in many things that he threw out, or whether he did not hazard the whole as an amusing and extreme paradox which might puzzle the reader, as it had done himself in an idle moment, but to which no practical consequence whatever could attach. This state of mind would probably continue till the irritation of enemies and the encouragement of friends convinced him that what he had at first exhibited as an idle fancy was in fact a very valuable discovery, or like the toad, ugly and venomous, had yet a precious jewel in its head. Such a supposition would at least account for some things in the original essay which scarcely any writer would venture upon except as professed exercises of ingenuity, and which have been since in part retracted. But a wrong bias was thus given, and the author's theory was thus rendered warped, disjointed, and sophistical from the very outset. Nothing could in fact be more illogical, not to say absurd, than the whole of Mr. Malthus's reasoning applied as an answer par excellence to Mr. Godwin's book, or to the theories of other utopian philosophers. Mr. Godwin was not singular, but was kept in countenance by many authorities, both ancient and modern, in supposing a state of society possible in which the passions and wills of individuals would be conformed to the general good, in which the knowledge of the best means of promoting human welfare and the desire of contributing to it would banish vice and misery from the world, and in which, the stumbling blocks of ignorance, of selfishness, and the indulgence of gross appetite being removed, all things would move on by the mere impulse of wisdom and virtue to still a higher and higher degree of perfection and happiness. Compared with the lamentable and gross deficiencies of existing institutions, such a view of futurity as barely possible could not fail to allure the gaze and tempt the aspiring thoughts of the philanthropist and the philosopher. The hopes and the imaginations of speculative men could not but rush forward into this ideal world as into a vacuum of good, and from the mighty stream of tendency, as Mr. Wordsworth in the cant of the day calls it, there was danger that the proud monuments of time-hallowed institutions, that the strongholds of power and corruption, that the Corinthian capitals of polished society, with the base and pediments, might be overthrown and swept away as by a hurricane. There were not wanting persons whose ignorance, whose fears, whose pride, or whose prejudices contemplated such an alternative with horror, and who would naturally feel no small obligation to the man who should relieve their apprehensions from the stunning roar of this mighty change of opinion that thundered at a distance, and should be able, by some logical apparatus or unexpected turn of the argument, to prevent the vessel of the state from being hurried forward with the progress of improvement and dashed in pieces down the tremendous precipice of human perfectibility. Then comes Mr. Malthus forward with the geometrical and arithmetical ratios in his hands, and holds them out to his affrighted contemporaries as the only means of salvation. For, so argued the author of the essay, let the principles of Mr. Godwin's inquiry and of other similar works be carried literally and completely into effect. Let every corruption and abuse of power be entirely got rid of. Let virtue, knowledge, and civilization be advanced to the greatest height that these visionary reformers would suppose. Let the passions and appetites be subjected to the utmost control of reason and influence of public opinion. Grant them, in a word, all that they ask, and the more completely their views are realized, the sooner will they be overthrown again, and the more inevitable and fatal will be the catastrophe. For the principle of population will still prevail, and from the comfort, ease, and plenty that will abound, will receive an increasing force and impetus. The number of mouths to be fed will have no limit, but the food that is to supply them cannot keep pace with the demand for it. We must come to a stop somewhere, even though each square yard, by extreme improvements in cultivation, could maintain its man. In this state of things there will be no remedy. The wholesome checks of vice and misery, which have hitherto kept this principle within bounds, will have been done away. The voice of reason will be unheard. The passions only will bear sway. Famine, distress, havoc, and dismay will spread around. Hatred, violence, war, and bloodshed will be the infallible consequence, and from the pinnacle of happiness, peace, refinement, and social advantage, we shall be hurled once more into a profounder abyss of misery, want, and barbarism than ever, by the sole operation of the principle of population. Such is a brief abstract of the argument of the essay. Can anything be less conclusive? A more complete fallacy in petitio principii. Mr. Malthus concedes. He assumes a state of perfectibility such as his opponents imagined, in which the general good is to obtain the entire mastery of individual interests, and reason of gross appetites and passions, and then he argues that such a perfect structure of society will fall by its own weight, or rather be undermined by the principle of population, because in the highest possible state of the subjugation of passions to reason, they will be absolutely lawless and unchecked, and because as men become enlightened, quick-sighted, and public-spirited, they will show themselves utterly blind to the consequences of their actions, utterly indifferent to their own well-being and that of all succeeding generations whose fate is placed in their hands. This we conceive to be the boldest paralogism that ever was offered to the world, or palmed upon willing credulity. Against whatever other scheme of reform this objection might be valid, the one it was brought expressly to overturn was impregnable against it, invulnerable to its slightest graze. Say that the utopian reasoners are visionaries, unfounded, that the state of virtue and knowledge they suppose, in which reason shall have become all in all, can never take place, that it is inconsistent with the nature of man and with all experience, well and good. But to say that society will have attained this high and palmy state, that reason will have become the master key to all our motives, and that when arrived at its greatest power, it will cease to act at all, but will fall down dead, inert, and senseless before the principle of population, is an opinion which one would think few people would choose to advance or assent to. without strong inducements for maintaining or believing it. The fact, however, is that Mr. Malthus found this argument entire, the principle and the application of it, in an obscure and almost forgotten work published about the middle of the last century, entitled Various Prospects of Mankind, Nature, and Providence, by a Scotch gentleman of the name of Wallace. The chapter in this work on the principle of population, considered as a bar to all ultimate views of human improvement, was probably written to amuse an idle hour, or read as a paper to exercise the wits of some literary society in the northern capital, and no farther responsibility or importance annexed to it. Mr. Malthus, by adopting and setting his name to it, has given it sufficient currency and effect. It sometimes happens that one writer is the first to discover a certain principle or lay down a given observation, and that another makes an application of, or draws a remote or an immediate inference from it, totally unforeseen by the first, and from which, in all probability, he might have widely dissented. But this is not so in the present instance. Mr. Malthus has borrowed, perhaps without consciousness, at any rate without acknowledgment, both the preliminary statement that the increase and the supply of food from a limited earth and a limited fertility must have an end, while the tendency to increase in the principle of population has none, without some external and forcible restraint on it, and the subsequent use made of this statement as an insuperable bar to all schemes of utopian or progressive improvement. Both these he has borrowed whole from Wallace, with all their imperfections on their heads, and has added more and greater ones to them out of his own store. In order to produce something of a startling and dramatic effect, he has strained a point or two. In order to quell and frighten away the bugbear of modern philosophy, he was obliged to make a sort of monster of the principle of population, which was brought into the field against it, and which was to swallow it up quick. No half measures, no middle course of reasoning would do. With a view to meet the highest possible power of reason in the new order of things, Mr. Malthus saw the necessity of giving the greatest possible physical weight to the antagonist principle, and he accordingly lays it down that its operation is mechanical and irresistible. He premises these two propositions as the basis of all his reasoning. Number 1, that food is necessary to man. Number 2, that the desire to propagate the species is an equally indispensable law of our existence, thus making it appear that these two wants or impulses are equal and coordinate principles of action. If this double statement had been true, the whole scope and structure of his reasoning, as hostile to human hopes and sanguine speculations, would have been irrefragable. But as it is not true, the whole in that view falls to the ground. According to Mr. Malthus's 8vo edition, the sexual passion is as necessary to be gratified as the appetite of hunger, and a man can no more exist without propagating his species than he can live without eating. Were it so, neither of these passions would admit of any excuses, any delay, any restraint from reason or foresight, and the only checks to the principle of population must be vice and misery. The argument would be triumphant and complete. But there is no analogy, no parity in the two cases, such as our author here assumes. No man can live for any length of time without food. Many persons live all their lives without gratifying the other sense. The longer the craving after food is unsatisfied, the more violent, imperious, and uncontrollable the desire becomes. Whereas the longer the gratification of the sexual passion is resisted, the greater force does habit and resolution acquire over it. And, generally speaking, it is a well-known fact, attested by all observation in history, that this latter passion is subject more or less to control from personal feelings and character, from public opinions and the institutions of society, so as to lead either to a lawful and regulated indulgence, or to partial or total abstinence, according to the dictates of moral restraint, which latter check to the inordinate excesses and unheard of consequences of the principle of population, our author, having no longer an extreme case to make out, admits and is willing to patronize in addition to the two former and exclusive ones of vice and misery in the second and remaining editions of his work. Mr. Malthus has shown some awkwardness or even reluctance in softening down the harshness of his first peremptory decision. He sometimes grants his grand exception cordially, proceeds to argue stoutly, and to try conclusions upon it. At other times he seems disposed to cavil about or retract it. The influence of moral restraint is very inconsiderable or none at all. It is indeed difficult, more particularly for so formal and nice a reasoner as Mr. Malthus, to piece such contradictions plausibly or gracefully together. We wonder how he manages it, how anyone should attempt it. The whole question, the gist of the argument of his early volume, turned upon this: whether vice and misery were the only actual or possible checks to the principle of population. He then said they were, and farewell to building castles in the air. He now says that moral restraint is to be coupled with these, and that its influence depends greatly on the state of laws and manners, and utopia stands where it did, a great way off indeed, but not turned topsy-turvy by our magician's wand. Should we ever arrive there, that is, attain to a state of perfect moral restraint, we shall not be driven headlong back into Epicurus's style for want of the only possible checks to population, vice and misery. And in proportion as we advance that way, that is, as the influence of moral restraint is extended, the necessity for vice and misery will be diminished, instead of being increased according to the first alarm given by the essay. Again, the advance of civilization and population in consequence with the same degree of moral restraint as there exists in England at this present time, for instance, is a good and not an evil, but this does not appear from the essay. The essay shows that population is not, as had been sometimes taken for granted, an abstract and unqualified good, but it led many persons to suppose that it was an abstract and unqualified evil, to be checked only by vice and misery, and producing, according to its encouragement, a greater quantity of vice and misery, and this error the author has not been at sufficient pains to do away. Another thing in which Mr. Malthus attempted to clench Wallace's argument was in giving to the disproportionate power of increase in the principle of population and the supply of food a mathematical form, or reducing it to the arithmetical and geometrical ratios in which we believe Mr. Malthus is now generally admitted, even by his friends and admirers, to have been wrong. There is evidently no inherent difference in the principle of increase in food or population, since a grain of corn, for example, will propagate and multiply itself much faster even than the human species. A bushel of wheat will sow a field. That field will furnish seed for 20 others, so that the limit to the means of subsistence is only the want of room to raise it in, or, as Wallace expresses it, a limited fertility and a limited earth. Up to the point where the earth or any given country is fully occupied or cultivated, the means of subsistence naturally increases in a geometrical ratio, and will more than keep pace with the natural and unrestrained progress of population, and beyond that point they do not go on increasing, even in Mr. Malthus's arithmetical ratio, but are stationary or nearly so. So far, then, is the proportion from being universally and mathematically true, that in no part of the world or state of society does it hold good. But our theorist, by laying down this double ratio as a law of nature, gains this advantage, that at all times it seems as if, whether in new or old peopled countries, in fertile or barren soils, the population was pressing hard on the means of subsistence. And again it seemed as if the evil increased with the progress of improvement and civilization. For if you cast your eye at the scale which is supposed to be calculated upon trust and infallible data, you find that when the population is at 8, the means of subsistence are at 4, so that here there is only a deficit of 1/2, but when it is at 32, they have only got to 6, so that here there is a difference of 26 in 32, and so on in proportion. The farther we proceed, the more enormous is the mass of vice and misery we must undergo as a consequence of the natural excess of the population over the means of subsistence and as a salutary check to its farther desolating progress. The mathematical table placed at the front of the essay therefore leads to a secret suspicion, or barefaced assumption, that we ought, in mere kindness and compassion, to give every sort of indirect and underhand encouragement, to say the least, to the providential checks of vice and misery, as the sooner we arrest this formidable and paramount evil in its course, the less opportunity we leave it of doing incalculable mischief. Accordingly, whenever there is the least talk of colonizing new countries, of extending the population, or adding to social comforts and improvements, Mr. Malthus conjures up his double ratios, and insists on the alarming results of advancing them a single step forward in the series. By the same result, it would be better to return at once to a state of barbarism, and to take the benefit of acorns and scuttlefish as a security against the luxuries and wants of civilized life. But it is not our ingenious author's wish to hint at or recommend any alterations in existing institutions, and he is therefore silent on that unpalatable part of the subject and natural inference from his principles. Mr. Malthus's gospel is preached to the poor. He lectures them on economy, on morality, the regulation of their passions, which, he says, at other times are amenable to no restraint, and on the ungracious topic that the laws of nature, which are the laws of God, have doomed them and their families to starve for want of a right to the smallest portion of food beyond what their labor will supply, or some charitable hand may hold out in compassion. This is illiberal, and it is not philosophical. The laws of nature or of God to which the author appeals are no other than a limited fertility and a limited earth. Within those bounds, the rest is regulated by the laws of man. The division of the produce of the soil, the price of labor, the relief afforded to the poor, are matters of human arrangement. While any charitable hand can extend relief, it is a proof that the means of subsistence are not exhausted in themselves, that the tables are not full. Mr. Malthus says that the laws of nature, which are the laws of God, have rendered that relief physically impossible, and yet he would abrogate the poor laws by an act of the legislature, in order to take away that impossible relief which the laws of God deny, and which the laws of man actually afford. We cannot think that this view of his subject, which is prominent and dwelt on at great length and with much pertinacity, is dictated either by rigid logic or melting charity. A laboring man is not allowed to knock down a hare or a partridge that spoils his garden. A country squire keeps a pack of hounds. A lady of quality rides out with a footman behind her on 2 sleek, well-fed horses. We have not a word to say against all this as exemplifying the spirit of the English Constitution, as a part of the law of the land, or as an artificial distribution of light and shade in the social picture. But if any one insists at the same time that the laws of nature, which are the laws of God, have doomed the poor and their families to starve, because the principle of population has encroached upon and swallowed up the means of subsistence, so that not a mouthful of food is left by the grinding law of necessity for the poor, we beg leave to deny both the fact and inference, and we put it to Mr. Malthus whether we are not, in strictness, justified in doing so. We have perhaps said enough to explain our feeling on the subject of Mr. Malthus's merits and defects. We think he had the opportunity and the means in his hands of producing a great work on the principle of population, but we believe he has let it slip from his having an eye to other things besides that broad and unexplored question. He wished not merely to advance to the discovery of certain great and valuable truths, but at the same time to overthrow certain unfashionable paradoxes by exaggerated statements, to curry favor with existing prejudices and interests by garbled representations. He has, in other words, as it appears to us on a candid retrospect and without any feeling of controversial asperity rankling in our minds, sunk the philosopher and the friend of his species, a character to which he might have aspired, in the sophist and party writer. The period at which Mr. Malthus came forward teemed with answers to modern philosophy, with antidotes to liberty and humanity, with abusive histories of the Greek and Roman republics, with fulsome panegyrics to the Roman emperors, at the very time when we were reviling Bonaparte for his strides to universal empire, with the slime and offal of desperate servility. And we cannot but consider the essay as one of the poisonous ingredients thrown into the cauldron of legitimacy to make it thick and slab. Our author has indeed so far done service to the cause of truth that he has counteracted many capital errors formerly prevailing as to the universal and indiscriminate encouragement of population under all circumstances. But he has countenanced opposite errors, which if adopted in theory and practice would be even more mischievous, and has left it to future philosophers to follow up the principle that some check must be provided for the unrestrained progress of population into a set of wiser and more humane consequences. Mr. Godwin has lately attempted an answer to the essay, thus giving Mr. Malthus a Roland for his Oliver, but we think he has judged ill in endeavoring to invalidate the principle instead of confining himself to point out the misapplication of it. There is one argument introduced in this reply which will perhaps amuse the reader as a sort of metaphysical puzzle. It has sometimes occurred to me whether Mr. Malthus did not catch the first hint of his geometrical ratio from a curious passage of Judge Blackstone on the consanguinity, which is as follows. The doctrine of lineal consanguinity is sufficiently plain and obvious, but it is at the first view astonishing to consider the number of lineal ancestors which every man has within no very great number of degrees. And so many different bloods is a man said to contain in his veins, as he hath lineal ancestors. Of these he hath 2 in the first ascending degree, his own parents. He hath 4 in the second, the parents of his father and the parents of his mother. He hath 8 in the third, the parents of his 2 grandfathers and 2 grandmothers, and by the same rule of progression he hath 128 in the 7th, 1,024 in the 10th, and at the 20th degree, or the distance of 20 generations, every man hath above 1,000,000 of ancestors, a common arithmetic will demonstrate. This will seem surprising to those who are unacquainted with the increasing power of progressive numbers, but is palpably evident from the following table of geometrical progression, in which the first term is 2, and the denominator also 2, or, to speak more intelligibly, it is evident for that each of us has 2 ancestors in the first degree, the number of which is doubled at every remove, because each of our ancestors had also 2 ancestors of his own. A chart of lineal degrees, number of ancestors. First degree, 2. Second degree, 4. Third degree, 8. Fourth degree, 16. Fifth degree, 32. Sixth degree, 64. Seventh degree, 128. Eighth degree, 256. Ninth degree, 512. 10th degree, 1024. 11th degree, 2048. 12th degree, 4096. 13th degree, 8,192, 14th degree, 16,384. 15th degree, 32,768. 16th degree, 65,536. 17th degree, 131,072. 18th degree, 262,144. 19th degree, 524,288. 20th degree, 1,048,576. End of chart. This argument, however, proceeds Mr. Godwin, from Judge Blackstone of a geometrical progression would much more naturally apply to Montesquieu's hypothesis of the depopulation of the world, and prove that the human species is hastening fast to extinction than to the purpose for which Mr. Malthus has employed it. An ingenious sophism might be raised upon it to show that the race of mankind will ultimately terminate in unity. Mr. Malthus indeed should have reflected that it is much more certain that every man has had ancestors than that he will have posterity, and that it is still more doubtful whether he will have posterity to 20 or to an indefinite number of generations. End of quotation from the Enquiry Concerning Population, page 100. Mr. Malthus's style is correct and elegant, his tone of controversy mild and gentlemanly, and the care with which he has brought his facts and documents together deserves the highest praise. He has lately quitted his favorite subject of population and broke a lance with Mr. Ricardo on the question of rent and value. The partisans of Mr. Ricardo, who are also the admirers of Mr. Malthus, say that the usual sagacity of the latter has here failed him, and that he has shown himself to be a very illogical writer. To have said this of him formerly, on another ground, was accounted a heresy, and a piece of presumption not easily to be forgiven. Indeed, Mr. Malthus has always been a sort of darling in the public eye, whom it was unsafe to meddle with. He has contrived to make himself as many friends by his attacks on the schemes of human perfectibility and on the poor laws, as Mandeville formerly procured enemies by his attacks on human perfections and on charity schools. And among other instances that we might mention, Plug Pulteney, the celebrated miser of whom Mr. Burke said on his having a large estate left him that now it was to be hoped he would set up a pocket handkerchief, was so enamored with the saving schemes and humane economy of the essay that he desired a friend to find out the author and offer him a church living. This liberal intention was by design or accident unhappily frustrated. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Chapter 12. William Gifford. Mr. Gifford was originally bred to some handicraft. He afterwards contrived to learn Latin, and was for some time an usher in a school, till he became a tutor in a nobleman's family. The low-bred, self-taught man, the pedant, and the dependent on the great contribute to form the editor of the Quarterly Review. He is admirably qualified for this situation, which he has held for some years, by a happy combination of defects, natural and acquired, and in the event of his death it will be difficult to provide him a suitable successor. Mr. Gifford has no pretensions to be thought a man of genius, of taste, or even of general knowledge. He merely understands the mechanical and instrumental part of learning. He is a critic of the last age, when the different editions of an author, or the dates of his several performances, were all that occupied the inquiries of a profound scholar, and the spirit of the writer, or the beauties of his style, were left to shift for themselves, or exercise the fancy of the light and superficial reader. In studying an old author, he has no notion of anything beyond adjusting a point, proposing a different reading, or correcting, by the collation of various copies, an error of the press. In appreciating a modern one, if it is an enemy, the first thing he thinks of is to charge him with bad grammar. He scans his sentences instead of weighing his sense, or if it is a friend, the highest compliment he conceives it possible to pay him is, that his thoughts and expressions are moulded on some hackneyed model. His standard of ideal perfection is what he himself now is, a person of mediocre literary attainments. His utmost contempt is shown by reducing any one to what he himself once was, a person without the ordinary advantages of education and learning. It is accordingly assumed, with much complacency in his critical pages, that Tory writers are classical and courtly as a matter of course, as it is a standing jest and evident truism that Whigs and Reformers must be persons of low birth and breeding, imputations from one of which he himself has narrowly escaped, and both of which he holds in suitable abhorrence. He stands over a contemporary performance with all the self-conceit and self-importance of a country schoolmaster, tries it by technical rules, affects not to understand the meaning, examines the handwriting, the spelling, shrugs up his shoulders and chuckles over a slip of the pen, and keeps a sharp lookout for a false concord and a flogging. There is nothing liberal, nothing humane in his style of judging. It is altogether petty, captious, and literal. The editor's political subserviency adds the last finishing to his ridiculous pedantry and vanity. He has all his life been a follower in the train of wealth and power, strives to back his pretensions on Parnassus by a place at court, and to gild his reputation as a man of letters by the smile of greatness. He thinks his works are stamped with additional value by having his name in the Red Book. He looks up to the distinctions of rank and station as he does to those of learning, with the gross and overweening adulation of his early origin. All his notions are low, upstart, servile. He thinks it the highest honour to a poet to be patronised by a peer or by some dowager of quality. He is prouder of a court livery than that of a laurel wreath, and is only sure of having established his claims to respectability by having sacrificed those of independence. He is a retainer to the muses, a doorkeeper to learning, a lackey in the state. He believes that modern literature should wear the fetters of classical antiquity, that truth is to be weighed in the scales of opinion and prejudice, that power is equivalent to right, that genius is dependent on rules, that taste and refinement of language consist in word-catching. Many persons suppose that Mr. Gifford knows better than he pretends, and that he is shrewd, artful, and designing. But perhaps it may be nearer the mark to suppose that his dullness is guarantee for his sincerity, or that before he is the tool of the profligacy of others, he is the dupe of his own jaundiced feelings and narrow hoodwinked perceptions. Destroy his fib or sophistry, in vain, the creature's at his dirty work again. But this is less from choice or perversity than because he cannot help it, and can do nothing else. He damns a beautiful expression less out of spite than because he does not really understand it. Any novelty of thought or sentiment gives him a shock from which he cannot recover for some time, and he naturally takes his revenge for the alarm and uneasiness occasioned him, without referring to venal or party motives. He garbles an author's meaning, not so much wilfully, as because it is a pain to him to enlarge his microscopic view to take in the context, when a particular sentence or passage has struck him as quaint and out of the way. He fly-blows an author's style, and picks out detached words and phrases for cynical reprobation, simply because he feels himself at home, or takes a pride and pleasure in this sort of petty warfare. He is tetchy and impatient of contradiction, sore with wounded pride, angry at obvious faults, more angry at unforeseen beauties. He has the chalkstones in his understanding, and from being used to long confinement cannot bear the slightest jostling or irregularity of motion. He may call out with the fellow in the Tempest, "I am not Stephano, but a cramp." He would go back to the standard of opinions, style, the faded ornaments and insipid formalities that came into fashion about 40 years ago. Flashes of thought, flights of fancy, idiomatic expressions, he sets down among the signs of the times, the extraordinary occurrences of the age we live in. They are marks of a restless and revolutionary spirit. They disturb his composure of mind, and threaten, by implication, the safety of the state. His slow, snail-paced, bed-rid habits of reasoning cannot keep up with the whirling, eccentric motion, the rapid, perhaps extravagant combinations of modern literature. He has long been stationary himself, and is determined that others shall remain so. The hazarding a paradox is like letting off a pistol close to his ear. He is alarmed and offended. The using an elliptical mode of expression, such as he did not use to find in guides to the English tongue, jars him like coming suddenly to a step in a flight of stairs that you were not aware of. He pishes and pshaws at all this, exercises a sort of interjectional criticism on what excites his spleen, his envy, or his wonder, and hurls his meagre anathemas ex cathedra at all those writers who are indifferent alike to his precepts and his example. Mr. Gifford, in short, is possessed of that sort of learning which is likely to result from an over-anxious desire to supply the want of the first rudiments of education, that sort of wit which is the offspring of ill humour or bodily pain, that sort of sense which arises from a spirit of contradiction and a disposition to cavil at and dispute the opinions of others, and that sort of reputation which is the consequence of bowing to established authority and ministerial influence. He dedicates to some great man, and receives his compliments in return. He appeals to some great name, and the undergraduates of the 2 universities look up to him as an oracle of wisdom. He throws the weight of his verbal criticism and puny discoveries in black letter reading into the gap that is supposed to be making in the Constitution by Whigs and Radicals, whom he qualifies without mercy as dunces and miscreants, and so entitles himself to the protection of church and state. The character of his mind is an utter want of independence and magnanimity in all that he attempts. He cannot go alone, he must have crutches, a go-cart and trammels, or he is timid, fretful, and helpless as a child. He cannot conceive of anything different from what he finds it, and hates those who pretend to a greater reach of intellect or boldness of spirit than himself. He inclines, by a natural and deliberate bias, to the traditional in laws and government, to the orthodox in religion, to the safe in opinion, to the trite in imagination, to the technical in style, to whatever implies a surrender of individual judgment into the hands of authority, and a subjection of individual feeling to mechanic rules. If he finds anyone flying in the face of these, or straggling from the beaten path, he thinks he has them at a notable disadvantage, and falls foul of them without loss of time, partly to soothe his own sense of mortified self-consequence, and as an edifying spectacle to his legitimate friends. He takes none but unfair advantages. He twits his adversaries, that is, those who are not in the leading strings of his school or party, with some personal or accidental defect. If a writer has been punished for a political libel, he is sure to hear of it in a literary criticism. If a lady goes on crutches and is out of favour at court, she is reminded of it in Mr. Gifford's manly satire. He sneers at people of low birth, or who have not had a college education, partly to hide his own want of certain advantages, partly as well-timed flattery to those who possess them. He has a right to laugh at poor, unfriended, untitled genius from wearing the livery of rank and letters, as footmen behind a coronet coach laugh at the rabble. He keeps good company and forgets himself. He stands at the door of Mr. Murray's shop and will not let anybody pass but the well-dressed mob or some followers of the court. To edge into the Quarterly, Temple of Fame, the candidate must have a diploma from the universities, a passport from the Treasury. Otherwise, it is a breach of etiquette to let him pass, an insult to the better sort who aspire to the love of letters, and may chance to drop into the feast of the poets. Or, if he cannot manage it thus, or get rid of the claim on the bare ground of poverty or want of school learning, he trumps up an excuse for the occasion, such as that a man was confined in Newgate a short time before. It is not a lie on the part of the critic. It is only an amiable subservience to the will of his betters, like that of a menial who is ordered to deny his master, a sense of propriety, a knowledge of the world, a poetical and moral licence. Such fellows, such is his cue from his employers, should at any rate be kept out of privileged places. Persons who have been convicted of prose libels ought not to be suffered to write poetry. If the fact was not exactly as it was stated, it was something of the kind, or it ought to have been so. The assertion was a pious fraud. The public, the court, the prince himself might read the work, but for this mark of opprobrium set upon it. It was not to be endured that an insolent plebeian should aspire to elegance, taste, fancy. It was throwing down the barriers which ought to separate the higher and the lower classes, the loyal and the disloyal. The paraphrase of the story of Dante was therefore to perform quarantine. It was to seem not yet recovered from the jail infection. There was to be a taint upon it, as there was none in it, and all this was performed by a single slip of Mr. Gifford's pen. We would willingly believe, if we could, that in this case there was as much weakness and prejudice as there was malice and cunning. Again, we do not think it possible that under any circumstances the writer of the Verses to Anna could enter into the spirit or delicacy of Mr. Keats' poetry. The fate of the latter somewhat resembled that of a bud bit by an envious worm, ere it could spread its sweet leaves to the air, or dedicate its beauty to the sun. Mr. Keats' ostensible crime was that he had been praised in the Examiner newspaper. A greater and more unpardonable offence probably was, that he was a true poet, with all the errors and beauties of youthful genius to answer for. Mr. Gifford was as insensible to the one as he was inexorable to the other. Let the reader judge from the two subjoined specimens how far the one writer could ever, without a presumption, equalled only by a want of self-knowledge, set himself in judgment on the other. Out went the taper as she hurried in, its little smoke in pallid moonshine dyed. She closed the door, she panted all akin to spirits of the air and visions wide. No uttered syllable, no woe betide. But to her heart was voluble, paining with eloquence her balmy side, as though a tongueless nightingale should swell her heart in vain and die, heart stifled in her dell. A casement high and triple arched there was, all garlanded with carven imageries of fruits and flowers and bunches of knot-grass, and diamonded with panes of quaint device, innumerable of stains and splendid dyes, as are the tiger moth's deep damasked wings, and in the midst, 'mong thousand heraldries, and twilight saints and dim emblazonings, a shielded scutcheon blushed with blood of queens and kings. Full on this casement shone the wintry moon, and threw warm gules on Madeline's fair breast, as down she knelt for heaven's grace and boon, Rose bloom fell on her hands, together pressed, and on her silver crossed soft amethyst, and on her hair a glory like a saint. She seemed a splendid angel, newly dressed, save wings for heaven, poor Pharaoh grew faint. She knelt so pure a thing, so free from mortal taint. And on his heart revives, her vespers done, of all its wreathed pearls her hair she frees, unclasped her warmed jewels one by one, loosens her fragrant bodice, by degrees her rich attire creeps rustling to her knees, half hidden like a mermaid in seaweed. Pensive awhile she dreams awake and sees, in fancy, fair St. Agnes in her bed, but dares not look behind, or all the charm is fled. Soon trembling in her soft and chilly nest, in sort of wakeful swoon, perplexed she lay, until the poppied warmth of sleep oppressed her soothed limbs, and soul fatigued away, flown like a thought until the morrow day. Blissfully havened both from joy and pain, clasped like a missal where swart Paynims pray, blinded alike from sunshine and from rain, as though a rose should shut and be a bud again. Eve of St. Agnes. With the rich beauties and the dim obscurities of lines like these, let us contrast the verses addressed to a tuft of early violets by the fastidious author of the Baviad and Maviad. Sweet flowers, that from your humble beds thus prematurely dare to rise, and trust your unprotected heads to cold Aquarius' watery skies, retire, retire, these tepid airs are not the genial brood of May, that sun with light malignant glares, and flatters only to betray. Stern winter's reign is not yet past, lo, while your buds prepared to blow, on icy pinions comes the blast, and nips your root and lays you low. Alas, for such ungentle doom, but I will shield you, and supply a kindlier soil on which to bloom, a nobler bed on which to die. Come then, ere yet the morning ray has drunk the dew that gems your crest, and drawn your balmiest sweets away, oh come and grace my Anna's breast. Ye droop, fond flowers, but did ye know what worth, what goodness there reside? Your cups with liveliest tints would glow, and spread their leaves with conscious pride. For there has liberal nature joined her riches to the stores of art, and added to the vigorous mind the soft, the sympathizing heart. Come then, ere yet the morning ray has drunk the dew that gems your crest, and drawn your balmiest sweets away, oh come and grace my Anna's breast. Oh, I should think that fragrant bed might I but hope with you to share, years of anxiety repaid by one short hour of transport there. Footnote A. What an awkward bedfellow for a tuft of violets. More blessed than me, thus shall ye live your little day, and when ye die, sweet flowers, the grateful muse shall give a verse, the sorrowing maid a sigh, while I, alas, no distant date, mix with the dust from whence I came, without a friend to weep my fate, without a stone to tell my name. We subjoin one more specimen of these wild strains, said to be written 2 years after the preceding, Ecce iterum Crispinus. Footnote B. How oft, O dart, what time the faithful pair walked forth, the fragrant hour of eve to share, on thy romantic banks, have my wild strains, not yet forgot amidst my native plains, while thou hast sweetly gurgled down the vale, filled up the pores of love's delightful tale. While ever as she read, the conscious maid, by faltering voice and downcast looks betrayed, would blushing on her lover's neck recline, and with her finger point the tenderest line. Maviad, pages 194-202. Yet the author assures us just before that in these wild strains all was plain. Even then, admire John Bell my simple ways, No heaven and hell danced madly through my lays, no oaths, no execrations, all was plain. Yet trust me, while thou ever-jingling train chime their sonorous woes with frigid art, and shock the reason and revolt the heart, my hopes and fears, in nature's language dressed, awakened love in many a gentle breast. Ibid, verse 185-92. If anyone else had composed these wild strains, in which all is plain, Mr. Gifford would have accused them of three things. 1. Downright nonsense. 2. Downright frigidity. 3. Downright doggerel, and proceeded to anatomise them very cordially in his way. As it is, he is thrilled with a very pleasing horror at his former scenes of tenderness, and gasps at the recollection of watery Aquarius, he, jam satis est, why rack a grub, a butterfly upon a wheel. I wish I was where Anna lies, for I'm sick of lingering here, and every hour affection cries, go and partake her humble beer. I wish I could, for when she died I lost my all, and life has proved since that sad hour a waste unlovely and unloved. But who, when I am turned to clay, shall duly to her grave repair, and pluck the ragged moss away, and weeds that have no business there? And who, with pious hand, shall bring the flowers she cherished, snowdrops cold, and violets that unheeded spring, to scatter o'er her hallowed mould? And who, while memory loves to dwell upon her name for ever dear, shall feel his heart with passion swell, and pour the bitter, bitter tear? I did it, and would fate allow, should visit still, should still deplore, but health and strength have left me now, but I, alas, can weep no more. Take then, sweet maid, this simple strain, the last I offer at thy shrine. Thy grave must then undecked remain, and all thy memory fade with mine. And can thy soft persuasive look, that voice that might with music vie, thy air that every gazer took, thy matchless eloquence of eye, thy spirits frolicsome as good, thy courage by no ills dismayed, thy patience by no wrongs subdued, thy gay good humour, can they fade? Perhaps, but sorrow dims my eye, cold turf, which I no more must view, dear name, which I no more must sigh, a long, a last, a sad adieu. It must be said in extenuation of the low mechanic vein of these impoverished lines, that they were written at an early age. They were the inspired production of a youthful lover. Mr. Gifford was 30 when he wrote them. Mr. Keats died when he was scarce 20. Farther, it may be said, that Mr. Gifford hazarded his first poetical attempts under all the disadvantages of a neglected education. But the same circumstance, together with a few unpruned redundancies of fancy and quaintnesses of expression, was made the plea on which Mr. Keats was hooted out of the world, and his fine talents and wounded sensibilities consigned to an early grave. In short, the treatment of this heedless candidate for poetical fame might serve as a warning, and was intended to serve as a warning to all unfledged tyros, how they venture upon any such doubtful experiments, except under the auspices of some lord of the bedchamber or government Aristarchus, and how they imprudently associate themselves with men of mere popular talent or independence of feeling. It is the same in prose works. The editor scorns to enter the lists of argument with any proscribed writer of the opposite party. He does not refute, but denounces him. He makes no concessions to an adversary, lest they should in some way be turned against him. He only feels himself safe in the fancied insignificance of others. He only feels himself superior to those whom he stigmatizes as the lowest of mankind. All persons are without common sense and honesty who do not believe implicitly, with him, in the immaculateness of ministers and the divine origin of kings. Thus he informed the world that the author of Table Talk was a person who could not write a sentence of common English, and could hardly spell his own name, because he was not a friend to the restoration of the Bourbons, and had the assurance to write characters of Shakespeare's plays in a style of criticism somewhat different from Mr. Gifford's. He charged this writer with imposing on the public by a flowery style, and when the latter ventured to refer to a work of his, called An Essay on the Principles of Human Action, which has not a single ornament in it, as a specimen of his original studies and the proper bias of his mind, the learned critic, with a shrug of great self-satisfaction, said, "It was amusing to see this person, sitting like one of Brewer's Dutch Boers over his gin and tobacco pipes, and fancying himself a Leibnitz." The question was, whether the subject of Mr. Gifford's censure had ever written such a work or not, for if he had amused himself with something besides gin and tobacco pipes. But our editor, by virtue of the situation he holds, is superior to facts or arguments. He is accountable neither to the public nor to authors for what he says of them, but owes it to his employers to prejudice the work and vilify the writer, if the latter is not avowedly ready to range himself on the stronger side. The Quarterly Review, besides the political tirades and denunciations of suspected writers, intended for the guidance of the heads of families, is filled up with accounts of books of voyages and travels for the amusement of the younger branches. The poetical department is almost a sinecure, consisting of mere summary decisions and a list of quotations. Mr. Croker is understood to contribute the St. Helena articles and the liberality, Mr. Canning the practical good sense, Mr. Disraeli the good nature, Mr. Jacob the modesty, Mr. Southey the consistency, and the editor himself the chivalrous spirit and the attacks on Lady Morgan. It is a double crime, and excites a double portion of spleen in the editor, when female writers are not advocates of passive obedience and non-resistance. This journal, then, is a depository for every species of political sophistry and personal calumny. There is no abuse or corruption that does not there find a Jesuitical palliation or a bare-faced vindication. There we meet the slime of hypocrisy, the varnish of courts, the cant of pedantry, the cobwebs of the law, the iron hand of power. Its object is as mischievous as the means by which it is pursued are odious. The intention is to poison the sources of public opinion and of individual fame, to pervert literature from being the natural ally of freedom and humanity into an engine of priestcraft and despotism, and to undermine the spirit of the English constitution and the independence of the English character. The editor and his friends systematically explode every principle of liberty, laugh patriotism and public spirit to scorn, resent every pretence to integrity as a piece of singularity or insolence, and strike at the root of all free inquiry or discussion by running down every writer as a vile scribbler and a bad member of society who is not a hireling and a slave. No means are stuck at in accomplishing this laudable end. Strong in patronage, they trample on truth, justice, and decency. They claim the privilege of court favourites. They keep as little faith with the public as with their opponents. No statement in the Quarterly Review is to be trusted. There is no fact that is not misrepresented in it, no quotation that is not garbled, no character that is not slandered, if it can answer the purposes of a party to do so. The weight of power, of wealth, of rank, is thrown into the scale, gives its impulse to the machine, and the whole is under the guidance of Mr. Gifford's instinctive genius, of the inborn hatred of civility for independence, of dullness for talent, of cunning and impudence for truth and honesty. It costs him no effort to execute his disreputable task. In being the tool of a crooked policy, he but labours in his natural vocation. He patches up a rotten system as he would supply the chasms in a worm-eaten manuscript from a grovelling incapacity to do anything better, thinks that if a single iota in the claims of prerogative and power were lost, the whole fabric of society would fall upon his head and crush him, and calculates that his best chance for literary reputation is by blackballing one half of the competitors as Jacobins and levellers, and securing the suffrages of the other half in his favour as a loyal subject and trusty partisan. Mr. Gifford as a satirist is violent and abrupt. He takes obvious or physical defects and dwells upon them with much labour and harshness of invective, but with very little wit or spirit. He expresses a great deal of anger and contempt, but you cannot tell very well why, except that he seems to be sore and out of humour. His satire is mere peevishness and spleen, or something worse, personal antipathy and rancour. We are in quite as much pain for the writer as for the object of his resentment. His address to Peter Pindar is laughable from its outrageousness. He denounces him as a wretch hateful to God and man, for some of the most harmless and amusing trifles that ever were written, and the very good humour and pleasantry of which, we suspect, constituted their offence in the eyes of this draw-connoisseur. His attacks on Mrs. Robinson were unmanly, and even those on Mr. Merry and the Della Cruscan school were much more ferocious than the occasion warranted. A little affectation and quaintness of style did not merit such severity of castigation. Footnote C. Mr. Merry was even with our author in personality of abuse. See his lines on the Story of the Ape that was given in charge to the ex-tutor. As a translator, Mr. Gifford's version of the Roman satirist is the baldest and in parts the most offensive of all others. We do not know why he attempted it, unless he had got it in his head that he should thus follow in the steps of Dryden, as he had already done in those of Pope in the Baviad and Maviad. As an editor of old authors, Mr. Gifford is entitled to considerable praise for the pains he has taken in revising the texts, and for some improvements he has introduced into it. He had better have spared the notes, in which, though he has detected the blunders of previous commentators, he has exposed his own ill temper and narrowness of feeling more. As a critic, he has thrown no light on the character and spirit of his authors. He has shown no striking power of analysis, nor of original illustration, though he has chosen to exercise his pen on writers most congenial to his own turn of mind, from their dry and caustic vein, Massinger and Ben Jonson. What he will make of Marlowe it is difficult to guess. He has none of the fiery quality of the poet. Mr. Gifford does not take for his motto on these occasions, spiritus precipitandus est. His most successful efforts in this way are barely respectable. In general, his observations are petty, ill-concocted, and discover as little tact as they do a habit of connected reasoning. Thus, for instance, in attempting to add the name of Massinger to the list of Catholic poets, our minute critic insists on the profusion of crucifixes, glories, angelic visions, garlands of roses, and clouds of incense scattered through the Virgin Martyr, as evidence of the theological sentiments meant to be inculcated by the play, when the least reflection might have taught him that they proved nothing but the author's poetical conception of the character and costume of his subject. A writer might, with the same sinister, short-sighted shrewdness, be accused of heathenism for talking of Flora and Ceres in a poem on the seasons. What are produced as the exclusive badges and occult proofs of Catholic bigotry are nothing but the adventitious ornaments and external symbols, the gross and sensible language, in a word, the poetry of Christianity in general. What indeed shows the frivolousness of the whole inference is that Descartes, who is asserted by our critic to have contributed some of the most passionate and fantastic of these devotional scenes, is not even suspected of a leaning to popery. In like manner, he excuses Massinger for the grossness of one of his plots, that of the unnatural combat, by saying that it was supposed to take place before the Christian era, by this shallow commonplace persuading himself, or fancying he could persuade others, that the crime in question, which yet on the very face of the story is made the ground of a tragic catastrophe, was first made statutory by the Christian religion. The foregoing is a harsh criticism, and may be thought illiberal, but as Mr. Gifford assumes a right to say what he pleases of others, they may be allowed to speak the truth of him. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Spirit of the Age, or Contemporary Portraits by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. Francis Geoffrey. The Quarterly Review arose out of the Edinburgh, not as a corollary, but in contradiction to it. An article appeared in the latter on Don Pedro Cevallos, which stung the Tories to the quick by the free way in which it spoke of men and things, and something must be done to check these escapades of the Edinburgh. It was not to be endured that the truth should out in this manner, even occasionally and half in jest. A startling shock was thus given to established prejudices. The mask was taken off from grave hypocrisy, and the most serious consequences were to be apprehended. The persons who wrote in this review seemed to have their hands full of truths, and now and then, in a fit of spleen or gaiety, let some of them fly. And while this practice continued, it was impossible to say that the monarchy or the hierarchy was safe. Some of the arrows glanced, others might stick, and in the end prove fatal. It was not the principles of the Edinburgh Review, but the spirit that was looked at with jealousy and alarm. The principles were by no means decidedly hostile to existing institutions, but the spirit was that of fair and free discussion. A field was open to argument and wit. Every question was tried upon its own ostensible merits, and there was no foul play. The tone was that of a studied impartiality, which many called trimming, or of a sceptical indifference. This tone of impartiality and indifference, however, did not at all suit those who profited or existed by abuses, who breathed the very air of corruption. They know well enough that those who are not for them are against them. They wanted a publication impervious alike to truth and candor, that hoodwinked itself, should lead public opinion blindfold, that should stick at nothing to serve the turn of a party, that should be the exclusive organ of prejudice, the sordid tool of power, that should go the whole length of want of principle in palliating every dishonest measure, of want of decency in defaming every honest man, that should prejudge every question, traduce every opponent, that should give no quarter to fair inquiry or liberal sentiment, that should be ugly all over with hypocrisy, and present one foul blotch of servility, intolerance, falsehood, spite, and ill manners. The Quarterly Review was accordingly set up. Sithence no fairy lights, no quickening ray, nor stir of pulse, nor object to entice abroad the spirits, but the cloistered heart sits squat at home, like pagod in a niche obscure. This event was accordingly hailed, and the omen has been fulfilled. as a great relief to all those of his Majesty's subjects who are firmly convinced that the only way of having things remain exactly as they are is to put a stop to all inquiries whether they are right or wrong, and that if you cannot answer a man's argument, you may at least try to take away his character. We do not implicitly bow to the political opinions, nor to the critical decisions of the Edinburgh Review, but we must do justice to the talent with which they are supported, and to the tone of manly explicitness in which they are delivered. Footnote: the style of philosophical criticism, which has been the boast of the Edinburgh Review, was first introduced into the Monthly Review about the year 1796, in a series of articles by Mr. William Taylor, of Norwich. End of footnote. They are eminently characteristic of the spirit of the age, as it is the express object of the Quarterly Review to discountenance and extinguish that spirit, both in theory and practice. The Edinburgh Review stands upon the ground of opinion. It asserts the supremacy of intellect. The preeminence it claims is from an acknowledged superiority of talent and information, and literary attainment, and it does not build one tittle of its influence on ignorance, or prejudice, or authority, or personal malevolence. It takes up a question and argues it pro and con with great knowledge and boldness and skill. It points out an absurdity, and runs it down fairly and according to the evidence adduced. In the former case, its conclusions may be wrong. There may be a bias in the mind of the writer, but he states the arguments and circumstances on both sides from which a judgment is to be formed. It is not his cue. He has neither the effrontery nor the meanness to falsify facts or to suppress objections. In the latter case, or where a vein of sarcasm or irony is resorted to, the ridicule is not barbed by some allusion, false or true, to private history. The object of it has brought the infliction on himself by some literary folly or political delinquency, which is referred to as the understood and justifiable provocation, instead of being held up to scorn as a knave for not being a tool, or as a blockhead for thinking for himself. In the Edinburgh Review, the talents of those on the opposite side are always extolled pleno ore. In the Quarterly Review they are denied altogether, and the justice that is in this way withheld from them is compensated by a proportionable supply of personal abuse. A man of genius who is a lord and who publishes with Mr. Murray may now and then stand as good a chance as a lord who is not a man of genius and who publishes with Messrs. Longman. But this is the utmost extent of the impartiality of the Quarterly. From its account you would take Lord Byron and Mr. Stuart Rose for two very petty poets. But Mr. Moore's Magdalen Muse is sent to Bridewell without mercy to beat hemp in silk stockings. In the Quarterly nothing is regarded but the political creed or external circumstances of the writer. In the Edinburgh nothing is ever adverted to but his literary merits. Or if there is a bias of any kind, it arises from an affectation of magnanimity and candour, in giving heaped measure to those on the aristocratic side in politics, and being critically severe on others. Thus Sir Walter Scott is lauded to the skies for his romantic powers, without any allusion to his political demerits, as if this would be compromising the dignity of genius and of criticism by the introduction of party spirit, while Lord Byron is called to a grave moral reckoning. There is, however, little of the cant of morality in the Edinburgh Review, and it is quite free from that of religion. It keeps to its province, which is that of criticism, or to the discussion of debatable topics, and acquits itself in both with force and spirit. This is the natural consequence of the composition of the two reviews. The one appeals with confidence to its own intellectual resources, to the variety of its topics, to its very character and existence as a literary journal, which depend on its setting up no pretensions but those which it can make good by the talent and ingenuity it can bring to bear upon them. It therefore meets every question, whether of a lighter or a graver cast, on its own grounds. The other blinks every question, for it has no confidence but in the powers that be, shuts itself up in the impregnable fastness of authority, or makes some paltry, cowardly attack, under cover of anonymous criticism, on individuals, or dispenses its award of merit entirely according to the rank or party of the writer. The faults of the Edinburgh Review arise out of the very consciousness of critical and logical power. In political questions it relies too little on the broad basis of liberty and humanity, enters too much into mere dry formalities, deals too often in moot points, and descends too readily to a sort of special pleading in defence of home truths and natural feelings. In matters of taste and criticism, its tone is sometimes apt to be supercilious and cavalier, from its habitual faculty of analyzing defects and beauties according to given principles, from its quickness in deciding, from its facility in illustrating its views. In this latter department it has been guilty of some capital oversights. The chief was in its treatment of the lyrical ballads at their first appearance, not in its ridicule of their puerilities, but in its denial of their beauties, because they were included in no school, because they were reducible to no previous standard or theory of poetical excellence. For this, however, considerable reparation has been made by the prompt and liberal spirit that has been shown in bringing forward other examples of poetical genius. Its capital sin, in a doctrinal point of view, has been, we shrewdly suspect, in the uniform and unqualified encouragement it has bestowed on Mr. Malthus's system. We do not mean that the Edinburgh Review was to join in the general hue and cry that was raised against this writer, but while it asserted the soundness of many of his arguments, and yielded its assent to the truths he has divulged, it need not have screened his errors. On this subject alone we think the Quarterly has the advantage of it. But as the Quarterly Review is a mere mass and tissue of prejudices on all subjects, it is the foible of the Edinburgh Review to affect a somewhat fastidious air of superiority over prejudices of all kinds, and a determination not to indulge in any of the amiable weaknesses of our nature, except as it can give a reason for the faith that is in it. Luckily, it is seldom reduced to this alternative. Reasons are with it as plenty as blackberries. Mr. Geoffrey is the editor of the Edinburgh Review, and is understood to have contributed nearly a fourth part of the articles from its commencement. No man is better qualified for this situation, nor indeed so much so. He is certainly a person in advance of the age, and yet perfectly fitted both from knowledge and habits of mind to put a curb upon its rash and headlong spirit. He is thoroughly acquainted with the progress and pretensions of modern literature and philosophy, and to this he adds the natural acuteness and discrimination of the logician with the habitual caution and coolness of his profession. If the Edinburgh Review may be considered as the organ of, or at all pledged to a party, that party is at least a respectable one, and is placed in the middle of two extremes. The editor is bound to lend a patient hearing to the most paradoxical opinions and extravagant theories which have resulted in our times from the infinite agitation of wit, but he is disposed to qualify them by a number of practical objections, of speculative doubts, of checks and drawbacks arising out of actual circumstances and prevailing opinions, or the frailties of human nature. He has a great range of knowledge, an incessant activity of mind, but the suspension of his judgment, the well-balanced moderation of his sentiments, is a consequence of the very discursiveness of his reason. What may be considered as a commonplace conclusion is often the result of a comprehensive view of all the circumstances of a case. Paradox, violence, nay, even originality of conception, is not seldom owing to our dwelling long and pertinaciously on some one part of a subject, instead of attending to the whole. Mr. Geoffrey is neither a bigot nor an enthusiast. He is not the dupe of the prejudices of others, nor of his own. He is not wedded to any dogma. He is not long the sport of any whim. Before he can settle on any fond or fantastic opinion, another starts up to match it, like beads on sparkling wine. A too restless display of talent, a too distinguished statement of all that can be said for and against a question, is perhaps the great fault that is to be attributed to him. Where there is so much power and prejudice to contend with on the opposite scale, it may be thought that the balance of truth can hardly be held with a slack or an even hand, and that the infusion of a little more visionary speculation, or of a little more popular indignation into the great Whig Review, would be an advantage both to itself and to the cause of freedom. Much of this effect is chargeable less on an Epicurean levity of feeling or on party trammels than on real sanguineness of disposition and a certain fineness of professional tact. Our sprightly Scotsman is not of a desponding and gloomy turn of mind. He argues well for the future hopes of mankind from the smallest beginnings, watches the slow, gradual, reluctant growth of liberal views, and smiling sees the aloe of reform blossom at the end of 100 years, while the habitual subtlety of his mind makes him perceive decided advantages where vulgar ignorance or passion sees only doubts and difficulties, and a flaw in an adversary's argument stands him instead of the shout of a mob, the votes of a majority, or the fate of a pitched battle. The editor is satisfied with his own conclusions, and does not make himself uneasy about the fate of mankind. The issue, he thinks, will verify his moderate and well-founded expectations. We believe also that late events have given a more decided turn to Mr. Geoffrey's mind, and that he feels that as in the struggle between liberty and slavery the views of the one party have been laid bare with their success, so the exertions of the other side should become more strenuous, and a more positive stand be made against the avowed and appalling encroachments of priestcraft and arbitrary power. The characteristics of Mr. Geoffrey's general style as a writer correspond, we think, with what we have here stated as the characteristics of his mind. He is a master of the foils. He makes an exulting display of the dazzling fence of wit and argument. His strength consists in great range of knowledge and equal familiarity with the principles and details of a subject, and in a glancing brilliancy and rapidity of style. Indeed, we doubt whether the brilliancy of his manner does not resolve itself into the rapidity, the variety and aptness of his illustrations. His pen is never at a loss, never stands still, and would dazzle for this reason alone, like an eye that is ever in motion. Mr. Geoffrey is far from a flowery or affected writer. He has few tropes or figures, still less any odd, startling thoughts or quaint innovations in expression. But he has a constant supply of ingenious solutions and pertinent examples. He never proses, never grows dull, never wears an argument to tatters, and by the number, the liveliness and facility of his transitions keeps up that appearance of vivacity, of novel and sparkling effect, for which others are too often indebted to singularity of combination or tinsel ornaments. It may be discovered by a nice observer that Mr. Geoffrey's style of composition is that of a person accustomed to public speaking. There is no pause, no meagreness, no inanimatedness, but a flow, a redundance, and volubility like that of a stream or of a rolling stone. The language is more copious than select, and sometimes 2 or 3 words perform the office of one. This copiousness and facility is perhaps an advantage in extempore speaking, where to stop or break is allowed in a discourse, and where any word or any number of words almost is better than coming to a dead stand. But in written compositions it gives an air of either too much carelessness or too much labor. Mr. Geoffrey's excellence as a public speaker has betrayed him into this peculiarity. He makes fewer blots in addressing an audience than any one we remember to have heard. There is not a hair's breadth space between any 2 of his words, nor is there a single expression either ill-chosen or out of its place. He speaks without stopping to take breath, with ease, with point, with elegance, and without spinning the thread of his verbosity finer than the staple of his argument. He may be said to weave words into any shape he pleases, for use or ornament, as the glass-blower molds the vitreous fluid with his breath, and his sentences shine like glass from their polished smoothness and are equally transparent. His style of eloquence, indeed, is remarkable for neatness, for correctness, and epigrammatic point, and he has applied this as a standard to his written compositions, where the very same degree of correctness and precision produces, from the contrast between writing and speaking, an agreeable diffuseness, freedom, and animation. Whenever the Scotch advocate has appeared at the bar of the English House of Lords, he has been admired by those who were in the habit of attending to speeches there, as having the greatest fluency of language and the greatest subtlety of distinction of any one of the profession. The law reporters were as little able to follow him from the extreme rapidity of his utterances as from the tenuity and effervescent nature of his reasoning. Mr. Geoffrey's conversation is equally lively, various, and instructive. There is no subject on which he is not au fait, no company in which he is not ready to scatter his pearls of sport. Whether it be politics, or poetry, or science, or anecdote, or wit, or raillery, he takes up his cue without effort, without preparation, and appears equally incapable of tiring himself or his hearers. His only difficulty seems to be not to speak, but to be silent. There is a constitutional buoyancy and elasticity of mind about him that cannot subside into repose, much less sink into dullness. There may be more original talkers, persons who occasionally surprise or interest you more, few if any, with a more uninterrupted flow of cheerfulness and animal spirits, with a greater fund of information, and with fewer specimens of the bathos in their conversation. He is never absurd, nor has he any favourite point which he is always bringing forward. It cannot be denied that there is something bordering on petulance of manner, but it is of that least offensive kind which may be accounted for from merit and from success, and implies no exclusive pretensions, nor the least particle of ill will to others. On the contrary, Mr. Geoffrey is profuse of his encomiums and admiration of others, but still with a certain reservation of the right to differ or to blame. He cannot rest on one side of a question. He is obliged by a mercurial habit and disposition to vary his point of view. If he is ever tedious, it is from the excess of liveliness. He oppresses from the sense of airy lightness. He is always setting out on a fresh scent. There are always relays of topics. The hardness is put to, and he rattles away as delightfully and as briskly as ever. New causes are called. He holds a brief in his hand for every possible question. This is a fault. Mr. Geoffrey is not obtrusive, is not impatient of opposition, is not unwilling to be interrupted, but what is said by another seems to make no impression on him. He is bound to dispute, to answer it, as if he was in court, or as if it were in a paltry debating society, where young beginners are trying their hands. This is not to maintain a character, or for want of good nature. It is a thoughtless habit. He cannot help cross-examining a witness, or stating the adverse view of a question. He listens not to judge, but to reply. In consequence of this, you can as little tell the impression your observations make on him as what weight to assign to his. Mr. Geoffrey shines in mixed company. He is not good at a tête-à-tête. You can only show your wisdom or your wit in general society, but in private your follies or your weaknesses are not the least interesting topics. And our critic has neither any of his own to confess, nor does he take delight in hearing those of others. Indeed, in Scotland generally, the display of personal character, the indulging your whims and humours in the presence of a friend, is not much encouraged. Everyone there is looked upon in the light of a machine or a collection of topics. They turn you round like a cylinder to see what use they can make of you, and drag you into a dispute with as little ceremony as they would drag out an article from an encyclopedia. They criticize everything, analyze everything, argue upon everything, dogmatize upon everything, and the bundle of your habits, feelings, humours, follies, and pursuits is regarded by them no more than a bundle of old clothes. They stop you in a sentiment by a question or a stare, and cut you short in a narrative by the time of night. The accomplished and ingenious person of whom we speak has been a little infected by the tone of his countrymen. He is too didactic, too pugnacious, too full of electrical shocks, too much like a voltaic battery, and reposes too little on his own excellent good sense, his own love of ease, his cordial frankness of disposition, and unaffected candour. He ought to have belonged to us. The severest of critics, as he has been sometimes termed, is the best-natured of men. Whatever there may be of wavering or indecision in Mr. Geoffrey's reasoning, or of harshness in his critical decisions, in his disposition there is nothing but simplicity and kindness. He is a person that no one knows without esteeming, and who both in his public connections and private friendships shows the same manly uprightness and unbiassed independence of spirit. At a distance, in his writings, or even in his manner, there may be something to excite a little uneasiness and apprehension. In his conduct there is nothing to except against. He is a person of strict integrity himself, without pretence or affectation, and knows how to respect this quality in others, without prudery or intolerance. He can censure a friend or a stranger, and serve him effectually at the same time. He expresses his disapprobation, but not as an excuse for closing up the avenues of his liberality. He is a Scotchman without one particle of hypocrisy, of cant, of servility, or selfishness in his composition. He has not been spoiled by fortune, has not been tempted by power, is firm without violence, friendly without weakness, a critic and even-tempered, a casuist and an honest man, and amidst the toils of his profession and the distractions of the world retains the gaiety, the unpretending carelessness and simplicity of youth. Mr. Geoffrey in his person is slight, with a countenance of much expression and a voice of great flexibility and acuteness of tone. End of chapter 13.